Hi folks, this is going to be a bit of a longer video, obviously. Welcome to the first 15 episodes of Constantine's adventure, all stitched together. There are chapters to help you get to each episode, and as I was stitching this together, it was really fun to watch the narrative style change as I got better at what I actually wanted to do. Certain intros and outros have been shortened to help with time, and with that, kick back, grab your food, and enjoy. Constantine is an Imperial mercenary from Cyrodiil, though she rarely stays in one location for a long time. Having been born from a low-birth family, she had few choices in life, but had a bright mind and a questionable moral compass. Having learned hunting from her father, she was proficient enough with a bow and blade, but always wanted more. Her mother was an experienced alchemist, and Constantine would always be at her mother's side learning the art. As a young child, her mom would let her set up her own little alchemical stall in the family shop. Everyone in the village knew not to actually ingest the potions, but they were kind enough and would purchase a bottle once in a while. Her parents were good people and were always trying to get Constantine to learn and try new things. This push for education led to Constantine in her free time being found near the enchanter's hut and around the blacksmith trying to learn those trades as well. Over the years, she picked up a few things here and there, and while not proficient, did know the basics. As she grew up more, she became restless and had learned all she thought she could and wanted to see the world. Her parents knew better than to try to stop her, so her father gave her an iron sword and a longbow, and she made some hide gear with the pelts her father had. With that, she departed, not fully knowing what she wanted to do, but she knew she wanted to at least learn. Through her travels, she learned what she could in fighting, artistry, and magic. Though Constantine did not have a natural knack for it, she did possess the ability to at least wield magic. She would just have to train harder than most. It wasn't until she came across another village, miles from her house, that she found her calling as a mercenary. The town was having a problem with a local extortionist hiding out in the forest. She heard about the issue while hanging around a tavern, and was able to locate the village elder. He agreed to pay her some gold if she could get rid of him. She agreed and started her search, though, admittedly, it wasn't hard to find him. He was a proud and egotistical man who believed nobody could touch him. Unfortunately for him, he did not notice his shadow growing larger, and before he had any chance to react, the arrow pierced the back of his head. From that point forward, Constantine was a traveling mercenary, and she garnered a bit of a reputation for taking any job, no matter the moral implications. It was also known that you make sure to pay her. More than once, a client stiffed her, with them then disappearing days later. We catch up to Constantine after she crosses the border from Hammerfell into Skyrim, wearing heavy plate armor. Not her usual go-to, but she had just killed a small cell of a much larger group, and realizing she was being hunted down, donned some of the armor as a disguise before crossing the border. And here we are, finally in Skyrim. I hope you liked that little introduction to the character. As the series progresses, I'm going to be trying 2 different styles of recording, so let me know what you prefer. Let's first talk about some of the rules of this playthrough. As I said, there are quite a few mods. Some adding small things, others adding a whole new, storyline. My intent is to play through as much of it as I can. I've been playing Skyrim since around 2014, so I know a lot about the base game, but very little outside of that, so I'm really looking forward to this. The first mod we immediately come across are the Sky Shards. Now, I usually don't add mods that give extra perk points, but we are using a heavily expanded skill tree, and I thought it would make progression more fun. This is not a hardcore playthrough, it's a fun playthrough. That being said, I do want to set limits for myself for immersion purposes, and those rules are as follows. The first is pretty simple. No fast traveling from the map except to the Legacy of the Dragonborn Museum. Reason for this is it helps time-wise with displaying artifacts, but otherwise there's no fast travel. Second, weapons and armor picked up off dead bodies cannot be used immediately. Now, I admittedly do actually break this rule in this video because the armor was super cool, but I'll retrofit it in the next episode. Basically, to get around this, unless it's a special weapon, or, arms or armor, it wouldn't fit necessarily in real life. She would have to refit it at a grindstone or a workbench to suit her needs. So that's how that's going to work. And finally, magic is learned. This is a self-included rule using a mod that makes it so you have to take time to learn magic by sitting and reading books. No longer can you just consume the book and instantly know the spell. Again, this is for immersion purposes over anything else. As stated before, Constantine wants to learn, and because of that, I intend to try to create a character where I'll max out all my skills. And since leveling is no longer tied to skill increase, and rather to mission completions and, just exploring the world, I think that this is a legitimate possibility. Currently, Constance is playing as more of an archer build because dang it, it's been forever since I played an actual archer build. But over time, she will morph into all sorts of playstyles as she learns more combat techniques. Coming across a ruin, I decided this could be a great place to start. Constantine's adventure at heart, so why not start with a little bit of a dungeon crawl until I come across what I imagine to be a rather large golem? No worries though, it's the beginning of the Okay, yeah, nope, level 45, time to bounce. See, I may have accidentally forgotten that the normal enemy leveling in Skyrim is not here in Lost Legacy. Enemies can span huge levels due to a de-leveling mod, which I believe is from Morrow, but I may be incorrect. Continuing on our trek towards Solitude, we come across a nice little mage who decides he wants to practice his magic. If he could move, of course. I decided it was a good opportunity to find out how many arrows a mage can take before he becomes a pincushion. The answer was 3, by the way, in case you were curious. I also decided to loot him of most of his stuff, as not only did we get a cool ring that enchants my arrows, but I can also sell everything else for a little bit of profit. It seems our mage friend was not alone, as there was a whole coven of these ice mages. It's a hard-fought battle, but Constantine is quite familiar with mages, and while we may have almost gotten our butts kicked, we, in the end, do come out on top. Obviously loot items to sell, because, hey, money, money's important. Now, here's where we get to see a little bit of that swaying moral compass. I come across a group of bandits attacking a caravaner and his bodyguard. Admittedly, I couldn't tell who was who, and I just shot anyone with a sword drawn. Once the dust had settled, it seemed like the polite thing to do was to give a little monetary compensation for saving not only his life, but their goods. He abjectly refused on the guise that he did not ask for any help. So, Constantine does what any self-respecting person would do and repossessed his wine. That apparently got him rather angry, so in self-defense, as you can see here in self-defense, we killed him. And since there were dead bandits around, no one would know it was us. We finally make it to our first city, Solitude, capital of Skyrim and base of operations for the Imperial Army. The thought of joining the Imperial Army is there, but for right now, Constantine's not looking for too much steady employment. As we entered the city, a crowd appeared to be getting ready to watch the execution of a man allegedly to have assisted a man named Ulfric Stormcloak's escape. Not really my business, but hey, I always enjoy a good show. We make our way to our first inn. First rule of being a mercenary is always locate the inn. Until you have a steady place to rest your head, this is where you want to be. They have information, food, and a private area to study, like magic. When we walk in, before going to the barkeep, there is an open invitation for the local museum needing adventurers and treasure hunters. That's my sort of gig. We then chat with the barkeep a little, learn a couple of rumors, and pick up a local bounty for some bandits at Broken Ore Grotto. The next stop was the local mission board. Here, people can put up all sorts of odd jobs, from doing a delivery run to Constantine's specialty of hunting people down. We're in luck. A bounty bandit is wanted and also happens to be last seen in the Broken Ore Grotto. So, we now have 2 bounties in the same location, which in and of itself is a massive win. After our little trek to Solitude, we had also picked up a few items, and, we nearly ran out of arrows, so we have to pay a visit to the blacksmith. We sell some of our loot, including the plate armor we used to cross the border, and then using some firewood and steel ingots, which we bought, made steel arrows and created a better bow. Our longbow had served us well, but it was time for an upgrade. With our new gear, we went out to find the museum that was spoken about in that advertisement we saw at the inn. When we arrive, we're greeted with a friendly high elf named Orion. Arian? One of the two. He seems unsure about our ability to assist him, but nonetheless gives us a task to locate 3 different objects scattered throughout Skyrim. It's now finally time to start making some headway on these bounties, but before I can do that, I'm stopped by an admittedly shady-looking Argonian by the name of Jari Ra, but, give everyone a chance. He lets us know that he and his sister are treasure hunters, and that there's a ship coming into Skyrim that they are interested in. The Ice Runner, though no other information is given to me. We come to the mutual idea that if the Solitude Lighthouse fire is put out, then the Ice Runner would hit the shallow coast and beach, allowing Jari Ra and Dija to obtain whatever it is they're looking for. Now, I was told that this is a easy enough payday, and so long as nobody sees me put out the fire, we should be good. So I accept. It is getting late, though, and I could definitely use the rest, so I do a little studying of the Flames book I have to finally learn the spell, and we head to bed, getting ready for the shenanigans of the next day. After our sleep, we start to make our way to the Solitude Lighthouse. There's a ship already here, and the inhabitants don't necessarily look like any sailors I've seen before. So a little quiet arrow action takes care of the problem up top, and now it's time to head below decks. I sneak my way through the ship until I come across an over-leveled baddie who teaches me a little bit about close combat. Level 20 versus level 2. Now, look, I'm no stranger to bad odds, but those are stacked against me a little too much. So, as retribution, I burn the corpse of one of his dead friends, and I head for the lighthouse. As expected, the lighthouse is completely unguarded, and the light's easily put out with a little gusto. Constantine's part in this is now complete. She just needs to head back to Jari Ra to get her reward. That is, until he lets her know that A, he doesn't have it, his sister Dija does, and B, they are emissaries for the Black Blood Marauder bandit group, a group that Constantine knows just so happens to be camped out in the Broken Ore Grotto, the same place where her other bounty is. Something's fishy here, and it's not the sea.
Dija and I are more like the representatives here in Solitude.
Off to the Ice Runner, and it's just as Jari Ra said. Black Bloods have swarmed the ship, but unlike, letting all the sailors go, they were slaughtered. Now, Constantine's more annoyed she was lied to over them saying they wouldn't harm the sailors, over them actually being dead. But it's time to make our way to Dija to get our reward, though I'm pretty sure it's going to revolve around a knife.
I'm afraid the loot's already been moved. You've been useful to the Black Bloods, though. You've earned a quick death.
Oh look, I was right. This was an incredibly difficult fight for whatever reason. Just kept dying and dying, until finally I remembered I had picked up a special arrow early on from a Shrine of Light, a Hylian silver arrow that does 300 damage. Yeah, this'll work. After finding out that Jari Ra is in Broken Ore Grotto, count that now 3 people that have to die there, we head over, though not before setting up camp for the night, and being startled by, okay, not the dog. I apologize for all dog lovers, though. He needed to be put down and cross the Rainbow Bridge. More like the other thing, the mess of coral made animate. We finally put down the coral Atronach, and admittedly, little disappointed with the loot. It's just so boring. But anyway, Constantine heads to sleep at the camp and level up. She's got a full day of righteous vengeance, the best type of vengeance, ahead of her. It is now morning, the rain is falling, and all Constantine smells is blood in the water. Theoretically not hers. And after a quick moving breakfast, she finally makes it to Broken Ore Grotto. She's got 2 bounties here to pick up, and Jari Ra's body to put to the flame. Or the sword. Or the bow. Honestly, whichever kills him first. Going for the grotto isn't the easiest. Thankfully, though, for the most part, she is a sneaky one. As she has not started her heavy armor training, she relies solely on light armor. While passing through the grotto, she picks off pretty much anyone and everyone she can. Surprise and arrows are just, such a wonderful tool. Constantine does inevitably get spotted. She's no real master yet, and as the enemies bear down on her, she does the only thing she can and jumps headfirst into the water. The enemies, either unsure or too stupid to follow, don't know what to do and are disoriented. Constantine takes this as a sign of weakness on their part. This tactic of jumping into the water and popping up somewhere else will prove useful in the coming fights. After making our way through the grotto, we come across the final area. Not only is Jari Ra here, but so are the other 2 bounties as well. The issue is that there is a literal army between Constantine and the targets. It's now time for a little sneak and abuse the stupidity of brain-dead bandits. See, it is a well-known fact that Black Blood Marauders are incapable of having object permanence. If they are shot, and when they check it out, if there's nothing there, they'll simply shrug and move back along with their day, arrow in shoulder and all. This is the current working plan. We finally lured out Jari Ra from hiding and are able to fight him one-on-one. It was a good, strong, heroic, and I'm kidding. Constantine abused her ability to swim and messed with the bridge levers to force Jari to positions that were advantageous for her. There was really no honor in this killing, but there was vengeance, and admittedly, that's just better. To add insult to injury, we also take his outfit because it magically fit and is super cool looking. We'll upgrade later at some point. On to the next 2 targets. Our next guest is, well, okay, actually it was a 2-on-1. We're now dealing with the bounty bandit and the leader of Broken Ore Grotto, Captain Hagar. While trying to deal with 2 homicidal maniacs is difficult enough, nothing a couple tens of arrows and a lot of fire can't fix. The bounty bandit is the first to fall to our arrows, followed slowly, and I mean real slowly, by the captain. Now, nobody likes a liar or a bounty hunter, so first thing we do after both are dead and we have recuperated is take their heads as trophies, because that's just like what any normal person does. We will need them as proof. We head for the main base where all the loot was stashed and come across a working forge. This is super useful. We end up creating a backpack so that we can simply carry more. Also, very useful. It is then as simple as just plundering all the loot. There was nothing of particular note outside of a cool sword and a chest with a master lock on it in the water, but I couldn't find the key anywhere. It wasn't on the captain's body, nor was it anywhere nearby, and simply Constantine can't pick it. She's not skilled enough. Either way, we came away with a solid haul. 3 dead, 2 bounties, and a load of random loot. Not a bad day for a mercenary. Time to head back to Solitude. Back in Solitude, we head up to the Blue Palace to turn in both our bounties. There, we hear about something happening in Wolf Skull Cave, note that for later, and we talk to Falk Firebeard. He pays us lots of beautiful coin for our work, which we then turn around and spend with the court wizard for new spellbooks to study.
I think you'll appreciate
Also,
this.
pretty sure she's a vampire, so that's something I need to look out for. Anyway, with that, the day ends in the Winking Skeever reading over our next bounties and studying more magic. So Constantine had picked up a bounty that had her go to the Solitude sewers to kill a bandit leader. Slight problem, though, is as she traversed through the sewers, she came across a locked door, and we learned that we need to use the steel dragon claw to open it. A claw I do not have in my possession. So instead, we're going to backtrack, grabbed a different bounty, and we head up a bit farther north. It looks like we're going to be staying in Skyrim for a while, and having a base of operations in each major city is probably a good idea. This next bounty will pay for the small house in Solitude. This was a good fight, a difficult one, but a good one. The bounty bandit had a small posse of well-equipped and dangerous underlings. Taking care of them all was not going to be an easy task. It also didn't help that the aim could have been slightly better, but through all of it, we take each bandit down piece by piece until only the leader remained. There, in the cold, frozen mountains, with their comrades dead around them, the final arrow is knocked and let fly to send their soul to Sovngarde. We also take their head, because, you know, gotta have proof of the kill. We head back to Solitude to talk to Falk Firebeard, first to claim our reward, and of course second to purchase our first house. While I imagine once unlocked, the museum will be our main base of operations in Solitude, this is a good start. It'll at least let us dump parts of our inventory, that way we aren't just carrying them around everywhere with us. After some rest and chatting with patrons at the Winking Skeever, it's time we start working on that request from Aryan to pick up 3 relics. We make our way first to Whiterun, not only because of the fabled Companions Guild, but it's also very central in Skyrim, so setting up good relations and a working base of operations will be fantastic for later on. After paying for a trip to Whiterun, we arrive at the gates when we notice a giant getting wailed on by a few fighters. Before we have a chance to even shoot an arrow, the beast goes down, and Ayla gives us some shit for quote-unquote not helping. Fucking better be careful what you say, I have a bow too. Anyway, she then tells me that they're part of the Companions, and that if I feel like I want to join, I should go talk with Kodlak. That seems like a good idea, honestly, to get my foot in the door with the group.
An outsider, eh? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
We enter Whiterun and find the inn so that we can rest our head. Prior to making our way, passed by the missive board and picked up a bounty for the leader of Silent Moon's camp. Truly, how fortuitous that we are not only heading there for another reason, but now we get to kill somebody and make money off it. Just, you know, big wins all around. It was time to head out towards Silent Moon's camp. The innkeeper let me know it was pretty close to Whiterun, but that it was surrounded by bandits. That being the point, of course, so I thanked her for the information and headed out. On the trail, I was attacked by some dude who had a note from a lady named Camilla. Now, Constantine wasn't the direct target, but the guy was told to look for anybody with halfway decent gear and to meet her at a specific location for loot. We wrote down the spot in our journal and continued on to Silent Moon's. Silent Moon's was not your run-of-the-mill bandit camp. There was a clear leadership, and the bandits all knew their place. It was definitely much more of a difficult fight than I was first led to believe. We slowly picked our way through the main courtyard, killing everyone and taking any loot we found. We then made it to the main location, where we found quite a few individuals around a forge. Dispatching those individuals, it was time to take a closer look at said forge. As we had been going through the base, we kept coming across these lunar steel weapons. Well, turns out this forge has some special property to it, that it can be used during a full moon to obtain those enchantments. Or I guess I could just take one of these and disenchant it, but neither here nor there. This is something to note for later, but it's not a goal of this expedition. We still haven't found the ring, nor have we found the bandit leader. Going through a closed door we had opened during the previous fight, we found ourselves in a basement. This was some sort of loot room, but honestly couldn't tell you what else it was. There was a locked door with a skeleton and a dead person's journal talking about being there some sort of artifact actually in the door, but again, good to know for later, but not useful right now. So, all of this being said, we were able to find Den Stagmer's ring in said basement. Now all that was left was finding the bandit leader and, liberating his head from his shoulders. For profit. This fight was incredibly difficult, as there was a level 20 bandit that kept showing me the business end of his hammer. By all accounts, I really should have just given up. But all it took was a lot of grit, some sneaky maneuvering, and a steel handgun that, you know, there was nothing I couldn't solve. After what felt like an actual eternity, we whittled down both bandits till they were nothing but pincushions. Truly, I think in the end, the bounty bandit just gave up. She knew she was beat, and while she vainly tried for one last desperate attack, we were able to come out on top, put her down, take her head, and now off to Whiterun to make our money. As we arrived back in Whiterun, it was time for a quick increase in power. After having learned the ability to forge elven items, we quickly made ourselves a royal elven bow. This was much better than the imperial one we had been using thus far. We also will be on the lookout for more resources so that we can make some better armor. The stuff we have is fine, but it's not really built to our specifications, and we aren't able to change it. We then head up to Dragon's Reach to talk with the steward and obtain our reward. And with that, our adventure comes to an end for the day. Hello once again, and welcome back to the adventure. When last we left Constantine, she had just finished a double bounty by clearing out the Silent Moons camp and obtaining the first of 3 relics for Arian, the curator of the museum. So it seems it's now time to finish this up for him. With the collection of the Den Stagmer's ring, the next step is the 7-house bell hammer, which is found in Riften, most likely in a bandit hole. So, yay. This leads to the carriage driver, who so kindly took us to the city. Now, Constantine will be returning to Riften. As her time in the tavern, she overheard a couple of rumors regarding a alleged thieves guild. Now, hopefully these are the type that actually allow new recruits and aren't just, you gotta be us to join us. You know, it's imperative she learns any skill she can because she's gotta become better. She will become the best. Having just arrived in the Rift, we knew the general location for the Bellhammer. Though, while we were making our way down the road, we were approached by a few misguided pincushions, assuming they were going to take our lunch money. So, with that problem quickly rectified, in a civil manner of course, Constantine continues to push forward. Searching for a bit longer, Constantine was able to find the bandit hideout. Admittedly, it's also pretty easy to find when you're suddenly and rudely assaulted by wayward souls looking for a quick buck. Dispatching them was not too terribly difficult though, but they were only the appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Making our way into Broken Helm Grotto, Constantine's sneak ability had improved since the last time she tried something like this. While going back and forth, she was able to unceremoniously dispatch all but one of the bandits. It reminded her of her first kill, the way they would just slump over from the arrow hitting their head, or back, or knee. It really didn't matter. Of course, this still left the issue of the big fella, the bandit chief wearing that signature steel armor they all seem to have on. Honestly, thank goodness these bandits are just dumber than a box of rocks, and with some careful movement and moderately okay aim, the chief was finally able to be put out of his misery. Humanely. It was getting late, and there was perfectly good, and currently unowned, sleeping bags available, so Constantine decided to pop a squat. So, yeah, there were dead bodies in the caves, but it was only for a few hours, and she's definitely stayed in worse places. Honestly, at least this cave had a sleeping bag. Upon waking up and having a quick breakfast, she had noticed a chain on the wall prior. A quick pull, and a secret chamber opened. This is where things got a little interesting. The chamber did have the hammer that Arian was looking for, but more importantly, there was a dead man. Constantine is no stranger to death, obviously, but she is against the idea of torture for the sake of torture. This man looked like a peasant farmer just trying to go about his life. Most likely, he had a family. She should try to find them and report his death, though how she'll know who and what family he belongs to, we're unsure. She'll just have to figure it out. The sight pissed Constantine off. The concept of torture to her was unnecessary in the art of death. It needlessly prolonged the suffering for the outcome to simply be the same, especially for bandits who probably just enjoyed it for the sake of it. She had avenged the man's death, but that just wasn't enough for her. No. She wanted to make a statement in case any other bandit moved in. She desecrated the bodies with fire, burning them to cinders, leaving nothing but burnt husks as a grim warning to any who inevitably would fill this hole again. Having left the hideout, Constantine was attacked by a group of wandering Draugr. She's taken by complete surprise, as Draugr are not usually seen outside of crypts, as well as just being seen in plain daylight. Either a necromancer is having a field day with their experimentation, or something weird is going on. In either case, a quick dispatch of all that was needed to be done. She heads for the caravan afterwards to take her to Markarth so she can pick up the last object Arian requested. Having arrived in Markarth, she makes a beeline for the last known location of this item. It's in a Forsworn camp that seems to honestly have already been dealt with by a group of purple-robed individuals. It's just a quick snatch and grab, and we're back on our way to Solitude. No violence necessary. We arrive back in Solitude, and of course, take a look at the missive board. Appears there's the threat of a vampire in the area. Not the usual prey Constantine would hunt, but the pay's gotta be pretty good. I mean, it is a vampire. The note says it's been spotted recently around the Four Shields Tavern, but that's a problem for not right now. Having finally made it back to Arian, we hand him the requested items. And to be honest, the pay wasn't great, considering the amount of bandits we had to humanely dispose of. It was at that point, though, he made Constantine a deal. If we were to become his partner, we would be able to store all our equipment and relics here in the museum. It seems as good a deal as any, and Arian promises security for the collection. He also notes that there's a personal armory we can use in the downstairs basement area, so another big win. The next 15 odd minutes are used placing all museum items we currently can, running back to our house here in Solitude, and obtaining all those items for storage. Honestly, nothing too interesting as of right now was placed, mostly just bits and bobs. More importantly, though, it's finally time we update our gear and get rid of these poor-fitting clothing. Using the abilities she's learned, the current armor she has on, while it's light, it is bulky and is overly large for her frame. It wasn't necessarily a massive hindrance, but it was definitely time to make something more her size. So, it's time to go to the blacksmith, as you see here. After going through designs in her mind, she ended up choosing to go with light steel armor in the guise of elvish armor. The metal is tempered and worked in such a way that while not necessarily as strong as true elvish armor, she could do a lot worse considering her skill level. And also, she couldn't find any items to make the elvish armor with. In the end, she can now comfortably fit into her new armor, and she no longer looks like a child in adult clothing. It's now time to hunt that vampire.
Need something?
A vampire hunt is not something to be taken lightly. Constantine will very rarely take these quests, as not only can they be incredibly difficult, if you're unaware, you can be made a thrall or a vampire yourself. Through her travels, though, Constantine has learned that while vampires can be any race, something about Sanguine Vampiris forces the individual's eyes to glow an unusual orange color. This is the dead giveaway to look out for when you're hunting a vampire. Reading over the note again, the vampire has been spotted several times in the Four Shields Tavern. While at the blacksmith, she made idle conversation with the blacksmith, and he let her know that the tavern was just down the road in a small town known as Dragon's Bridge. He was of course curious why she'd be interested in a small tavern when the Winking Skeever was much closer and served better ale. She simply replied that she was hunting for a vampire. What was odd, though, was the man quickly turned back to his work and would answer no questions further. The silence of the blacksmith interested Constantine, but she's learned not to probe too much lest you lose an information source later down the line. Plus, she needed no other information. She knew where the tavern was. While the actual identity of the suspect was unknown, it was only a matter of time before she came face to face with her quarry. Having now arrived in Dragon's Bridge, and the blacksmith wasn't lying, it really was just straight down the road. She quickly found the tavern, steeling herself for what she assumed to be a nasty fight upon entrance. Very quickly, she double-checks the note, makes sure she's in the right place, and gets ready. Upon entering the tavern, though, she notices nothing out of the ordinary. It's a normal tavern with normal patrons. Something's not right here. She's gonna have to figure this out. She had noticed one individual who looked odd, but a quick study of her eyes showed no orange glow. Either the vampire knew how to hide the glow, or the old lady wasn't a vampire. For now, Constantine chose to assume the latter. She continued to wander through the small tavern, checking everybody and talking to those who she could. Nobody had anything to say about any vampire or anybody acting out of the ordinary. Well, whether nobody knew anything or chose not to say anything was to be determined. There was a stillness in the tavern. Someone absolutely knew something. Nobody was speaking. Constantine was going to have to do a stakeout, and gods, she hated stakeouts. Her plan was simple: stay in the tavern, acting like a normal patron, and study some more magic while waiting for night to arrive. She assumed the vampire wasn't here during the day, maybe it appeared at night. So that was the plan. She'd study till the evening and hopefully catch the vampire once the sun went down. With the sun finally down, the tavern started to pick up a little. If a vampire was here, this was going to be the time where they could blend seamlessly into the crowd. It would also be a great time to silently remove the threat from said town. But upon a quick once-over of the tavern, still no vampire. Had it left? Caught wind it was being hunted? Not sure. Maybe it was outside, skulking about, waiting for a drunkard to come stumbling out of the bar and make an easy meal of them. A courier had also appeared, handing Constantine a note from Arian about a safe house he had opened in the museum for her. That was nice of him. The courier system works overtime, she noticed here in Skyrim, and the couriers absolutely have to use some form of a tracking spell. It was pitch black, and yet the only soul Constantine saw outside besides the courier was the night watch. No skulking vampire or anybody looking out of place. Her mind wandered. Had she made a mistake talking with the blacksmith? Was he a thrall, or worse, a conspirator? Had someone in the tavern noticed her and let her quarry know? This was not good. One thing is hunting a vampire, another is being hunted by that same vampire. She was cautious as she entered back into the tavern. She needed rest, but camping outside was too dangerous. She'd have to risk it by sleeping in the tavern. Best case scenario, she could start her search tomorrow. Worst case, she'd be waking up with fangs over her head.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Constantine fell asleep for hours, recuperating her strength. When she woke up, the same patrons were there. Something was out of place, though. Suddenly, a sound was heard like an ice spell being shot. There was no ice marks anywhere, and nobody in the tavern seemed bothered by it. Had she misheard something? Unsure. That's when she saw her. Someone she hadn't seen before. And her eyes. That unnatural orange.
Yes, I haven't got all day.
You've been working hard lately.
She quickly exited the room. She'd made contact with the quarry. Vampires are cunning creatures. She looked dead at Constantine. Did she know? Had she woken up an hour later, would she have been the next victim? Why was nobody else seemingly concerned? Constantine was unnerved at the normalcy of everything. It's okay. She asked the tavern owner for food and water. She was hungry, of course, and she wanted to keep an eye on the vampire. After eating, Constantine just kept watching the vampire. It wasn't doing anything. It almost looked relaxed, like it knew it was safe, or was just trying to live its life. In a fit of stupidity, maybe, Constantine approached to make small talk. The vampire did not attack, but when she made mention about the paleness of her skin, the vampire seemed to smile devilishly and agreed, but said nothing more. The vampire seemed so normal. It made no difference. Constantine had a contract to fulfill. The vampire had to die. The question was how. There were so many witnesses in the tavern, she couldn't just kill in cold blood. Unless... could she? It was, of course, just a vampire. An undead. People probably wouldn't care. So that's what she did. Hid in a corner, pulled the arrow back, and let it fly. The arrow found its mark quickly, and yet nobody in the tavern made any move towards her. They had to have seen her, no matter what. Right? Maybe they just didn't care. A quick rifle through the inventory proved it was a vampire, and to make sure she was well and truly gone, the body was burned. Contract complete. With the vampire dead, Constantine started to head back to Solitude. As she walked, something felt wrong. The people in the tavern and their behavior bothered her. It wasn't that they didn't know it was a vampire. They had to have known, otherwise how would the contract have been placed to begin with? No, it was a simple fact that they appeared okay with the vampire living in their vicinity. None of the patrons had looked or even acted as if they were a thrall. Otherwise, she would have been attacked on sight. But if they were okay with it, they also seemed unbothered by its death. This reminded Constantine about the court wizard in Solitude, whose eyes matched that same orange glow. Was Solitude a secret haven for vampires under the watch of the court wizard? Did the Jarl even know? Or were the vampires becoming more civilized? Are vampires learning to control their bloodlust to work and live in non-vampire society? There were too many questions circling Constantine's head, and if she was being honest with herself, she'd appreciate it if they left her alone. She had a contract for the vampire, and the contract was now completed. That was it. That was her job. She needed a change of pace, and remembered the good-looking huntress Ayla tell her about the companions. It may be time for her to join up with her first faction and see what the companions are able to teach her.
It's almost getting downright hot now.
Arriving in Whiterun in the evening, she hoped the companions would still be up. She'd never actually joined a full-fledged warrior guild before, so this would be the first. The concern melted away about them being awake when she entered Jorvaskr for the first time and saw two of the companions beating the snot out of each other. She quickly got bored and followed the stairs down to find the head of the companions, Kodlak. She found him, who was talking to a strapping young man and appeared to be deep in conversation about something. It wasn't really her prerogative to know, and she just waited for them to stop before speaking with the old man. She liked him from the moment they started speaking. He was wise and humble, but could most likely still break the back of a bear by simply looking at it. There was a ferocity in both their eyes that gave her pause, but she pressed on. Speaking with Kodlak, he requested the man next to him, Vilkas, take Constantine to the yard and see how she could swing a blade. While Constantine was going to say she primarily chose to use the bow, if she could enter the companions using a tool she was weaker with, once she started using her favored weapon, there's a possibility they would gain massive respect for her, or so her thought process was. Following Vilkas out, he told her to try her hardest, and somehow she did narrowly beat him. Though whether he let her or not is, we're unsure. Also unsure about Constantine's character, but he followed Kodlak's request. Vilkas stated that we are now a whelp in the companions and to take a sword to their local blacksmith for sharpening. Constantine sort of thought to herself, what sort of warrior doesn't know how to sharpen their own blade? Finding the blacksmith, Jorland, he also appears to be a wiser older man. We gave him Vilkas' sword, to which he appeared rather amused by this. It seems Vilkas was hazing us, so that was nice. He also gives us a shield, which he asks if we can return to Ayla for him. The man's wife is in mourning, and it's the least we can do to continue to put in some good graces with the rest of the companions. We accept and head back to Jorvaskr. Back inside, we meet up again with Ayla and another companion member, Skjor. The two bantered back and forth and admittedly made us feel pretty welcome. While clearly a battle-hardened group of individuals, they do have a good heart, and you can tell. Ayla then called in Farkas, another member. He showed us where all the newer recruits sleep. This is a massive improvement. So we no longer have to pay for, room and board, at least here in Whiterun anymore. Now, it's not a private residence, so we won't be storing anything, but it is a start. Finally, Farkas lets us know he's got a job for us. Go to a bandit hideout and clear him out. He never said anything about being nice, so it looks like it'll be bandit cleanup with extreme prejudice. We take Farkas' advice. It had been a long trip from Solitude, and it seemed like a good idea to at least get some more magic studying done. After a quick study session, Constantine popped into bed, getting ready to take on the bandit camp. Outside again in Whiterun, and before heading out, it seemed like a good idea to take a look at the bounty board again. So there were two contracts that caught our eye. The first was a bounty bandit whose location was incredibly close to where Farkas wanted us to go, and another alleged vampire hunt here in Whiterun. Now, the vampire hunt could wait. Constantine wanted to check her theories a little bit before immediately diving in, and we were going to bag 2 bandit assignments on one outing. Our trek to our first location was easy enough. Running into no trouble, it was a nice time to stretch the legs, and the weather was just perfect. Finally, coming upon Redorand's retreat, there are no guards posted outside. So, considering it was almost built into the hill, it's surprising there was nobody guarding the entrance, but oh well, their loss of life. Our target was a bounty bandit. These individuals are known criminals and typically have bounties in several holds. Now, what'll typically happen is the holds will come together and go, hey, we've had this problem with this guy. Hey, we've had this problem with this girl. Why don't we pool some resources together and put up this bounty? So usually if you have a bounty in one hold, you won't have it in another. Some folks, they're a little worse. So they get to become these bounty bandits. They gain these reputations for all sorts of malice, and it's up to the mercenaries to take them out. Now, holds could, of course, have their guards go and try and clear them out, but, I mean, they're bounty bandits for a reason. They're dangerous. And look, we're not going to hate on hold guards, but sometimes their training is lacking. So why not just pay somebody? And speaking of which, that payout is usually pretty good. And while the holds prefer to get the bandit alive so that they can execute them, they're not against the mercenary just doing it for them. They were going to kill him anyways, so. While Constantine has no issue with taking the bandit alive, in reality, to her at least, killing them is just much more pragmatic. Not because she saves the headsman some time, but taking a bandit alive requires her to at least keep them close at all times. She has to stop what she's doing, take them back to the hold. There's sometimes paperwork she wouldn't know. She's never taken them alive before. And if we're being honest, a dead one, all she needs to do is take the head and just loop it to her belt and she can continue. She'll get the same amount of money. After putting a quick end to the bounty, she just had to finish with the bandit chief. Definitely a nuisance, one she would prefer to be without so she can claim the necessary proof, but, you know, man's gotta meet his makers. Some agile footwork, a few arrows, and a sword does the trick, and he goes down. Constantine looks around at her work with approval. Now all that was left was to claim the proof of the bounty. This part's never fun, but it's a necessary one. Otherwise, you could just say the bandit is dead and lie, and then you could take a bribe from the bandit, and then lie. So, she's a professional. She would never. Unless the pay was good enough. She did always wonder what the contracts did with the heads once she would give it to them. Her current running theory is they're simply thrown into a mass head grave, but at this point it's not her problem, and she doesn't actually want to know. One bounty down. It's now time to clean up the den Farkas wanted dealt with. It was truly only a quick sprint from Redorand's retreat. This does beg the question if the two groups were working together. Considering they hadn't already just killed each other, it was safe to assume that they were at least cordial with each other. Now, Constantine's no stranger to violence, obviously, but the thing that makes bandit groups so easy to pick off is the fact that they cannibalize each other. They don't work together. If bandit groups in Skyrim started working together, well, it's just not an ideal situation for anyone. Inside the bandit camp, and it looked like another natural formed cavern that had been converted into a hideout. The problem with places like these is that you can clear them out 100 times, but it's just like rats. No one will always come back. These open caverns are like festering wounds that, if not properly checked up on, will inevitably bring infection. The infection in this case being the bandits. The approach is still the same though. Be as quiet as possible for as long as possible. Now, you've probably been noticing a spell get triggered when Constantine enters combat. She bought and researched a spell known as Octa's Recital. This can save certain types of spells and will activate on combat for no mana cost. The spell you're seeing is Stone Skin. She does intend to get some form of an illusion spell and restoration spell locked into the recital as well. Having cleared out the last bandit, Constantine assumed she had finished the task, but noticed no chief. Either this was a leaderless group, or she wasn't done. She went with the latter. That's when she noticed the door. Being a woman of great courage, no simple door could scare her, and she pressed forward to await the horrors that were beyond the... There was no one there. Well, yet. Invisibility. It's always invisibility. She had to learn that trick. Being able to go invisible at will seemed like a perfect skill, one she needed but had no time to think about right now. She had to cut this bandit down to size. That's when it happened. She didn't know what she was looking at. A headless, near-naked orc body just coming at her. It could do damage, and yet it couldn't be real. Was it a hallucination? Something in the cave, maybe? Or a poison? Bet you it was a poison she was struck with. It made no difference. Constantine just needed to keep her wits about her, and enough arrows seemed to stop whatever it was. But the body didn't disappear, so that's a problem for not right now. The problem right now is the current bandit chief. Something about this chief felt odd. He wouldn't move. He clearly looked like he wanted to, but he couldn't or chose not to. Something was definitely off about this hideout. Constantine doesn't hallucinate. Maybe after a couple of drinks, she'll see a shadow that wasn't there, but never a full-fledged body. And now this? A chief who isn't moving? Until all of a sudden he did. Now, was this a sneak attack he was trying? A ploy to get her to lower her guard? Constantine's unsure. What she does know is he is now currently moving, and he is going to die, like the rest of them. He begged for his life, but Constantine was done with this place. She wanted out. The hallucination frightened her so much, and she just wanted to leave. She ignored the man's pleas and put an arrow in him, quickly looting the place because money is money, and then bolted back to Whiterun. It was raining by the time she left. What a day it had been, and it started out so well, with a quick and easy bounty kill. What was that body she saw floating at her? Was she going insane? No, she reminded herself. Think rationally. Think rationally. She had fought a Khajiit who went invisible with no magic. Likely he was using some form of a poison or a potion. So his weapon must have also been tipped with a poison. That must have been it. The poison must have done something to her mind that made her saw the body. The body showed up after the Khajiit died, so that had to be it. As she continued towards Whiterun, she let her mind wander freely until finally she arrived back at the gates. Back in the safety of the city, Constantine ran up to Dragon's Reach to turn in the bounty for the first bandit, and then used the court wizard's enchantment table to practice her skills at enchanting. She had learned a few new enchants from certain items that she had picked up along the way, but she also wanted to practice enchanting on a couple rings. She made one she really liked, but would sell the rest for a profit. As we watch Constantine head back towards Jorrvaskr to turn in the contract to Farkas, I want to thank you all so much for watching and your support on that first episode. I never would have thought I would get as many views or subscribers from that first episode, but the amount of engagement I have gotten and just like the comments have been really kind. They've been fantastic. And I cannot thank you guys enough. Truly. But with that, as Constantine turns in her contract and is told about Skjor looking for her, this is where we will leave our heroine. confused and startled about the last interaction, but battle-hardened and ready for the next assignment. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the adventure. Last we left off, Constantine was in Jorvaskr being requested by Skjor for a mission. It's time to see what he wants.
I guess that comes down to football.
It appears that Vilkas is having a rather in-depth conversation with Rita about stances and fighting. They seem deep in conversation, and while she does have a tendency to work alone, Constantine can't help but feel a small twinge of jealousy for the companionship they seem to hold for each other. No time to rest on those thoughts of companionship, though. She has been specifically requested for a mission, so it's best not to disappoint. She finds Skjor down below, who informs her that this is going to be her induction test. Apparently, Constantine was not yet officially a part of the companions. She was more of like an intern. This was to be her official test. We're to travel to a grave burrow with Farkas in search of something known as a fragment of Wuthrad. Apparently, the honor of the companions relies on it, being able to retrieve this one little fragment of a massive blade. Honestly, it seems a little childish and almost below her skills, but hey, you know what? If it gets her into the group, she's not going to argue. She's simply going to use this as a show of her skill and hopefully keep pushing her forward. It's late in the day, and grabbing Farkas now to head out just seems unnecessary. While there was some level of urgency in Skjor's voice, if this weapon has been in fragments for centuries, it can wait another day. Constantine heads to the barrack area, sits down, and studies a bit more magic, and will then fall asleep. Heck, we got a grave to rob in the morning. After a quick breakfast of champions, that being, of course, salmon and water, we find Farkas, who we talk to and mention what our plan is. He appears a man of action rather than words, and appears more keen to just get going. And so we do. This will be the first time in a long while that Constantine has ever worked with somebody again. As the pair head towards the barrow, Constantine reminisces. She remembers working with another warrior, a man's name who she can't remember, about a year ago on a bounty. It wasn't a particularly difficult bounty, at first. Clear out some bandits and just bring proof of death. The warrior was inexperienced. It was actually his first time working as a mercenary, and he asked if she would be willing to take him on as an apprentice. He had heard about her from innkeepers and that she might be a good teacher. Originally skeptical, she rationalized it as an extra sword to help her out, and if things got hairy, well, an extra sword's an extra sword. If he did a good job, who knows, maybe she could get a traveling companion. He wouldn't live to see his next sunrise. The two had approached the camp cautiously. It was not a barricaded camp, just a few tents and about 5 bandits. What Constantine failed to notice was the equipment they were wearing, or in this case, lack thereof. This was a mage bandit camp. Mages are difficult adversaries, and Constantine's grasp of magic was limited. She would have to use her bow. She could not use her sword. They'd cut her to pieces. The other warrior had no bow, just a sword. She told him to stay down and follow her lead. She picked off the first, second, and third. With 2 left, the warrior got impatient. He drew his sword and charged. Constantine was not stupid. She did not run after him. She just kept her bow ready to hit her marks. The warrior didn't make it more than a few meters to the 4th mage when Constantine got a front row seat to an ice spike impaling him in the head. He was dead before he hit the ground. His death, though, was not in vain. The mages, on alert believing that their friends had died by his hand, relaxed. Constantine used this lapse in judgment to quickly finish the job. She approached the now dead body of the young warrior and buried him in a small grave. She did not weep or grieve. This was the life of a mercenary, and she hardly knew him. Can't even remember his name, for God's sake. Why would she be remembering this young warrior at a time like this? Farkas was a strong man and a seasoned fighter, not like the other warrior. She let the thought stand there for a bit until she pushed it away. The rest of the trip, until they reached the barrow, was silence for her. We enter the barrow and come to our first open space. Farkas makes note that there are signs of recent activity. Constantine would have to concur with him. There are pickaxes everywhere and twice dead Draugr at boot. Now, who else would be down here? Not totally sure. The pair continues onward into what Constantine assumes to be one of many burial locations. Certain Draugr start to reanimate and attack. The two fight diligently and cut them down to size, with Constantine remembering to pick up some of those weapons for the museum. We continue down when we come across a weird chest. Now, this just looks out of place, and upon attempting to open it, it grows arms and legs and a tongue, and holy shit, it's a mimic. This was one of the hardest fights. And even with Farkas, Constantine nearly bit the dust, but she was able to pull through and put the poor thing out of its misery. Now we have to add chests to the things in the ever-growing pile of items trying to kill you in Skyrim. After that close encounter with death, Constantine is on high alert, but she has no time to worry about it as the pair enter a locked room. Looking around, there does appear to be an enchanting table and some loot around the area, but they're locked in due to a gate. Annoyingly, there is no apparent entrance, so Constantine keeps searching. She finally comes across a lever in another room, but when she hits it, bam! The door slams shut on her. This is not an ideal situation. Constantine couldn't tell if Farkas was annoyed by her actions or not. She was more annoyed at herself now that she needed some assistance. Farkas goes to try to help Constantine, but then a group of what she assumed to be presumably bandits showed up. They kept talking like they knew Farkas personally, or at least of him in a personal manner.
Which one is that?
It doesn't matter. He wears that armor, he dies.
Killing you will make for an excellent story.
That's when before her eyes, he shed his skin and turned into a wolf. Constantine has never come face to face with a werewolf before in all her life. The sight scared her to death as she watched as Farkas shredded the group to pieces. The werewolf then runs away. The door opens, and Constantine, for the first time in a while, doesn't know what to do. She is terrified. Was she supposed to know this? Was she going to die here? Did others know? She drew her bow ready to shoot him just in case. In fear, she let the arrow fly, but in her fear, she shot wildly off target and only glanced his armor. To her shock, Farkas seemed unfazed by this and explained that only those in the circle have the beast blood. And not to worry, we're only here for the fragment of Uthrad and nothing else. While Constantine noticed no malice, she stayed on edge as they continued through the crypt. As the two delve deeper into the crypt, they approach the more standard burial area. Skeletons and corpses line the walls, but this isn't Constantine's first time in a crypt. She knows the warning signs of Draugr who are only playing dead. Well, less dead than their brethren. She dispatches them with ease. They also keep coming across the bandits who had attacked Farkas. It seems they're less of a group of bandits and more a group of just werewolf hunters. She finds that they all have silver items on them and cure disease potions. Admittedly, she wasn't sure how much those potions actually helped against lycanthropy, but hey, if it makes them feel better, why not? She wouldn't really have any problem with them. You know, she's not a werewolf, but because she's near Farkas, her proximity to him makes her a threat. She notes down the name of the group, the Silver Hand. She's unsure about what to do with them. On one hand, they are trying to kill her, but on the other hand, they could teach her a lot about lycanthropy. So, for now, she'll kill them, and then later on, maybe she'll see what she can do about them. The rest of the crypt is more of the same. Draugr trying to make her one of them, and Silver Hand members trying to make her a Draugr. There are a few chests and trinkets she picks up here and there, but nothing of note. They do come across a random spider den at some point, but they are easily taken care of. As we noted, there really wasn't much of note until they reached the main burial chamber. The main chamber's filled with coffins, but nothing's jumping out at her, which is always a good sign. The creepier part, though, is the chanting she's hearing. Farkas seems to not notice or not care, so either she's losing her sanity or this is all in her head. The chanting gets louder and louder as she approaches a wall with unknown language on it. One of the words is shining a blue color, and once she gets close enough to it, she almost understood the word, like in a primal sense. But that was it, and nothing else happened. She looks to Farkas, who looks at her like she's crazy. He clearly saw nothing. Oh boy, is she hallucinating again? It's a possibility. But unsure and unimportant, the fragment of Wuthrat is not only real, it's in front of them. She picks it up, leading to all hell breaking loose. The Draugr keeps spilling out, and it's doing everything the pair can to simply just keep them at bay and not get overrun. A few times, Farkas even had to take a knee, but thanks to Constantine's quick thinking and quicker eye, his immediate threats were taken care of. It feels like an absolute onslaught of never-ending Draugr, until finally, the last one falls and stays down. The two take deep breaths, loot what they can, and exit. The sun had dropped by the time they exited the cairn. Constantine appreciated the cold breeze on her face. The stale tomb air had started to hang in her lungs, and she felt suffocated. Or, it was because of the stench of the dead was overpowering. Truly, one or the other. The two continued back to Whiterun, silent. This had turned into far more than a simple tomb raid. She thought back to the young warrior and the failures of companionship she had had in the past. Yet, on this excursion, the two of them worked relatively well together. Not necessarily the person she would want to travel with her, but if she could find an individual who was just as strong, it might be worth having an actual travel partner again. As they reach the gates of Whiterun, a courier comes running up to her. This is the second time they've been able to find her when they needed to. She is now completely convinced they use a tracking spell, though the contents of this letter are much more intriguing. It seems she has garnered a little bit more of a reputation here in Skyrim, and the Jarl Falkreath wants to talk with her.
That's it. Got to go.
Constantine learned a long time ago that it's best to give people in power a couple of minutes to talk. They can still be killed all the same if they try anything stupid, but they usually pay the best. Once she's done with the companions here, she may go speak with this Jarl. Finally back within the walls of Whiterun, the pair make it back to Jorrvaskr, where Vilkas is waiting. He tells us to follow him as there is a surprise waiting for Constantine. On the other side is Kodlak, Ayla, Skjor, and, obviously Vilkas, who are all in attendance. Because we survived and brought the fragment of Wuthrat back, this was our initiation ceremony.
Brothers and sisters of the Circle, today we welcome a new soul into our mortal fold. This woman has endured, has challenged, and has shown her valor. Who will speak for her?
I stand witness to the courage of the soul before us.
Would you raise your shield in her defense?
I would stand at her back, that the world might never overtake us.
And would you raise your sword in her honor?
It stands ready to meet the blood of her foes.
And would you raise a mug in her name?
I would lead the song of triumph as our mead hall reveled in her stories.
Then the judgment of this circle is complete. Her heart beats with fury and courage that have united the companions since the days of the distant green summers. Let it beat with ours, that the mountains may echo and our enemies may tremble at the call.
It
shall be so.
Well, girl,
Constantine genuinely appreciated the ceremony. It was small and mostly ceremonial, but she finally, truly felt like she was part of a larger group. Being inducted into the companions opened up a massive wealth of potential knowledge she'd be able to learn from as well. Speaking with Kodlak, he finds it funny that she learned about Farkas' wolf blood, but reassures her that nobody outside the circle is a werewolf, nor, so it seems, does anybody else actually know that. So, gotta keep that a secret. Kodlak bid her farewell and also told her to get a sword upgrade from Jorland. Before all that, though, it was finally time for Constantine to head to bed, as it had been an incredibly long day.
Some may prefer eternity in his hunting grounds, but I crave the fellowship of Sovngarde.
Having woken up the next day, Constantine made her decision about the Jarl of Falkreath. She would go and see him, but decided it was high time she actually started to explore Skyrim on foot rather than by carriage. She also quickly picked up a job from Farkas that has her go kill people over in the Reach. She then decided to head to the local inn to stock up. That's when she remembered she had recently picked up another vampire hunting quest. She sat down and read the note. So apparently she is looking for the Sleeping Giant Inn, which is, funny enough, not the Bannered Mare here in Whiterun. She had the faintest idea where that was, but being more focused on the Falkreath assignment, she didn't really ask around. After acquiring her provisions, she went back to speak with Yorland as requested by Kodlak. Heading back up to Yorland was absolutely the right call. Not only did she get a new Skyforged steel sword from the old blacksmith, she also inquired about his desire to teach her. He was more than happy, for a fee of course, and after spending some gold and time with the man, she gained some newfound knowledge when it came to the art of smithing. It was now, finally, time to head out. Hitting the open road felt good. Constantine's map had Falkreath as somewhere in the south, though where exactly was unknown. She cared little, though. She was just happy to be traveling again. The past few days had been a lot. From a vampire hunt to the companion's initiation to now being summoned by a Jarl of all people. It was truly a lot to take in for someone who was still so new to Skyrim. She did have to give herself props, though. She'd helped open a new museum in Solitude, and that in and of itself was worth staying for. She already had a base of operations in Solitude anyways, and a halfway decent one in Whiterun. The hope now, sort of, was that she could start acquiring more strongholds in the other holds to help ease her travels and always have somewhere to rest her head as needed. And as a place to obtain more information for further contracts or, as she's now working in the museum, artifacts. As Constantine crested a hill, she came upon a small village. It wasn't on her map, though that being said, she had very little on it to begin with. The village was known as Riverwood, and all signs pointed to this being a relatively decent living town. It also looked like a well-traveled one. She could hear people mulling about and a blacksmith working in the background. She imagined there was a trader and an inn nearby. That being the case, though, she had just stocked up on provisions, so her plan was originally to just pass through. That is, until she saw the sign on the inn, the Sleeping Giant Inn. She passed by it without taking note, but her mind caught up to what her eyes had already seen, and she realized this was the inn where the vampire was spotted. She was, of course, contract-bound to kill this thing, so she turned around right into an orc in armor she had never seen before. He asked her if she'd be interested in joining a group known as the Dawnguard to fight against the growing vampire menace. I mean, it only made sense he would be here. He must have known about the vampire as well, but it seemed he had no luck and was on his way. Constantine jumped at the idea of taking out the vampire threat with an actual group rather than her just doing it herself, and the orc let her know where to meet up. With that out of the way, though, it was time for her hunt of the vampire to begin, and hopefully the vampire hadn't actually fled after seeing the orc. The hunt started as the other one had. Constantine had a good idea of how this was going to play out, so she stepped inside and checked around, noticing that nobody looked out of the ordinary.
Can I help you?
Rather than what she did last time, where she outwardly made herself look suspicious, this time she attempted to do the opposite. She hung around, spoke with the patrons, and just sort of practiced her alchemy, learning the ingredients to a bunch of different items. When testing items, by the way, it's important to be sitting down in case the effects are not ideal. She also spoke with the barkeep and found out about a recent break-in at the local trader. She filed that away for later. Break-ins are actually really good for business, as someone is usually willing to pay for their stolen goods back. There was this one time when someone paid her to get the stolen goods back and they didn't pay, and now they don't. Well, doesn't matter what happened to them. She got paid. After ingratiating herself into the tavern scene, though, she did get herself a room and dropped in bed for the night. Then, as if on cue, upon waking up and opening the door, the vampire was right outside her door. She made no attempts at hiding, unlike the previous one. Constantine was sure she was being hunted at this point. She quickly spoke with the vampire to see if any reasonable information could be gleaned from her, but as like the last one, nothing could be acquired. So,
It would seem
in
so.
partial fear, but also to just be done with her contract, she stepped back into her room quickly and shot, killing the vampire and burning the corpse to make sure it could not rise again. Again, nobody in the tavern seemed to care, like, at all. Constantine is now sure that the majority of the population are aware, but are afraid to do something if the vampires are not openly hostile. With this contract complete, she is free to continue towards Falkreath. She'll leave the dust for the innkeeper to clean up. As she made her way out of the inn, light snow began to fall. It was the first hearth fire, signaling the end of spring and the beginning of fall. She can't complain though. She appreciates the cold, though she may need to look into getting a cloak as the days get colder. Or at least stocking up on resist cold potions. So, as she continued down the path, she heard a faint sound of hammering, and considering how close she is to a town, she assumed this must be the town's mine, or something related to Riverwood. How right and wrong she was. As she got closer, she was introduced to the business end of a bunch of bandit swords. So there was no contract out for this, mine murder spree, but they attacked her on sight, meaning that this was now a personal affront to Constantine, something she could not let stand. So she slaughtered them. All of them. The fight started off a lot harder than she first thought. Without warning, she was being attacked on all sides, and it was all she could do to get out of the line of fire. Thankfully, Constantine is no stranger to a quick escape, and was able to hightail herself out of the mountain, or up the mountain in this case. These bandits were clearly skilled in ambush tactics. She could tell based off of what they had done. But once it came to a prolonged fight, they were lacking. Constantine was able from her perch to kill one, and she wounded the other, and went down the mountain to get a little bit more, close to the second one. Having killed him, she assumed that there would be more inside the mine. Constantine's blood was burning, and her bloodlust would be satisfied. Inside the mine, she took stock of her situation. She quickly ate and drank some water before beginning her assault. As she kept going down, she heard the voices of other bandits. She had no way of knowing how many there would be, but she made it a vow on her bloodlust that they would all die by her bow, or sword, or fire. She approached slowly, no reason to be stupid and charge in. She had the element of surprise, and of course, if she could knock a few of them out before getting into melee combat, the better. Upon getting into range, she fired off a good couple shots. They struck their target, but only wounded them. She cursed under her breath. She must have hit armor. The bandits, for their part, were clearly not as brain-dead as other ones she'd come across, and they had a pretty good idea where the arrow may have came from. Immediately, they drew blades and headed towards her. A fight was going to begin. On the way in, Constantine had noticed a rockfall trap. She assumed she might be able to use that against her attackers. Here's the problem about traps, though. They're still traps, and if activated improperly, they can still hinder your progress. In her haste, as you saw, Constantine wasn't careful, and while she activated the trap, she also ate shit, cursing as she went down. While recovering, one of the bandits, who did not succumb to the rocks, took a few hits at her. Thankfully, her armor held. All she could do was see red. She would kill everyone in that mine. She looted the corpses for what they were worth, and continued onwards. Hearing more hammering, she knew there were still others. They were just waiting their turn to be sent on into the afterlife on an arrow's tip of death. This was the first time in a long time Constantine had, without a contract, assaulted a bandit camp for nothing more than bloodlust. She was usually quite calm and collected, and did a good job of hiding her ferocity. Every once in a while, though, that anger would show. She would try not to think about it deep at night when she was sleeping. But deep down she knew. She reveled in it. She enjoyed it. As she hit the lever for the bridge to fall, the bandits heard it. These were smart bastards. They knew something was up. Constantine was absolutely vibrating in her bloodlust. She readied for them to come. She welcomed it. She embraced it. The first two had attacked, and they were easy pickings. One was killed before he even made it to her, and the second went down without much fanfare either. Yet there were more. There were always more. Constantine continued onward, in a trance-like state, but still aware enough to remember her training. She looted a few items as she could, and she turned a corner to a guard. There was no thought, she just put an arrow into him and dinged the armor. She swore. She needed stronger arrows. The steel ones just weren't cutting it. But he attacked, and he fell like the rest of them. She continued her assault.
You're gonna die for that. You're dead.
Then came what can only be called her largest fight to date. She came upon the cistern of the mine with several bandits all around it. Her plan was simple: silently take out as many as she could before the rest overwhelmed her. In the shadows, she was able to thin their numbers a bit, but it just wasn't enough. She was overwhelmed, and close quarters were not her strong suit. She would run back and forth across the bridge. She was able to get the majority of them in front of her, and Constantine is anything if not brazen. She would jump between the ledge and the bridge and the water, trying to get them to follow her. She was quick, too. She could get them into unfavorable positions and put a few arrows into them. At some point, she switches to blade and magic. Fire is, of course, a better crowd control than an arrow, and she let loose using these same tricks over and over again. For all their intelligence, these bandits were still just that: weak, pathetic, predictable bandits. They would all fall by her blade and sate her anger, sate her bloodlust.
Puny weak. Spray and stitch us while you can.
See you burn!
In time, they all fell to her blade, her bow, her magic. This only left this last orc. He was a strong fighter, and he was able to pop a potion mid-fight to regain his health. He was the strongest of the lot by far, and truly made a worthy opponent. But like all his comrades before him, he would know defeat. He would taste oblivion. Constantine looked around and took stock of her work. Several dead, and most likely, if there were any left, they too were dead or fled. The place was clear, and she was tired. The anger she once felt dissipated. By her vow, she would make sure that all the bandits were dead, but she knew them to all be dead. It was just a matter of checking, just ticking the boxes. She then came upon a rather interesting weapon, a red battle axe, simply named the Battle Axe of Hate. Had this item, sensing her nearby, reached out? Had this item influenced her and sent her into the blood rage? She wanted to believe it. Believe that she had simply been influenced, but she knew better. She knew those emotions were her own. She didn't really know what to feel about that either. She found one of the dead, and in a fit of frustration, she burned it, desecrating the body. She needed to leave. She was tired, and there was nothing left for her here. Back outside in the cool air, she felt calm again. She left and headed back towards Riverwood. She was too tired to continue on to Falkreath for the day. She needed rest and food. Our adventure continues with Constantine waking up in the Sleeping Giant Inn. Finally rested from her encounter at the Ember Shard mine, it was now time to continue on to Falkreath.
Of course.
The Jarl wanted to see her personally, and she needed to get some sort of base of operations so far south in Skyrim. After a quick chat with the barkeep, she was on her way out. It was a clear and sunny day, truly the perfect traveling weather. Now, she had the general idea of where Falkreath would be, but she was still going to follow the signs as necessary. As Constantine's pace quickened from Riverwood, she came upon 3 standing stones. She'd learned about these on her travels, knowing there was something like 12 of them scattered throughout the land. She made a mental note to try to visit all of them. As she examined each one, she noticed they had a necklace almost floating in them. She picked all of them up, of course. She also chose to accept the sign of the thief. Now, note, this isn't the sign she was actually born under. That would be the sign of the lady. But if the legends were true, by choosing this sign, her abilities in sneaking and archery would somehow potentially increase at a quicker rate. Now, did she fully believe these legends? Maybe, maybe not. But she's traveled well across Tamriel and has seen a lot of things, so she might as well believe it. She continues to follow the signs to Falkreath, until she stops and smells smoke. Constantine's no idiot. Smoke means fire, and considering she saw no blaze, it means there's a camp nearby. This far in the wilderness, it was either a hunter's camp or a bandit camp. With no idea which it was, she approached very carefully. It was a bandit camp. Most hunters she had seen don't look the way these did. Bandits are bad news, and considering she was the only one out here, it was her job to make sure they didn't get to see their next sunrise. She approached quietly and softly, dropping the first bandit. She was then spotted by another archer, who, after a quick little shoot-off, she came out on top. The problem was, she then got rushed by a third as she was sort of regaining her bearings. Although this bandit was just a little bit too confident. Constantine switched from bow to blade and made mincemeat of the bastard. Recognizing that the coast was now clear, she looted the corpses for anything of value. The reality was these were pretty poor bandits. They didn't have much, but they were treasure hunting bandits. She found a treasure map on one of them, and it seemed like it was relatively close by. Well, they were dead, so I mean, you know, they didn't need it anymore. Constantine continued down the road, but came upon another small town. Now, the town from a distance had nothing of note immediately, and she would probably just quickly pass through it. But what caught her eye was the crypt and skeletons. Drawing her bow, she got closer to the weird sight, and yet nothing attacked her. Here, she meets Carmilla, a mildly arrogant magician, but, then again, find us a mage who isn't at least a little arrogant. See, Carmilla was interesting. She made an offer to teach us, and then stated she wasn't taking on apprentices, so that was just horribly rude. Is it worth a knife in the back? No, but we're inching closer. Now, Carmilla is claiming that she practices conjuration and necromancy, not for the art of war, but just for art. Constantine was never great at art, but she recognizes insanity when she sees it. Now, that being the case, she was unaware of any bounty, and clearly Carmilla was not hurting anybody. I mean, she assumed, and her only crime was probably just grave desecration, but she'd committed worse, so who was Constantine to judge? Now, it was sorta time to leave. Carmilla was not freaking her out a little bit, but definitely gave weird vibes that she was just not having. Constantine walks away, letting Carmilla to do her thing, but we'll be keeping an eye on her. The moment a bounty is placed, Constantine is taking it. She passes through the town of Oakwood and stops at a few places to pick up some smithing supplies, but otherwise she just sort of beelines it through the town. As she continues onward, though, she gets lost in thought. Honestly, what would a Jarl want with her, at least right now? She'd only been in Skyrim for about a month, and while she had completed a few contracts and removed the Black Blood Marauders, she was wondering what it is she did to capture his attention. She hoped it wasn't for anything weird. There was one encounter she remembers back in Cyrodiil where a noble had called on her on the pretense of an assignment, but it turned into him trying to set her up with his son. The thing was, the son was already happily married, and the noble just didn't like the match and believed the wife to be, quote-unquote, below his son. I don't know if the father actually knew that Constantine was also, quote-unquote, lowborn, but not the point. Instead, the son offered Constantine a contract, like a real one. Make his father's death look like an accident, and he would pay her weight in gold. She agreed, of course. What did she care about the world of patricide and nobles? Gold was gold. During a large banquet that evening, she had poisoned his food, dropping him on the spot. She remembers the very cold look in the son's eyes as he called the guards, claiming he knew who had killed his father. Anger enveloped Constantine that night as she fled the scene. She stalked the son for a week. Every day, every hour, learning his patterns. He thought he was safe, got all his father's money, and had to pay no one to do it. The son learned real quickly, but too late, to always pay your debt to Constantine. Thankfully, the now wife, or the widow's wife, was a little more pragmatic and paid Constantine her due. What does all of this have to do with the Jarl of Falkreath? Well, A, she has no desire to marry anybody, and she will kill him if necessary. After a brief stop at a small crypt with absolutely no good loot, she finally makes it to Falkreath, where she is stopped by a guard, asking if she had seen a dog on the road. The guard said that the local blacksmith was looking for one, so this will definitely be something worth checking out later because, well, if he wants something, he's willing to pay for it. As we enter the town, this is where we meet the ex-Thalmor Justiciar, Jarlath. Constantine approached her, not out of malice, but curiosity, and she was immediately hostile, stating she had no desire for a duel, which was fine.
Yes,
Constantine
tomorrow
had
I
no
will
reason to
have your
fight
head on
her.
a nice spike in
This
your
is where
ears
we
and a
learn
box.
she used to be a justiciar.
Please, at least
It's not
make some
normal
effort
that the
not to embarrass
Thalmor
yourself.
kick out
When you
justiciars,
face a
so
former
Constantine
Justicia,
was
that should be
just
your
kind of
primary
naturally
goal.
curious. Now, Jeraluth continues to be an arrogant asshole, and this is when the conversation turns odd. See, Constantine was curious as to why she was kicked out of the Thalmor. The answer she got, she had no words.
It is a rather simple matter. I disobeyed a direct order from my superior. I was stationed in Markarth with 2 others. We were investigating a family that kept abnormal hours, staying up well past midnight. Unfortunately, myself and one of the other justiciars got into an argument over the children. The fool thought they were innocent. They were future rebels. The moment we arrested their parents, they would forever despise us. The wisest course was to execute them. The issue was made irrelevant, however, when the entire family was found murdered. That is insignificant. The family was dead and no longer worships Talos. Moreover, by letting a murderer run amok, we prevented the family from becoming martyrs. There was just one problem. Everyone assumed I was the murderer. It didn't help that I've been a rather vocal proponent of mass execution. So we decided it was best to use this perception to our advantage. Now, I never confessed to the crime, but I was stripped of my rank and exiled. This gave the perception that justice was served.
She assumed killing children was the way to go and a vocal proponent for mass murder? Holy shit! She also said this with glee. Jeraluth would die. This was not up for debate. Jeraluth would die. She was not under the protection of the Thalmor anymore, so them coming after her, probably not going to happen. And getting rid of someone who argued for the murder of children based on a what if? Well, okay. They deserve to be placed 6 feet under. The issue right now is that it was too public. She couldn't kill her now, even if she wanted to. No. This needed to be done right. While Constantine thought of ways to put Jeraluth into a permanent sleep, she finally headed to the Jarl's longhouse. Here, she met Jarl Siggeir, who stated he needed some help with an assignment. Apparently, some local bandits he had been working with stopped paying. It was our job to go clear them out. She chuckled to herself that, of course, the most powerful man in the province was using bandits to line his pockets a little bit. Power never changes. But hey, most powerful man in the province probably also had some deep pockets, and he seemed shrewd enough not to screw her over. She immediately set out to complete her task. As she left, though, she came across one of the other adventurers she had seen in the Longhouse. He had the most wild armor on him, and it had to be a custom enchantment. There's no other way. She could clearly see, through the armor. Constantine wondered if he used it as a way to, scare his targets by pretending to be a phantom, but in any case, she passed him by quickly enough and moved on. The evening air was still until it was broken by a horrifying scream and a man literally falling out of the sky. Now, Constantine approached the very dead man and was impressed at the strange device that she had found next to him. According to the journal on his body, he was attempting to learn to fly. Like a bird. Like in the sky. That absolutely absurd. But he came from the sky, so maybe she would follow the instructions in the journal at some point. Also, she saw the weird adventure again, so I don't know if she's being followed. But, more to the flying man in the sky, she might follow those instructions at some point. This is where her night just keeps getting weirder and weirder. She crested a hill after she saw a ruin, only to find a man trapped in a bear trap. First men falling from the sky, now them trapped in bear traps. He was immediately hostile, which, bold choice for someone stuck in a trap, but upon recognizing that we were not some Thalmor agent, he requested our assistance in pulling him free. The man actually becomes quite amicable upon recognizing we're going to free him. Constantine always appreciates a quick about face when people realize she isn't actually whoever they think she is. She frees the man and gets him out of the trap. The man introduced himself as Gore. Weird name, but hey, no shame.
Tell you about it later.
He was pretty badly wounded and requested we assist him in getting to Falkreath. It wasn't too far, and Constantine would easily be able to get him there and then turn back around and deal with the bandits, so she agrees. As the two make to leave, they are immediately set on by Thalmor agents. The Thalmor did not come to chat, and there was nothing that could be done besides stand our ground and kill the Thalmor. Constantine has no issue with the Thalmor right now, though from her conversations with Jarlath and now this, she is starting to strongly dislike them. After the attack, Constantine parted ways with Gore. He had stated he was interested in being a companion, but right now Constantine just had no desire for companionship. He seemed nice enough though, so there's a potential for friendship there. She now just needed to finish the Jarl's assignment. As she approached Pinewatch Bridge, it appeared quiet, and that strange adventurer was walking away. She saw a few bodies, but had little time to think about what she was seeing as a rock trap fell. She then realized there was nobody around, and put two and two together. The adventurer must have overheard the Jarl give us the assignment, and did it himself, trying to win favor. Constantine turned around and put him down. No way she was going to let some upstart take her bounty. He might have taken the kill, but she'd take the reward. There was one bandit left, which she quickly dispatched. After looting all the bodies and the bridge itself, she turned back towards the corpse of the honor stealer and burned his body. Best to make it as unrecognizable as possible, and with it already being buried in the brush, it should be relatively difficult to find. The trip back to Falkreath was uneventful, and it was already night, so she assumed the Jarl would be asleep at this point. She instead chose to make a run to the inn. While there, she picked up two notes that were near the barkeep. One of them appeared to be addressing a threat near Peakshade Tower about slaughtered Thalmor and an alleged blade. Not really sure where Peakshade Tower is, but if it's a bounty and a contract, then there's definitely money involved. No idea what a blade member is, though, but it was getting late and she really needed to get to sleep. It was morning now, just before 6 a.m., and it was finally time to get back to the Jarl. Let him know his little side issue was dealt with. Of course, we are going to make sure the Jarl is unaware of the tamperer that attempted to get between us. We approach and let him know that the bandits have now and finally been dealt with. And just like that, the Jarl pays us some nice gold. See, it's really not that hard to pay us, you know?
You know what?
He also gives us the ability to buy property in the hold, which is exactly what Constantine was looking for. A solid base of operations in the south of Skyrim that is away from prying eyes. He also gives us the opportunity to potentially become a Thane in the hold of Falkreath. Now, this is something that Constantine had not thought about, or even was a possibility, but the thought of being a Thane and having that power, she likes that. She might stick around in Falkreath a little bit to see what she can do to be able to become said Thane.
On your way then.
Heading to the steward, we're told that there's no actual housing for sale, but that there is a piece of land for 5,000 gold. Constantine's never actually been a landowner before, and she just simply assumes it will require her to build her own house. But she's nothing if not pragmatic and skilled, so she takes the land and heads out to see where the property is. She arrives at her parcel of land and just already loves it. Lakeview Manor is the name of the plot, and it's everything she could have asked for. It's secluded and away from people. She can use it as a fantastic location for adventure planning, storage, and, most importantly, the study of magic. Through her time in Skyrim, she's learned the Nords aren't the most friendly when it comes to magic, and while she can study here and there, having this house completely away from everyone else is perfect. She also wants to start working on perfecting more potent poisons, and while it's not illegal to make poisons, if you make them in public, you probably won't get the best reputation. So this kind of solves all her problems at once. So with that, she gets to building right away. With the basic house complete, she adds a small garden to grow some ingredients, and would later head inside to actually start, with furnishing the house. Now, the house isn't livable yet. There's not a bed or chairs, anything like that. She still needs many more sort of supplies, but she fully intends to come back and finish the house before setting off from Falkreath. It's important to her that this location is up and running before continuing. With that, though, she heads back to Falkreath proper to finally talk with the blacksmith about a missing dog. She assumes that by helping the blacksmith, that will be one of the individuals needed to vouch for her when it comes to becoming a Thane in the Hold. Finding the blacksmith, Laud, he tells us he saw a stray dog that he would like as a pet. I guess having an apprentice isn't enough. Constantine isn't sure about finding a random dog in the woods to bring back, but she assumes, it can't actually be that difficult, and on top of it, he's willing to pay. So she accepts, and she starts the mighty quest for the lost dog. After the interaction, she notices all the guards are running towards the front of the gate. Imagining a horde of bandits, wolves, or spriggans, she joins the fray, only to be disappointed by the fact that it's one bandit, and not even a strong one at that. Excessive use of force if she's ever seen it, but hey, whatever. After the excitement, her eyes turn back towards the road, ready to find a dog. Running along the path, it isn't far until Constantine finds the dog, who immediately starts talking to her. Alright, she's gonna try not to freak out and just listen to what the dog has to say and assume she hasn't lost her mind.
You see, my name is Barbas, and I have a problem I think you can help sort out. My master and I had a bit of a falling out. We got into an argument and it got rather heated. He's kicked me out until I find someone who can settle our disagreement.
Apparently, he was, or is, the companion to the Daedric Prince Clavicus Vile. And now the dog, Barbas, wants our help with settling some type of dispute between the two, but we have to travel to a special shrine, since his power has now significantly waned.
Thank you. Now, since he banished me, Vile's been rather weak. He can't manifest very far from one of his shrines. I know there's a cult that worships him at Hamar's Shane. We should be able to talk to him there. If this works out, I'll make sure you're rewarded. You just don't trust any offer he makes you, okay?
As we follow Barbas, Constantine starts to think to herself, man, she really stepped in it this time. She's never dealt with any of the Daedric princes before, and for the longest time has been trying hard not to deal with them. But if she had to, Vile isn't the worst one to begin with. Now, Barbas' warning still rings in her ears, though, of don't trust any deal he makes her. She will need to keep this in mind, but also not directly go against anything the prince says. It's better to screw the Daedric princes out of their own game than necessarily outright refuse them. Now, Vile, in this case, is weaker because Barbas is no longer with him, but what weaker means in this context, it's anyone's game. While they travel, the two come across a nice, quaint little town, Helgen. Barbas seems unwilling to move anywhere inside. Constantine thinks he senses something here. It's not important for now, but she will have to come back and check out what's going on. Dogs and most animals can sometimes sense danger before it happens, and his near outright refusal to move unless consistently pushed along gives her cause for concern. She finally does get him to leave the town, and they continue onwards. A little farther up the road, they run into an ambush. Now, the ambush wasn't left for them, but that didn't matter, because the bandits that took out the caravan wanted to increase their ill-gotten gains, so they attacked Constantine and Barbas. They died efficiently and quickly, but this is when Constantine noticed Barbas's unique talent. Now, whether Barbas knows he has this or not, we're unsure. See, Barbas can't get hurt, and he seems to piss off everything around him. So, coupled with not being able to be hurt and pissing everything off, everything starts attacking Barbas, which allows Constantine to just shoot from behind. Now, this is going to prove a very useful ability if they run into any more danger. The rest of the travel was pretty uneventful. The pair finally arrive at Hamar's Shame, and upon Barbas entering, so does Constantine. She has no idea what to expect, but has got her head on a swivel and her bow at the ready. Inside was hectic. The pair came across the thrall of a vampire. Great. More vampires. You know, the Dawnguard are starting to look way more appealing now. Anyway, thanks to Barbas's ability, he kept all the flak on him, and Constantine was able to finish off the thrall. The pair continued through, and this is where Barbas just truly shined, so to speak. He was taking hit after hit after hit and would not go down. The enemies were so incredibly focused on Barbas. They either magically couldn't notice Constantine, or they hated Barbas so much that they didn't care. Either way, Constantine was able to consistently whittle down the enemy until, well, you know, they weren't living anymore. The next major cave portion was honestly just more of the same. Barbas would charge out, and Constantine would simply shoot from the shadows. In her mind, they made a dang good team. The fighting grew more and more intense, but thankfully, due to Barbas's abilities, he kept all the damage on him, while Constantine would just keep shooting from the top, until finally, all of them would die. At one point, though, it seems Barbas's ability has to be magical, because this vampire runs straight past Constantine and does not notice her. I think the vampires and everything else are so focused on Barbas, the idea of anything else being around them is null and void.
Your death brings me honor.
The pair finally make it to Clavicus Vile's shrine, where Constantine calls upon the Daedric Prince. Here, Constantine learns how Vile actually grants the wishes requested by his followers, usually in a sick and twisted way. He then asks Constantine what wish she might want. But remembering Barbas's command, she just goes, no. Barbas just wants to return.
So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike? That insufferable pup, forget it!
Now, Vile's initially against this, but comes around to it when he tells us if we go find a big, scary axe known as the Rueful Axe, maybe he'll take Barbas back. We agree and set out to find said item.
Well, perhaps there is a way he could earn his place back at my side. Maybe, but no promises. There's an axe. An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, no messy surprises. At least not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Rhine Rock Burrow. Barbers can lead you right to it. Little Mutt might even earn his place back at my side.
Constantine exits the shrine and makes for the location marked. It's in the northern part of Skyrim, so her plan will be to take a carriage from Falkreath to Solitude and then go from there. It's not really a good idea to keep a Daedric prince waiting, otherwise she would just walk. The trek back to Falkreath was a pretty uneventful one. But it's also late in the day, so there's just no reason to grab the carriage and get going. Honestly, it's just time for a good night's rest before setting off to assist the Daedric Prince.
To Dead Man's Drink.
A good 8 hours sleep later, and a hearty breakfast to boot, it's now the perfect time to find said carriage and head on out to Solitude.
Climbing back and we'll be off. Once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Run from old Rorik's Stead.
Arriving near Solitude, Constantine had a quick change of plans. It had been a while since she had visited the museum, and she had been sending back a lot of different items and artifacts. As well, she remembers that Aryan had given her a key to the safe house and she'd been wanting to check that out. Dealing with the artifacts, though, Aryan probably wasn't touching them, so she decided she needed to make the detour and get those set up in the museum. Back at the museum, Constantine headed towards the back where all the items she had sent would be collected. She unpackaged them and got to work placing them in the museum. And by her placing them, what she really means is the magic sorting system Aryan had set up that basically does it for her. Afterwards, she is going to head over to the library so that she can kind of put away all the necessary books as well. Upon completion, she's told what's been magically placed, and happy with the amount, she then heads to the massive library in the back. Here, she's going to be able to store the rest of the books she has that she no longer needs to be carrying around. Once all the books are put away, and yes, she is a book collector, because of course she is, she goes and speaks with Aryan, who mentions that there is a sort of stash set up in the safe house for her. This is in part because he made the assumption that she was going to be carrying around a lot of lesser relics that she needed to sell off quickly but might not be able to with the merchants directly. So he set this up, starting off at about 30% their total. That'll go up in time. Now Constantine loves this idea because it means she can it's a one-stop shop. She goes, drops the stuff off, leaves, and Aryan sells it on her behalf. Speaking of the safe house, let's go check that out. Now, the safe house is awesome. It has all the necessary crafting stations, and she can even store materials there as needed. It's more than that, though. Outside of the stash that Aryan gave her, it's just another location where she can rest her head and study her crafts, mostly alchemy and magic. Most importantly, though, Aryan created this quick swap dresser thing. So this has to be some special elven magic, but the basic idea, as she understands it, is she can load the dresser up with different sets of clothing or armor, and then from anywhere in Skyrim, she can switch her outfit with other outfits, meaning she won't have to carry around different armor or clothing sets. Her intent will be to create enchanted outfits for crafting purposes, as well as getting several other sets for other needs, including fancy clothing for if she ever has to, sneak into somewhere fancy. She'll probably create a heavy armor set for when she wants to start training heavy armor. But anyways, the day is not getting younger, and she still needs to find a giant axe for a Daedric prince. As we make our way to the cave, Constantine comes across a rather interesting couple. They appear to be arguing about a wedding. So there's this woman named Vittoria Vici who's having a wedding here in Solitude. She also, well, at least according to the guy, is the Emperor's cousin. So, as Constantine continues onwards, she sort of thinks to herself, wondering if the wedding will be public, especially with such public figures, or assuming public figures. She's never heard of this Vici woman before, but assuming public figure, maybe the reception will be public and she can make contact with Vici? Honestly, Constantine just thinks to herself how useful it would be to have someone like that in her back pocket, and who would be able to go and, like, talk to the Emperor on her behalf. Hey, what a way to get better contracts, right? The rest of the way was uneventful, but as Constantine neared the cave, she knew nothing good would come of this. Of the stories she heard about the Daedra, it was honestly better to shoot first to ask questions later. There would be no second chances. Upon entering, she was greeted to a small, scamp bodyguard. Definitely a lesser Daedra that went down easily. She thanks her luck it wasn't anything more. Continuing through the cave, she spots a man, hunched over an enchanting table doing something. On the far table, she can see the item, the rueful axe, as requested by Vial himself. The man doesn't notice her, and he's still hunched over the enchantment table. There was no thought that went through her head, just pure instinct, putting 2 arrows in his back, killing him. She approaches the body to loot what she can. She had no idea who the man was, but if he was here, in this cave, it couldn't have been for a good reason. She doesn't regret the kill, of course, more so just continues to feel uneasy in the cave, as if there's just one more trap, one more person, just waiting for her. The hairs on her neck stand on edge. She approaches the rueful axe, a large, 2-handed blade with wolves on either side. Power crackles from it. She can feel its weight as she picks it up. This thing can do some heavy damage. She continues on through the mage's quarters. Anybody who has a Daedric artifact just lying about must have other items worth taking. Maybe other artifacts, gold, or just things she can sell in general. Honestly, it would just be a shame to come out all this way just to grab one axe. Going through another chest, that's when she saw it. She was right. The mage was holding on to another artifact. This one is known as Meridia's beacon. What he was doing with collecting all of these, she was unsure. But upon touching the beacon, the Daedric Prince Meridia spoke to her.
Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath. And I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
Joy, another Daedric prince has now reached out to her. So what, she assists one prince and now the rest just want to, get in on the action? Shit, okay, she doesn't really have a choice. The least she can do is go to Mount Kilcreath and see what Meridia has to say. Before she does anything else, though, she realizes she's playing a game she doesn't know the rules to. She has got to do more research on these princes. If Vial has already requested her assistance and Meridia's now reached out, there's no telling what other Daedric princes she may run into, and it's best to be informed about what they do, and more specifically, any pitfalls to avoid and look out for. She leaves the cave with the intent of heading back to Solitude and take the carriage all the way back to Falkreath. As she walks, she considers her options. She could, of course, just keep the axe, but that's stupid. Then, she has a bit of an interesting idea. Daedric princes and their items are bound to the Planes of Oblivion. Conjuration magic pulls from those Planes of Oblivion. So, What if there was a way to pull the Daedric artifacts from the Oblivion Plains after giving them back to Vile? Her conjuration magic's understanding is incredibly weak, but it's food for thought. What started off as a brisk walk back to Solitude suddenly turned into a fight with wolves. Apparently, though, these were no ordinary wolves, as Constantine was about to find out. With the wolves dead, she assumes she's safe. That is, when two individuals come out of hiding and attempt to put her down, that safety is broken. It turns out these are werewolves in their human form. She knows this as she heard one of them transform, but the transformation either didn't take or she killed them before it finished. In either case, she's just glad she wasn't bit. No lycanthropy for her today. She finally makes it down the mountain and inadvertently stumbles across Mount Kilcreath. Meridia calls out to her again, and mostly out of curiosity, Constantine walks up and places the beacon on the pedestal. She is then either mentally or physically, she couldn't really tell, transported high up in the sky where she can see the whole of Skyrim. Here, Meridia speaks to her face to glowing orb. Daedric princes are weird. Mount Kilcreath is apparently her temple. This has since been overrun by the undead and a mage named Malcor, or something like that. Meridia wants us to go into the temple, kill him, and retrieve her artifact, bringing light back to her temple. Not wanting to help another Daedra out right now, Constantine gives her a mildly sarcastic answer. That was the wrong choice, as she's almost scolded for it. And scolding for Daedra could mean simply telling them they're a bad person, to being thrown 50 feet in the air and splatting right into the ground. So, note to self, don't be an ass to the Daedra. She chooses to help Meridia, although not really of her own accord, more so for her safety, but not right now. If it's been this long that Malcar's been in there, she can wait a bit longer. Constantine still has to finish her first Daedric contract.
But if you are wise, you will heed my bidding.
Back on solid ground, Constantine again questions how and why she's getting mixed up with these Daedric princes. More specifically, though, why it seems they're more asking her for help than trying to make some backwards deal that'll get her killed. Or so they can take her soul. Either they sense something, or they really are hurting. In either case, she makes a note to try to help where she can, but also keeps a firm distance from them. You never know when having a Daedric prince in your back pocket will help. The rest is pretty easy. She makes it back to the carriage and quickly goes to Falkreath. She arrives in the early evening. She had planned to go to sleep, but would much prefer to not be sleeping with a Daedric artifact in her back pocket that was specifically requested by a prince who is known for his pranks. She leaves Falkreath with the full intent to not stop, but comes across a strange man with even stranger colored skin. He calls himself one of the afflicted and served under, oh no, another Daedric prince. Periite this time. She wants nothing to do with a third prince today, but the man tells her if she's curious to talk to Kesh. Who is Kesh? Where is Kesh? What is Kesh? Too many questions, and this man is clearly not going to answer any of them. She jots down the name and continues on for the cave. She just wants to get this contract done with. She arrives back at the cave. This ordeal is almost done with. As she enters, she goes before Vile's statue and calls out to him. He responds.
Splendid. Excellent work. A hero and his faithful companion retrieving the ancient artifact for the prince. It's almost storybook.
He taunts and patronizes her. There's a plan somewhere. She needs to stay alert.
I suppose I could be persuaded to let you keep it, but only if you use the axe to kill Barbas. Simple as that.
There it is. The second shoe is dropped. He wants his power back, but doesn't want Barbas around. Kill him, Vile can just absorb the power back into himself.
You're no fun at all.
That's not going to happen.
Guess I'll have to make my own fun elsewhere. And with the pup back, I'll be restored to my full power. There's a whole world just waiting for me. I knew I could trust you. Yeah, dog gets master, master gets cosmic axe. Everyone's happy. Just get over here, mutt. Don't worry, I'll make sure he sees the light. I trusted you, now you trust me. Ah, that feels so much better. You forget how nice supreme power feels until you've been stuck in a cave for a few years. It's a shame you wished for something so dull as me taking back the mutt.
Oh no.
A lack of imagination on your part. A lack of ambition like that really ought to be punished. Perhaps by turning you into a worm, or maybe a few decades, Oh, fine. Have my boon and be done with it. Got more interesting deals to make anyway.
It seemed Barbas actually came through for Constantine, and in the end, she got a more powerful artifact, the Mask of Clavicus Vile. What happens if she puts it on? It's roomy, spacey, but there's a complete absence of noise. She hears nothing, and she did not like that. Nope, get that off, She heads for the exit. With night having fully taken hold, she looks up and sees the beautiful stars dancing around her. The weight of the Daedric Prince's request finally off her shoulders. She can breathe a little easier. She'll need to bring the mask to the museum. No way she's going to just send this via the transport system. It's too important. She heads for the nearest town, that of course being Helgen in this case. It's been a long day and a longer night, and she desperately needs sleep. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Constantine's adventure. Last we left off, she had just finished up a contract with the Daedric Prince Clavicus Vile, which led her to obtaining the Mask of Clavicus Vile. She then hunkered down in Helgen for the evening, a little unsure of what her next course of action might be, but she did choose to take this downtime and study a little bit of magic. Over time, she'd been accruing several different spell tomes, be them whether she bought them or found them off of willing participants. But without the time to actually study, these books were starting to do very little good for her. She chose the alteration spell Harvest, an incredibly useful spell that would help her in recovering ingredients. This way, she wouldn't have to have her nose to the ground picking every flower she came across. After a quick study session of several hours, in which she was actually able to properly learn the spell, she then chose to lay her head to rest due to the exhaustion. A new morning brings new adventure. Well, okay, in this case it was more along the lines of just leaving Helgen. She thought it best to return to Falkreath and see what she could do there, see what jobs were available, as she needed a little bit of a break, as working for a Daedric Prince is exhausting. As she walked, she came across a lone Argonian traveler who was just a bit too bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for Constantine's liking. Now, she didn't have anything against positivity. Positivity is good. It was just the overwhelming amount of it that she had a problem with. She said her son was a wanderer, but he died from a bandit or something like that. Constantine grew irritated with how overtly optimistic and positive the Argonian was. She appeared to have no real concept of danger. Constantine stopped the conversation, but a dark thought crossed her mind, and she decided to indulge in it. She would try her pickpocketing skills. If she was caught, oh well. If not, well, then she knows she's getting better at it. She stole a few items before being caught, which then led the Argonian to immediately enter attack mode. It seems she wasn't as naive as Constantine had first assumed she was. No matter, though, it wasn't much of a fight anyways. She did leave the body on the side of the road with no family left and nobody knowing where she was. It's not like she was going to have anyone looking for her, and more specifically, looking for revenge. That was dark, she thought to herself as she continued towards Falkreath. There really wasn't any reason, it was just a dark impulse. Something she felt almost obligated to do, whether she wanted to or not. A feeling she quickly stuffed deep back into her psyche. She needed a job to do, one that would continue to give her standing in Falkreath. Having finally arrived back in Falkreath, after a quick stop home to send items back to the museum, Constantine knew it was time to go get herself just a nice and simple job. She was hoping to find a quick and easy bounty, hopefully. One that wouldn't cause too much stress and she could make some quick gold off of. She was, thankfully, able to find one. Her task was to go to Knife Point Ridge and kill the bandit leader, which, in case you didn't know, in Constantine speak, meant make sure there wasn't a living being left. After an extremely relaxing sleep, Constantine had headed for the forge to look for Laud to update him on the dog. And, honestly, more specifically, she just hoped to get paid for it. As well, she needed to pick up some supplies to continue building her house and just for the road in general. She was about to set off for Knife Point Ridge when she spotted Jarlath, the child-murdering Thalmor justiciary, and she was walking away from people. Constantine stopped, and then she started to follow. This may be her chance to finally rid the world of this god's-awful elf. Constantine needed to be careful. Official Thalmor or not, she knew that Jarlath was capable of a lot. Exactly what? She was unsure. As a Thalmor, Constantine knew that Jarlath most likely carried some level of decent weaponry and the training to use it, as well as she practiced in some form of magic. Now, what that magic might be, she's not totally sure of. Her goal would be to wait for Jarlath to sit, or otherwise be away from a majority of the people, and then put one right between her eyes. This was a good spot, and a fitting one. Jarlath would die in the graveyard, making moving the body a heck of a lot easier. All she needed to do now was wait so that no passerbys would see her. When Constantine believed herself safe, she let an arrow fly, hitting Jarlath right in the leg and taking her to the ground. Unsure of the amount of damage she actually did, she shot again, this time sinking the arrow clean into her back. Assuming she was now dead, that was when she rose, much to Constantine's absolute shock. She then put 2 more arrows into Jarlath to absolutely no avail. She had no idea what was going on. She just took the arrows. That damn blasted elf magic. Fine. She'll deal with this another time. At least nobody saw her. Frustrated, she walked away from her attempted killing, and thankfully Laud was now back at his forge. She spoke to him about the dog, and he surprisingly paid her. She then picked up a few supplies from the local trader and headed out. It was now time to hit Knife Point Ridge and deal with these bandits.
Here. It's not much, but take it anyway.
As she walks, Constantine tries to understand how Jarlath didn't die. What sort of magic protects in full against arrows? It could have been one of the skin magics, like how she uses stone skin, but Constantine didn't see the magic get cast. And Octa's recital only works when there's danger nearby, but Constantine had been hidden. There's no way it could have gone off that quickly. I mean, it has to be some unknown form of elf magic that she doesn't understand. She was snapped out of her daze by a wolf attacking her, which she put down quickly enough. But, more importantly, she realized she was in front of a ruined keep. Pretty sure this wasn't Knife Point Ridge, but you never know, there could be something worthwhile inside. After obtaining the Sky Shard, Constantine was in luck. There was a band of orc hunters inside. From experience, she knew that these were not the type of hunters that focused on wild game. Well, okay, unless that game was weary travelers. No, these were a group of lowly bandits, and while nobody paid her for their death, bandits usually meant loot, and she'd consider that her payment. You know, sometimes you just shouldn't be picky about where you get your spoils. She opens in stealth, using her arrows to deal significant damage, and she was in luck. A thunderstorm had just begun, which not only masked her scent, but it also lowered their visibility in seeing her. She does make a note that her aim on targets nearby needs work, as she missed some pretty easy shots, but she's just going to blame it on the rain getting in her eyes. Constantine was unsure what to do in this position that she was in. She knew that she was surrounded, only knew where about one of the individuals were, but she just didn't know what to do, until finally she simply decided it's time to go loud. Thankfully, she wraps up the fight moderately quickly, knocking them all down, taking what she wants, and getting ready to head into the keep. When she entered the keep, she expected to be welcomed by a barrage of sword strikes. But it seems luck was on her side today, as the thunderstorm outside masked the death screams of the other orcs' companions. The ones inside were simple prey enough, going down in only one arrow apiece. She still hadn't found the bandit leader, though. That was concerning. She snooped around a little bit on this lower level, picking up what she could until she went to go find said bandit leader. Here's the great thing about the leader of bandit groups. They're large, dumb, and don't believe in hiding. See, this leader, he was just on the upper floor. He had to have heard his comrades die, but to Constantine, at least, it didn't look like he cared at all. He was absolutely primed for a fight, though. And you know what? Constantine was going to give him one. The issue, though, was his armor. He was wearing heavy steel plate armor, and that was a major problem. Her arrows were doing damage, but he was just a walking tank. Here's the great thing about a tank, though. You time your movements, and you stay out of range, you just won't get hit. This is what Constantine did. She kept moving out of his reach and peppering him with arrows. He would go down, even if it took a whole quiver's worth of steel. And just as planned, without a single hit on his end, he falls to his knees in submission. But see, Constantine, she doesn't do submission. She put one right in the back of his neck, sending him to whatever afterlife he believed in. She enjoyed that feeling. That last shot before she sent them on their way, the longer she had been a mercenary, the more she felt this was simply part of her calling. Sending these souls somewhere, giving these awful bandits, these awful people, some level of kindness in the end. Simply sending them on. Though, nothing like the priests of Archay. No, those guys, they're pretty pacifistic, and they also abhorred necromancy, which itself is a potentially useful magical skill, one she wants to learn. No, this felt different. But she just couldn't quite put her finger on why. Either way, she really did like the feeling. She continued her looting with truly nothing noteworthy until she came across a basement in the keep. In said basement, there were rows and rows of other storehouses, which she, of course, went through. But what really caught her eye was a pedestal in the way back. It appeared to be guarded by a bunch of tripwires. She knows for a fact she did undo the tripwire, and yet she has no idea how she fell. Annoyed, after face planting into the ground, she skirted around the rest of the wires until she actually got to the pedestal. On said pedestal were a bunch of shards to some sort of a weapon. Based on the shards, she assumed it was a dagger. She had no idea what the dagger was, but if they were being protected this badly, then they must be worth something. So, of course, like any good individual, she took them. As she left the quiet and dank hole in the ground, she tripped on another wire. Now, she was just pissed. She's usually pretty good on her feet. How she tripped is anyone's guess. In a fit of anger and annoyance, she burned where the tripwire would have been. It's not like it actually would have done anything, but it did make her feel better. Heading back outside, it's still raining and thundering, but it'll at least cover her approach as she makes her way closer to knife point. As she makes her way through the dense forest, she comes across an abandoned shack, though it's admittedly not the shack that caught her attention. Her early warning system kicked in, and she noticed a mage putting up their magic wall. It only took one arrow to put her out of her misery. By the looks of her, she was most definitely a necromancer, albeit not a very strong one. She didn't even reattempt to awaken the dead. Pretty weak, all things considered, but behind the necromancer is an altar that catches her eye. It's not an altar to any divine Constantine is aware of, and with no idea what it does, whom it communes with, or even how to activate it, she touches it, and instantly she recognizes it as a type of sacrificial altar to an unknown divine entity. But that now is not the opportune time to use it. She shakes off the feeling pretty quickly. It's probably not the smartest choice to start randomly touching altars. She continues going through the forest when she comes across yet another wooden cabin, though this one looks much less abandoned. She grabs her bow ready for a fight, but all that's present is a dog. Even better was that he didn't seem to be hostile. Looking around the grounds, it looks like a pretty standard cabin, though the dog kind of started to follow Constantine around the grounds. Maybe he was protecting it? She heads towards the front of the cabin, where a note is addressed to an unknown party, stating that they had gone up the mountain already and that they couldn't wait any longer. Who it was addressed to, she's unsure, and the cabin itself was locked. Had they left the dog here? The dog, whose name she learned was Ulf, continues to follow her until she came across yet another strange house. This time, it was a massive house built into a giant tree. So, of course, she entered. Ulf followed her, and inside was a small yet intriguing wood elf named Ari. The two got to talking about where they came from and so on and so forth. Ari stated she was new to Skyrim, and she came from Valenwood. She then asked if she could join as a traveling companion for Constantine. So Constantine did give it some thought, but in the end rejected. For now, she still just wanted to travel alone, but as time went on, she did feel she wanted someone else to talk with and kind of share adventures with.
What about you?
She also thought Ari's home might be a good place for Ulf, so she told him to hang out here, and she left. Though this was not for long. She remembered the joy she had with Barbas as a companion, and she headed back immediately inside and took Ulf with her permanently. She finally had a companion. She may come back and ask Ari if she wanted to join later, but for now, she just wanted to stick with Ulf. And now, time for an adventure. That adventure took a bit of a creepy turn when Constantine and Ulf stumbled upon a burnt-out wagon with fire still actively burning. Either this was some eternal fire, or the attack was recent. Constantine went with the latter. What she noticed first, though, is that one of the bodies had been tied up in a kneeling position. It looked ritualistic, especially since most, if not all of the goods were still there. It didn't look like a robbery gone wrong, it looked deliberate. She moved on, but she was immediately confirmed on the attack as she came across a cabin surrounded by mages. It seemed they may have used those victims below for something. Not that Constantine cared, she just needed them dead. Ulf proved his usefulness in combat by single-handedly taking out one of the mages. Who's a good boy? You are, Ulf. You're a good boy. As the two moved on from that little encounter, they came across a dungeon, or at least the opening to a Nordic burial ground. This might be a good time to see if Ulf does well in these sorts of confined spaces. The beginning was pretty quiet. Nothing too much of note, a couple of things here and there, but nothing too important. That is, until the two actually entered the crypt. So, Draugr woke up, which itself is not uncommon, especially for these older crypts. No, what was uncommon and put absolute fear in Constantine was her arrows and damage did absolutely nothing to them. She would fire, they would get hit, and they would just keep shuffling forward. Now, Constantine's no weakling, and she's used to danger. She tried her best. She kept putting arrow after arrow into these Draugr, and Ulf, to his credit as well, really was trying. He was biting at their haunches, doing whatever he could. That was until this other Draugr started coming up after her, swinging and slicing, and he just kept coming. She knew, if by experience, that if they even touched her, she was going to be a goner. She shouted for Ulf, and she sprinted out of the crypt with him following right behind. Finally, in the late hour of the night, she and Ulf made it to Knife Point Ridge. The base was an interesting design, as it was several smaller enclosures which made up one large base, plus the inside. The goal was to stay in stealth as much as possible and rid each enclosure without actually alerting the rest of, well, all of them. But here's the fun part, as the old saying goes, there's no plan that survives first contact with the enemy. So far, so good. The first lookout didn't know what hit him, and nobody heard his death scream. She could hear someone using an anvil further up ahead, so that would be your next target. After looting, of course. Her next shots showed just how dangerous Constantine could be when she actually took a second to aim. The frustrating part, though, was the fact that many more bandits either saw or heard that these two go down and started tracing her location. Not that this stopped them from dying either.
Anybody there?
One of the bandits was marginally smarter than the rest and chose to flank her position coming into melee range. But, as the old adage goes, never bring a sword to a bow fight, and Constantine used them as close-range target practice. You know, she thinks it went pretty well.
I'll show you what real orc can do.
Her favorite part after a good thinning of the bandit population. The spoils of war. She started going through this first section of the base, taking what she wanted. Honestly, not like they could complain. Plus, you know, they probably stole most of it, so really, she's just rehoming the items. She had gotten quite proficient at looting and going through all the different chests and whatnot, but now it was time to move on to the next little enclosure, where it appeared only one bandit, probably out of cowardice, remained. Yes, he didn't want to join his friends on the assault of the unknown. Constantine would help him rejoin them. She didn't recognize the second threat, but thankfully Ulf had. Constantine quickly spun around to deal with that next minor annoyance. After taking the high ground to check to see if there was anybody else left in the base, and seeing nobody, she dropped down and started sifting through all the different loot. The problem was there actually was another person. Constantine was kicking herself for somehow not seeing him. But again, thankfully, Ulf had smelled him. With his death, this had to be the last guy before the leader. Right? Right? it did appear to be the last guy on the exterior of the base. Constantine then climbed her way up one of the side ridges to obtain another sky shard. Some called these teardrops from the divines, as with enough of them, they can actually be used to help naturally increase her skills. It was now time to enter the actual mine at knife point, and most likely find the leader. To say she was tired at this point would be an understatement. She had spent all day going through bandit after bandit. She just wanted to deal with this guy and fall asleep. And thankfully, he was an absolute pushover. After a few good arrows to the chest and one more for his partner, the mine was officially cleared. Now, all she had to do was go around, loot, and of course, take the man's head, because, how else are you going to prove the bounty was killed? Here's the funny little debate amongst, bounty hunters. Some bounty hunters find that it's unethical to take the head because you can, of course, also just take them captive and just escort them to the Jarl for their punishment. Constantine does not take prisoners and will never take prisoners. This is simply an easier path forward. After doing some quick inventory management so she wasn't overburdened, she noticed that the bandit leader had died in a pool of oil. Constantine, never one to miss an opportunity to add insult to injury, burned the pool with him in it, charring his body to a crisp. And she just watched. She hated the smell, but the insult and the warning to whatever rats took over when they came here, well, that was worth it. Constantine had thought about staying the night here in the bandit camp, but something about it made her skin and hair stand on end. She wasn't sure why, but she had learned through experience to listen to that little feeling, so she and Ulf made the long trek back to Falkreath. The hike back was incredibly uneventful, and Constantine was extremely thankful for this. It had been a long day, and she just wanted to kick off her boots and rest. She could have gone to her house, but then she remembered that no bed had been made yet, so the inn was where she chose to rest her head. First off, though, she needed to drop off some spoils in the shipment container for the museum. Tired or not, she still had an ongoing job to do. Entering the inn, Constantine was glad they didn't really care about Ulf. Not that it would have stopped her from bringing him in, she's just glad no steel had to be flung around for it. She grabbed a room and headed to bed. She had a plan for the next day.
It's funny. She tells everyone how handsome and pretty they are. Mom says she does it for tips.
Oh, child. You're a little young to be learning about that. After refilling her water and getting a full meal, she's going to head out to her house on the lake. Her goal for today is to finish as much as she can on it. She had recently bought a bunch of lumber, and it was probably delivered at this point, so it was time to finally finish this and get the first stages of her house complete. Of course, first she had to go turn in the bounty as she continued to have a head on her side. She walked towards the steward and handed in the bounty. Again, what they do with the heads are not her concern. They probably burn it. She hopes they burn it. The steward did let her know that it didn't technically count as helping people, as the bounty board is open to anybody, and to be a Thane, she has to specifically help people, not pick up public notices. A little frustrating, but she understood. It was now time to head out for the building site. She did appreciate how close the site was to Falkreath. It would allow her to stay within the community as needed, while still giving her the privacy she wanted. With that, though, it was now time to get to work finishing up her house. As she was working, she ran out of stone for parts of the foundation. Thankfully, there are known clay and stone deposits in the area, and she took her pickaxe to them. This is where Ulf again saved her life. Apparently, there are stone golems that don't like it when you start hitting stone. This startled Constantine something fierce, and she jumped away, nearly dying from its attack. Ulf actually stepped in while Constantine was able to recoup, draw her bow, and deal with the golem. Ulf is an absolute legend for what he's already done for Constantine, and she will kill anybody who remotely threatens him. She then got the rest of the needed stone and continues working on her house. The section she's currently on is the main living structure. This time she was out of clay, and again she appreciates the deposits nearby. And again, she is attacked by a golem, though this time she is slightly more prepared, but still almost bites the dust. This is gonna be a problem until she can figure out how to get them from attacking her. With the golem's death, she heads back to her work table and finishes up her house. She then headed to the design table. With the main structure now complete, she has an east wing, west wing, and north wing in which she can put more specialized structures. She goes through many different iterations, not really knowing what she wanted until she sort of settled on, at some point, making the alchemy room, enchanter's room, and the armory. With her house now technically complete, she looked up at her handiwork and marvels at what she now created. It was finally time to actually enter the house and start with the interior decorations. Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's Adventure. She's been hanging around her house near Falkreath for a bit, but has finally come to the conclusion that while she continues to make a name for herself through her own exploits, being considered part of other groups may help her in other avenues, as well as just let her learn more things. She remembered that Farkas had given her an official companion's mission to root out a problem near Solitude. Actually, speaking of Solitude, it had been a while since Constantine had gone back to the museum, and she's been dropping off a lot of different artifacts for pickup. She did also have a Daedric artifact she needed to put away, and it's just not a great idea to have those lying about. As she approaches Falkreath, she thinks about all she's accomplished so far and how much more she has to go. She'd become a decent blacksmith, but nowhere near a master, and her grasp of magic was slowly improving. What she really wanted, though, was the Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood. She already stealed and killed for money, so the morals didn't really affect her too much, but it had been years since anybody had seen, much less heard, of the Brotherhood. According to history, they were nearly wiped out, though pockets still exist. It'll be something she needs to keep her ear out for, just in case. Her reasoning for wanting to find them was simple enough. It was to learn. Who better to teach how to kill from the shadows than a band of organized assassins? Especially if they still exist after their alleged destruction. Then, not only would she be in the company of professionals, but of survivors. And honestly, what better teachers could you ask for? Arriving at the carriage, she told the driver she wanted to head to Solitude. And, upon her arrival, she makes the quick run to the museum. It was paramount that she get the mask of Clavicus Vile inside for protection, as honestly, who knows what could occur otherwise. Daedric artifacts are, of course, Daedric in nature, and you never really know if they've got a little ping signal going out, sort of attracting people, so for Constantine, it made a lot of sense to get this behind glass ASAP. With the mask, she heads straight for the east wing of the museum and heads towards the Daedric Gallery. Now, this portion of the gallery is interesting. As noted, Daedric artifacts are in some way, shape, or form attached to the planes of Oblivion, and this can cause all sorts of problems if handled improperly or fall into the wrong hands. Arian still wants to show off these artifacts, so he devised and created a new type of shielding that will dampen the connection to the Oblivion plane. The item's power and ability are still present, but this sort of glass barrier keeps it all locked away. And, more importantly, only Constantine, Arian, and a few others are able to actually reach through the barrier. Everyone else can't, and it appears to be magic-proof, using the same fundamentals as barrier spells. After putting away the most dangerous object, she heads back towards the main office to pick up the rest of the artifacts and books that she's collected and sent over. Using Arian's special magic, she is able to place a majority of the items in their respective locations, though a few she will need to place manually, and she of course has to go to the library and finish up putting all those books away. Once finished with her chores here in the museum, she heads off to deal with a contract given to her by Farkas. Leaving Solitude, she had a bit of a trek ahead of her to Bruka's Leap. Remembering the contract from Farkas, she was to clear out a camp of the Forsworn. Now, she had very few run-ins, if any, with the Forsworn at this point, and she only sort of understood what was going on through bits and pieces she had picked up in her travels, and they appear to be some sort of a rebellion. Not like the current civil war between the Stormcloaks and the Empire, but, to her understanding, against the province of the Reach and the Empire and Ulfric. Though they have little love for the Stormcloaks, of course, in her studies, though, she found that the Forsworn are a group of Daedra worshippers, and after the end of the Third Era's Oblivion Crisis, though please keep in mind she was not around for that, so how true some of the details are about that crisis are debatable. The pre-Forsworn are known as the Reachmen, and sort of controlled the Reach, and by controlled, she means took over, and requested that the Empire view them as a sovereign nation not attached to Skyrim. The Empire sorta kinda didn't care, and were busy with the Thalmor and the White Gold Concordat. This is when Ulfric stepped in and wiped out a majority of the Reachmen in the Reach, installing his own Jarl as the civil war in Skyrim started to heat up. The survivors formed the Forsworn, and appear to just sorta hate everyone involved. Now, Constantine has no opinion on the matter, on whether one side was more deserving or not. The Reachmen attacked and overthrew the already weak Empire, and then they were angry that they weren't recognized. They are then also angry that Ulfric came in and beat them ruthlessly. It's all sort of just war and politics to her, but where there is war, there is money. Now, she has no intention of ever siding with the Forsworn, but if they are that hated by most of Skyrim's landed powers, then she knows attacking them may do real well for her reputation moving forward. Arriving in Dragon's Bridge, she's about halfway to her target. She sprints through the town and heads out one of the back ways leading to the wilderness. The closer she gets to her target, the more she feels the electricity in the air of violence and blood. The quiet before the strike. She's starting to enjoy that moment. Constantine has now officially arrived at Bruka's Leap, and takes a position on a high mountain overlooking the main camp. Her early warning system kicks off to let her know that she could have the possibility of being spotted, so she moves positions just a little bit. Once she gets a good lay of the land, she pulls back the bowstring and lets the arrow fly. Her first arrow finds its mark, dropping the Forsworn to their knees, and her second shot sends them to oblivion. This is a good start. Repositioning a little, she sees the faintest outline of another Forsworn. Forsworn number 2 will meet the same end as the first. The camp, at least on the outside, appears clear, and she notices a wolf in the distance. It's a good few meters away, but with nobody else to practice her aim on, she decides to see how good of a shot she's gotten. One arrow's all it took. Dropping in from above, she does a quick scout around to make sure her assumptions of the empty camp are correct. There's no need for any surprises when she's already been this stealthy. Now she loots what she can pick up and heads into the base proper. Inside is a dank and musty cave with 2 Forsworn. Constantine sneaks up to the opening in the wall where she has line of sight in the leader, and with a few arrows, drops him before turning her attention to the second one.
Hello? Who's there? You bastard!
With the second one's death, that is officially the end of the contract. All that's left now is to take anything of value and make her way back to Whiterun to report into Farkas. There was nothing of any significant value, but I mean, what can you expect from a bunch of people who dress in bones and hide? It's not like they really need gold for anything. With one last look, she starts to make her way back to Solitude, where she can take a carriage ride back to Whiterun. The hike back to Dragon's Bridge was uneventful, but arriving in the town did yield some interesting results. See, she came across a vigilante of Stendar who was passing through the area. She was finally able to turn in that bounty on the vampire from Whiterun. The vigilante thanked her and went off. As she continued to make her way to Solitude, though, she couldn't help but notice the arrogance of the vigilante of Stendar. There's nothing wrong with killing vampires for money, nor even proselytizing. But he had this aura of a better-than-thou that just really irked her. She honestly had half a thought to just turn around and shoot him in the back just to teach him a lesson, but thought better of it. Most likely it was just one bad apple. No way every vigilante had a superiority complex. She would need to be more careful around these vigilantes. She'll work with them so long as they pay, and they do pay pretty well, but when it comes to possibly joining them, she may have to think twice. In any case, though, she finally makes it back to Solitude and the carriage where she was able to then take her ride back to Whiterun. Arriving back in Whiterun, she lets the pasture smells fill her nose. She likes it here. It's very different from Falkreath, and she hopes to one day buy a home here in Whiterun. The companions' quarters aren't nice, but they just aren't very private, and she is someone who really needs her privacy. It's not necessarily frowned upon in the companions, but studying magic can be a little iffy at best, and she has gotten some looks last time she tried to study. After having run a few quick errands at Bellathor's, mostly just selling unwanted loot, it was now time to return to Jorrvaskr, where she could finally turn in the contracts she had gotten from Farkas. Upon entering, she found Farkas waiting for her, and he gives her a warm reception upon learning of the task's completion. Constantine asks for more work, but Farkas lets her know that Skjor had requested her personally for something. This made Constantine wary. Why would Skjor, most likely the second in command, want to speak with her, a new recruit? One of two things was going through her mind. Either she was being kicked out or promoted. And the only thing she can think about regarding promotion is word of her already many exploits and successes have reached Skjor's ears.
Ah, there you are.
Yes, I have something a little different planned this time. But it's not
He tells her that he has a different sort of assignment.
We will speak
and
more.
He's very scarce on details. He then requests her presence at a location known as the Underforge in the evening. When asked, he notes it's below the forge that Yorlin works at. Now, Constantine's no stranger to mystery, but this is just unsettling. She'll join in the evening, but she's gonna have one hand on her blade. Just in case. Constantine decides the best bet is to head back into Jorrvaskr and take a nap until the evening when Skjor wanted to speak with her. Honestly, whatever this is, it's just incredibly secretive. She wakes up around midnight, which to her seems like a pretty reasonable time of, quote-unquote, evening. Now, all she has to do is go out and find where Skjor is. He said he'd be waiting near the Underforge, which is near the Skyforge, or underneath the Skyforge. She doesn't really know what she's looking for, but she's hoping Skjor is gonna at least be waiting for her. After exiting Jorrvaskr, she takes a quick left, and to her surprise, Skjor is waiting for her with a torch. How long he'd been standing out there is not something she wants to think about.
Jorvaskr is the oldest building.
Skior
in
goes
White.
on about some
Skyforge
ancient
was here
magic
long
that's
before
been
it
here
was.
since forever,
And the Underforge
and how
taps an
she
ancient
is
magic
supposed to be
that's
and
older
will
than
become
men
part
or
of the
elves.
circle.
We bring you here to make you stronger, new blood. Now let's move.
Constantine has her concerns, but takes a deep breath and pushes in.
I'm glad you came. It's been a long time since we had a heart like yours among our numbers.
When she finally sees the light, standing in front of her is a werewolf. There was no time to think. Constantine brandishes her blade, ready to fight.
I would hope
For an
you
attack
recognize
that never
Ayla,
comes.
even in this form.
What?
She's agreed to be
What's
your
going on
forebear.
here?
We do this in secret.
stay
because
silent and
Constantine
listen
is
to
too
what
busy
Skior
trying
has to
throw
say.
away this great gift we've been granted. He thinks we've been cursed, but we've been blessed. How can something that gives this kind of prowess be a curse? So we take matters into our own hands. To reach the heights of the companions, you must join with us in the shared blood of the wolf.
Are you prepared to join your spirit with the beast world, friend?
And that's when he
It's
asks,
your choice.
is Constantine ready to become a werewolf?
Join the circle. You'll blood.
How is she supposed to answer that? What if
Meet
she
us
doesn't
here
want to
when you're
become
ready.
one? But then she won't rise through the ranks in the companions. She doesn't know what to do. So she does the one thing she can. She runs. Fear in every step as she hurtles her way through Whiterun. She has no idea what to do or where to go, and she ends up in the Bannered Mare. Without a second thought, she runs up to the barkeep and orders a couple bottles of alcohol. She heads to a table and downs the bottles.
Let's sate that appetite, hmm?
Work you're looking for? Hulda's the one to... talk to.
As her head spins from the alcohol, she finally gets a grip of her nerves. Werewolf. They want her to become a werewolf and join the inner circle. That means giving up a part of herself to the beast. If she takes the offer, she can join and rise through the ranks of the companion. Her renown would grow ever more. At the same time, she'd be a werewolf. Do they have control of themselves? Can she control herself? Her anger slipped before. Would this increase that potential? Would she lose herself to the beast? At the same time, though, the raw power she would obtain, it's nothing to sniff at. Maybe she could find a cure if she felt she was unable to control it. Is there even a cure? She continues to ponder. She decides she's going to take the risk. Power isn't obtained by simply existing. It's taking risks. Though how far the consequences for her actions are yet still unknown. What is known is that she's got to head back to the Underforge and participate in the ritual. Heading back to Jorvaskr and the Underforge, every step she takes, she hears her heart beating a little louder until, whether she fully recognized it or not, she was back in front of the Underforge. This time, though, she knew exactly what to expect. No blade needed. Once again, taking a deep breath, she enters.
Are you prepared to join
Walking
your
in, she
spirit
goes
with
back
the
to
beast
Skior
world,
and
friend?
lets him know that she's ready. With a grin on his face, he
Very
walks
well.
over to Ayla in wolf form and cuts her arm, dropping blood into the basin. She is then commanded to drink. She looks at the crimson, slightly viscous liquid and drinks. Ah, the power she feels, the hunger. She is ravenous. She must slaughter. She runs around, not feeling control of all her faculties, but is moving and fighting based solely off some animalistic instinct. A guard gets in her way, and she's clearly still very clumsy with her form, but in time, she dispatches him. Thought of consuming his heart makes her salivate, but her attention is returned to another guard. Without warning, though, she loses consciousness and fades into the black. She awakens with a throbbing headache in front of
awake?
Ayla.
I was
She
starting
thought
to
she
think
had
you would never
died,
come
but
back.
apparently
Yours
we
was
just
not an
had an
easy
incredibly
transformation,
difficult transformation.
but you're still alive.
Constantine
so
takes that as code
We even have a
for almost
celebration
losing
planned
herself.
for you.
The two
There's
speak,
a
and
pack
Ayla
of
tells her
werewolf
they're going
hunters
to
camped
initiate a
nearby
hunt
at
on the
Gallows
Silver
Rock.
Hand base.
The Silver
Skior
Hand.
apparently already
I
went
think we've
ahead,
met them
and
before.
after a quick chat
We're going
about
to slaughter them.
whatever
All
just
of them.
happened, Ayla and
Lead on.
Constantine go in for the
Skior's
attack.
already scouting ahead.
We head for the fort stealthily. Ayla is a huntress, of course, so going in swords drawn immediately seems counterintuitive. There are 3 defenders, and Constantine takes them down with precision. She was so quick on the bowstring, Ayla didn't even get a chance to fight. She loots what she can and heads into the fort.
You're dead. You hear me? Dead! What was that? Ah! Found you!
Inside is clearly a den of werewolf hunters.
Look at this.
They've got
Cowards
werewolf
must
heads
have
on
locked the
pikes,
place down
and
after Skior
look,
charged in.
Constantine isn't great at indoor decor herself, but it makes reasonable sense to maybe not have dead things inside the place you live. At best, it'll stink up the place. And honestly, look, there are many inside and outside decor items. Heads on spikes are an outside decoration, not an inside one. As she travels down to the fort, she comes across a few Silver Hand members who she expertly, and more importantly, quickly, dispatch. As she travels down to the fort, she comes across a few Silver Hand members who, with the help of Ulf and Ayla, expertly dispatch. She continues to loot what she can and moves on. She continues up a set of stairs, coming across what looks like a few Silver Hand members relaxing, reading, and just minding their own business. See, here's the issue with that. Constantine has a bow and a vendetta, and they can't hear her. Hopefully, whatever it is they were doing was fun, since they won't be able to do it again. Ever. What has bothered her, though, is Ayla noted that Skior had gone ahead, but clearly these individuals don't seem to care that someone most likely just plowed through their fort. A pit starts to form in her stomach. The group comes across a door, which Constantine opens and barrels through, ready to attack whatever was in her way. Something she had not thought about, though, is as a werewolf, now Silver hurts a lot more than it used to, and she takes a few hits, requiring her to retreat and heal up. The fight lasts several minutes as Ayla, Ulf, and Constantine battle their way through what is most likely the remaining garrison before the main cistern of the fort.
I'm afraid of you.
As the battle rages on, she continues to get more and more concerned as to where Skior might be. Now, this is still an extermination mission, so it's up to her and everyone else to make sure that not a single hand member is left standing. But afterwards, well, then they're gonna need to figure out what's up. Once the last member is dropped, it's just a quick loot and scoot, and she moves on. They get closer to the cistern when Ayla lets her know the leader of this cell is known as the Skinner. It'll be our job to make sure she never skins again. The door opens and Constantine lets her arrows fly. There are quite a few Silver Hand members in here, with the Skinner being in the steel armor. What's worse, though, is that the group is currently outmanned, but that doesn't stop them from fighting. And slowly, the Silver Hand members begin to fall by blade and arrow. Ulf continues to show what a good boy he is by biting and gnashing at anything that gets close. Constantine continues trying to whittle down the Skinner's health while also assisting Ayla in taking out the stragglers. As she's moving around, she noticed a figure on the ground, but had no time to check her suspicions, as the Skinner was starting to barrel down on her looking for her next victim.
awaits you.
The silver blades were starting to do a real number on her. She was getting exhausted. The Skinner was the last one alive, but both Ayla and Ulf looked like they were going to pass out at any minute. Constantine truly was not ready for the incredible weakness she now had to Silver, but she had a mission to finish, and she was not going to be ended by some 2-bit gang leader. The final arrow in the back of the Skinner, Constantine switches quickly to her restoration magic, trying to heal some of the open wounds, before checking on the body, which she already knew whom it was.
Somehow they managed to kill
Skior was dead, and
He was one of
Ayla
the
was
strongest we
pissed.
had.
She wanted revenge for the death of Skior,
He should
and it
not
seemed she was on the
come without a
warpath
shield,
to wipe
brother.
out the entirety
Get
of the
out of
Silver
here.
Hand.
I'm going to make
Constantine
sure we've got
had
the
no
last of
qualms with
it.
this.
See if there's
She
any
might not have
information
known
to be gotten
Skior
from
very
bodies.
well, but now that she was a
Do not have
werewolf,
work
she had a target on her back.
Silver Hand will tremble at our
Getting rid
sight.
of the threat made the most sense. Ayla gave her first Silver Hand target in Fort Fellhammer.
I've called one of the brighter Silverhand has been sniffing around the Pale. If you can sneak into their camp and steal his plans, we'll have the advantage. I'm gonna find whoever did this.
After looting the Skinner, Constantine burned the corpse, as is a habit of hers when dealing with enemies whom she despises. One thing is triumph in battle, the other is desecrating the bodies to leave a message. After looting the bodies and burning the corpses, she also takes a few items off of Skior. Ayla can deal with the body, but his gear should be placed in the museum for safekeeping. Ayla protested at first, but came around to the idea after Constantine explained the purpose of the museum. Skior was a good man and deserved to have his items displayed as such. Finally finished in the fort, Constantine was exhausted. She had looted and done everything she needed, and her plan was to set up camp and rest, but looking at her map, she realized that she was pretty close to Whiterun. So instead of setting up camp or taking a random sleeping bag, she decided she would make her way towards the city and rest there. While running through the forest, she came across what could only be described as a woodland hut for sale. Unsure of who the seller was, but the place gave off a cozy, out-of-the-way feeling. This also may prove to be an incredibly useful base of operations for her in the woodlands if she needed it. So, what she does, she marks it on her map, and she keeps moving before nearly being killed by a frostbite spider of all things. Oh god, she is tired. She needs that rest soon. After that little spider mishap, she comes across yet another weird shrine. Now, she had seen one of these before, but again, when she put her hands on it, it seemed the magic just wasn't there or wasn't available. A book was left on the altar, though, dealing in some form of a ritual regarding souls. Now, whatever the ritual is, it can't be a good thing, but curiosity got the better of her and she tucked the book away. She'll probably come back when she has a more solid grasp of magic and magical theory. Her walk back to Whiterun is uneventful until she comes across a ruined tower base flooded with bandits. She's hit that point in her exhaustion where now she's just pissed. She's angry at the bandits for even existing and chooses the best course of action is slaughtering all of them.
See you dead.
And so that's what she does. With the assistance of the best boy Ulf, the two start to take out each bandit with extreme prejudice. She could taste the fear in the air. Her newfound werewolf senses give her that ability. With each bandit eliminated, the rest become more and more terrified. The fear is there, and she loves it. What a powerful emotion that gives off an even greater scent. She continues her hunt. Her expert aim is no match for these gutless weaklings. They got a hit on her, but it just dinged her armor, nothing more. She crosses the stone bridge to the other tower, getting ready to eliminate the rest of the bandits. And as she does, she feels her heart rate increase. She can now taste the blood on the air, and by the gods does she want more of it. The bloodlust is making her sloppy. The new werewolf powers, while increasing her senses, also seem to dull her concentration. She has to be able to control this lest she dies due to her arrogance.
Let's see what you've got.
It's too much for her, though. The blood is in the air, and she's hungry. She allows the wolf to come out and play, transforming her into her beast form. With her claws, she rips and tears through the remaining bandits, soaking up every single ounce of fear and blood that is on the air.
At it! That's your best! Please don't kill me!
Having killed the remaining bandit, she's able to once again obtain full control and transform back into her human form. Her tiredness increases, transforming appears to take a lot out of her, and she's left with a metallic taste on her tongue. She's admittedly not sure how to feel about what just happened. The raw power was amazing, but the bestial feeling of ripping apart an enemy just unsettled her. She's not against her becoming a werewolf. The upside seemed to be better than the down, but she does want to start research on a cure, just in case. Tired, but an adventurer at heart, she comes across a ruin, and if she had seen properly, there's a standing stone at the top. Now, she's in for more than she bargained for, as she was immediately attacked by a skeletal, Draugr-looking thing. There are necromancers about. She loves necromancers. Hearing a voice, she knows someone's around the corner. The important steps to make sure they don't see her before it's too late. Ulf continues to show his use by dealing with the mage when she missed her admittedly easy shot. The head necromancer is above. She can hear her talking to herself. It's always the necromancers that talk to themselves, honestly. But, then again, it's not like the dead make for great conversationalists. shot lines up and is let loose as the necromancer summons her army of dead bones. A skill Constantine will learn one day, but for now she just needs to get rid of the current problem. This necromancer is a lot hardier than some of the others she's come across. Most likely she's using some form of alteration shielding like what Constantine uses, but as with everything, this too shall break. A quick search of the area grabs some interesting loot, and she takes a rubbing of the stone for Aryan to create a replica in the museum. Finally, after everything she's done, Constantine arrives back in Whiterun. It's good to see those strong stone walls again, and she's eager to get inside and head to sleep. First business, though, is dumping any relics or objects into the museum cargo storage so that they can be shipped off. She really does have to thank Aryan for setting this up. It makes her job so much easier. Finally, she arrives back in Jorrvaskr. Thankfully, nobody's around to ask her any questions like, where did she go? Where's Skjor? Where's anybody? She finds the bunk and is ready to fall asleep for several hours. Upon waking up, though, she has a horrible feeling. After eating a mammoth's snout, she forcibly transforms back into a werewolf, but she can only move. She doesn't have the same bestial feeling she did before, but that doesn't stop others from noticing. She's terrified and running for the door. She's out in Whiterun and starting to be attacked by guards on all sides. She finally feels she's able to break out of the city, but is being relentlessly pursued by the city guards. She can't move her arms to attack. She can't even transform back. What is happening to her? Finally, on the walls of Whiterun, the guards kill her.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
Constantine awakens with a start, sweating buckets. She's alive. And on the stairs in Jorrvaskr? Had she been sleepwalking? This is concerning, and her fear of the beast form only grows. Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's Adventure. Last we left her, she was awakened from a rather weird dream regarding her new werewolf abilities. We have no time to wait though. She's been given an assignment from Ayla to go hunt down a Silverhand leader and obtain their plans. The location is just north of Whiterun, so it's time to strap on the sword and bow and get moving. Constantine gets a sense of her surroundings quickly. The air is nice and brisk, and it's relatively early in the morning. She knows she's hurting on a few arrow supplies, though. While she can always count on her ethereal arrows in case she runs out, it's ideal to have physical ones as a frontline offense. She heads towards War Maidens to borrow their forge and make herself some new arrows. Having just learned how to fashion and work with orichalcum, she thinks she's going to make some orcish arrows. Steel and iron are good, but they just don't pack the same amount of blunt force trauma an orcish arrow does. She makes a few packs, bringing her total to around 80 arrows. That should honestly be enough to deal with a few lowly Silverhand outpost members. As she was leaving Whiterun, she passed by the local Khajiit caravan. They aren't allowed in the city walls on account of some prejudice that they might steal things, but Constantine has found the caravans to be quite kind and always willing to trade fairly. It also does help her cause a little bit in the fact that they don't particularly care what body a sword or shield may have come from. They just take it anyways, so they're a good sort of fence in that regard. Continuing on her travels, she comes across a rather interesting orc. He apparently is a master in unarmed combat and sells a bunch of important spellbooks. Now, most of his stock she has no use of, but many of the spells are the same sort of oakskin spell she currently uses, except that he has the highest rated armor spellbook, that being Dragonhide. It's expensive, but if she sits down to really study it, it could save her life. She buys it promptly, thanks the orc, and moves on. She keeps it in the back of her mind that she'll need to start studying that book at her earliest convenience. she walks through the plains of Whiterun and marvels at the beauty of the world around her. Yes, it's raining, but that early morning fog, as it covers the land, is truly a sight to behold, and the rays of sunlight that streak through are something she wouldn't want to miss for the world. Yes, she does live a dangerous life, always on the move, always searching for the next bounty or assignment, but it's nice to just take in your surroundings every once in a while. Well, enough reminiscing about the weather. She may be able to have stretched her legs for a bit, but she hasn't been able to get in her morning shots. Thankfully, these poachers are around and are just asking to be sent to Sovngarde. Nothing like a little morning practice to get yourself really going. After cleaning up her mess and continuing on the snowy mountaintops, she came across a door. Now, usually she would ignore the door. She, of course, had a mission, but the call of adventure was just too much for her. The architecture was clearly Dwemer in nature. Now, this would be the first time Constantine had ever set foot in a Dwemer ruin before. She had seen them dot the landscape all over, but she had never actually entered one. This would be an interesting find and a more interesting adventure in general. There were large dwarven metal pipes everywhere, and hard rock encompassed her fully. She had no idea what to expect, so she stayed on guard, bow drawn. Her first foray into the Dwemer ruins and her welcoming committee was a weird dwarven automaton. It was living metal powered by lightning that attacked immediately on sight. Unsure of what this new threat brought to the table, she did notice the contents she could scavenge from the automatons were bountiful and could potentially hold great value to collectors or be smelted down and sold as ingots. The first entry point appeared to be barred, but then she came across a body on the ground, and next to it was a knapsack. Looking through the knapsack, she came across a note, presumably from the dead man's leader, about a special sword. Now, this is the sort of thing Constantine was looking for. Ancient Dwemer city and a rare sword to boot. She put the note away. The silver hand could definitely wait on this one. First, she's looking around for the dynamo core that the note spoke of. It seemed that it's the key to getting further in. She noticed it around some air that shimmered. So she walks in, picks it up, and immediately notices she's starting to cough and feel awful. Oh no, that's poison. She couldn't tell what type of poison it was, but she only knew that it was. She downs health potions and uses restoration magic as a way to consistently try to purge it from her system. She doesn't have any cure poison potions on her. A rookie mistake, a stupid mistake, she thought to herself. She would need to get some next time she's in town. You cannot go out adventuring without some of these potions. She can hear her heart beating harder and harder as the poison courses through her body, but thankfully, her efforts with her restoration magic were able to finally purge the last of it from her body. She'd have to move more carefully and look out for any more shimmering air as she delves deeper and deeper into the dungeon. She had steadied herself and gone further into the dungeon when more of the weird spider automatons came jumping from the wall to attack her. So that's great. Now she needs to look out for the actual walls. They appear easy enough, but deep down she knows that there's bound to be something so much worse. She's not fully ready and she doesn't know what to expect. All she knows is she needs to be on guard lest she catch a stray lightning bolt, so to speak. Having solved a quick puzzle, the bars to the next room lift and she carefully proceeds in. Now this is where she meets her next opponent. The bipedal Dwemer automatons. They seem like they are going to pack much more of a punch if she's not careful. Thankfully, and much to Constantine's chagrin though, the bipedal constructs are just as susceptible to arrow attacks as their spider counterparts. Assuming she makes it out of here alive, she'll need to head to more dwarven ruins. The amount of scrap that she's been able to pick up is incredibly useful, and looking at it, she thinks that she should be able to smelt it down into ingots. She should be able to make a decent bit of money that way. Obviously, of course, that means having to delve into more Dwemer ruins, but the payout is absolutely worth it. She looted the rest of the room, and nothing much of note outside of a few more Dwemer scraps and a few books that she was going to be able to send off to Orion to fill out the museum's library. Not one to waste a closed door, she opens to what was most likely a Dwemer bedroom of sorts. When she opens the door, though, she sees bodies, and fresh ones at that. She's no idiot. She knows now that even if there's nothing immediately present, the walls hide secrets. And as if on cue, a dwarven sphere escapes from the wall to claim another victim. Thankfully, Constantine was very aware of this and denied the Guardian its desire for blood. If they have desires at all. The room held nothing of note, minus a few trinkets she'd be able to sell. It was now time to head further into the ruins as she figures out where the core is supposed to go. And, more importantly, what it's supposed to unlock. As she continued farther into the ruins, Constantine had to admit to herself that, while dangerous, she was enjoying it. It had been a while since she had just sort of explored. Mercenary work didn't really leave a lot of room for free exploration. Through the next door, she comes across an open space. A bridge connects to another location, and down below she sees people. They have to be clearly part of the original explorer group, but they also look heavily armed. Constantine reasons it's easier to shoot first and ask questions later. Her first shot didn't drop the guy like she originally thought, but now she needs to make quick work of the rest of the group lest she be overwhelmed. Annoyingly, a few missed shots as she tried to get the range and speed down, but she was able to pick them off cleanly enough. Now a quick loot fest, and she'd move on to the next section in the ruins. After a search of the camp, she was able to find the receptacle for the orb she had found. Honestly, how sad that they were just so close to it, and yet so far. Shouldn't give it much more thought than that, though, as their loss is her gain. Upon entering the next room, she's immediately set on by the bipedal denizens. She wasn't given too much reaction time, but a few well-placed arrows tend to do the trick. Whatever the sword is, she's confident she's getting closer to where it's hidden. The increasing quantity and difficulty of the automatons is ramping up. Whatever it was that they're protecting, she's sure it's going to be worth her while. The extra target practice is something she's loving as well. The bond between her and Ulf grows with every encounter, and she's honestly just not sure why she hadn't gotten a partner yet. She may have to go back to that weird seed house and ask the wood elf to join her. An extra bow would always be useful. The storerooms here are massive. She's going to make a small fortune off these ingots she'll make. The money will be easily able to go towards having masters teach her different crafts. Now, the accumulation of money to Constantine is important, but it's not the end-all be-all. The more she accumulates, the more she can pay people to teach her these things that would honestly just take her longer to learn on her own. While thinking to herself, though, she stupidly steps into more poison. Thankfully, she knows what she needs to do, and just downing health potions and using her restoration magic to forcibly purge the poison from her body. After purging the poison, she hears more noises down below, and, as expected, she finds another automaton. She takes it out, and after taking a second to take in her surroundings, though, she notices two incredibly large automatons. Unsure if they'll attack at the same time, and not fully confident in her sneak abilities against a machine, she fires an arrow at the first, waking it. She fires arrow after arrow with panic starting to set in. They aren't being staggered by the arrow's impact, and they just keep walking towards her. The fear of death starts to loom closer and closer. She sprints up the railway to get a better vantage point, and not to be in its way. Unsure what damage it could cause, it struggles to walk up the ramp, but she's in place of rage of its attack, and she could feel the hot steam sear her body. In a fit of panic, she downs an emergency health potion she keeps on her side in the hope that it will fight the burning sensation. Ulf keeps the automaton busy just long enough for her to desperately shoot an arrow between some of the armor plates, and hitting, most likely, a vital piece, killing the machine. She breathes a sigh of relief, but the burning is still prevalent. She quickly uses her healing magic and potion to ease the burns and regain some stamina. The cooling magic flows over her as she readies herself for the second automaton. She has a better understanding of where she needs to hit and what to expect from the second automaton. She readies her bow and lets the arrow fly. This one was easier to down. Either its armor was somehow weaker, or she was able to hit it in its more vulnerable spots. It, unlike its companion, did not even get to take a sweep at her, thankfully enough. She puts it down and loots the machine, finding more precious items that she'll be able to smelt down and sell. She continues to make her way through the ruins with little fanfare and nothing new. A few automatons here and there, and scrap that she'll pick up for later. It wasn't until she was overburdened that she found out that Ulf is more than just your normal dog. He has some semblance of magic? Or was enchanted by his prior owner somehow. Ulf is able to carry some of her items by opening a sort of pocket dimension? I don't know if he knows how to do it on request or he has to be commanded to. Either way, this is a huge increase to her ability to hold stuff. Ulf is just such a good boy. Having trekked through the ruins, she found the key to the actual armory. Now, apparently the orb she found at the beginning was the key to the storehouse, and in the storehouse, she found the real key to where the sword would be. These Dwemer did not make it easy to rob them, and honestly, just not super kind of them if she's being honest. So, she backtracks and uses the key to enter the location for where the sword is most likely being housed. As she entered, she noticed the air was stale. Nobody had walked these halls for years, centuries even. This is the first time that door had been opened in gods know how long. And down Constantine's spine, she feels it. Fear. Palpable, honest fear. The fear you feel as a child when you look upon a wolf charging you down. The fear you feel when you know the next move you make will signal your death. As she shoots her way through, every fiber in her body is telling her to run, turn around and walk away. Whatever's deeper down there is not worth it. And yet, she continues. She will not die with scars on her back. Opening the door, she knows this is it. This is the room where the sword is. She can feel it, though she hasn't laid eyes on it. There are a few guards around the room and lots of loot. So, she gets to work. She shoots and loots her way through the room, taking out any automaton and stuffing whatever is semi-valuable into her bag. Many of the items will be for the museum, but others will be smelted down and sold. Upon finishing, she comes to the hallway where she knows her final encounter will be. Whatever is down this hallway is not only dangerous, but holds with it the sword she's been so painstakingly looking for. As she nears it, though, a vision flashes through her brain. Her death, over and over and over again. Unsure of what gave this premonition, all she knows is it's time to be very, very careful. She turns the corner and sees a massive automaton. Shooting it, her instincts kick in immediately, and she gets out. This thing is dangerous. Probably the most dangerous thing she has faced to date. It spews fire, the same fire she saw in her vision. If she's touched by that flame, she will die. The thing is big and will mercilessly hunt her down unless she can do something, anything. Maybe she can wedge it between a door frame. It's big, it's bulky, but it might not be able to fit. That's a good start. She lures it through the first door, hoping maybe it'll work, but it walks through easily. The door was just made for its height. Thankfully, she had seen the smaller door on her way in. There's no way that a behemoth that size will be able to walk through the door, right? Her gamble paid off. It wasn't able to fit through the door. She could keep it there, wedged, while she battered it with arrow after arrow. It wasn't the most honorable way to kill it, but it wasn't alive, and she was, so really, who cares about honor? All she needed to do was make sure she wasn't hit by any of the stray flame, and she'd be golden. This game of cat and mouse went on for minute after agonizing minute. The sweat dripping from Constantine's brow due to the heat of the flame kept getting in her eye, throwing off her aim. She had to hit the automaton over and over and over. It only had to hit her once. But finally, with enough arrows, enough patience, it finally stopped. She had won. She stood there, admiring her foe, now just a clump of unmoving metal. She waited for the flames to die down. The worst thing that could happen is burning alive right after killing it. With the fire finally out, she walked towards her now dead adversary and grabs the sword she had been looking for. It was a fine weapon, and, on closer inspection, she noticed it was a double enchanted weapon, a difficult feat, one she's actually trying to learn herself, but has failed multiple times. She took it and gave it a few practice swings. It felt good, it had a nice weight to it. She looted the rest of the room as she was able, and finally left the ruins, ready to continue on her original mission of dealing with the Silver Hand. Finally outside, it was the evening, and she was hungry, thirsty, and exhausted. The chances of Silver Hand moving bases was slim, so she thought the best thing to do right now would be to set up her camp. She needed to eat and get some much-needed rest. She had found a nice flat surface outside the ruin, but was interrupted by a courier. She now fully believes they use some semblance of magic and will go to the ends of Nirn to figure out how they track her so quickly.
Looks like that's it.
He did hand her a note from a Calcelmo in Markarth. He found out that she had come into possession of a dwarven centurion corps. Constantine starts to think that maybe the group in the ruins were contracted by that guy? If that's the case, he clearly gives no damn about his employees and really just wants the core. Probably willing to pay a good amount for it as well. Having finally laid down and taken her boots off, she goes over a few notes that she had in her pack, but quickly stuffs them away, and finally passes out for the night. Having now finally woken up, it's time for her to break camp and continue forward on her original mission to go to the Silverhand Fort and obtain those plans. First things first, though, gotta start the day off with a good meal. The courier was still hanging about, which worried her, but, she just let it slide for the time being. If he followed her some more, maybe she might find out how they use that magic a little earlier. After finally breaking camp, she orients herself to her environment and heads out with Ulf to achieve the goal that was set out for her. Not sure what she's going to find outside of a bunch of Silverhand members, although she is kind of excited to potentially use this new sword on them. It looks like it'll cut just straight through the flesh. While traveling through the snow-covered lands, she did come across an old Nordic ruin. She had already worked through a Dwemer ruin, so what's a few Draugr? Except for the fact that there were no Draugr, and instead she was attacked by ice wraiths. Now, she had never actually encountered them before, and oh my gosh, wow, they hurt. Her sword seemed to go right through them. Her only real hope of surviving this was through a couple of well-placed bow shots. She took a gamble and was right. The head is where a majority of the damage will be caused. While she only really had iron arrows, the force of the arrow and added electricity damage was all she needed to put the wraiths down. She did make a mental note not to attack wraiths unless required, but they also had some really nice ingredients on them, so she'll see. She headed back to the ruin, taking a few objects who else was gonna need them? And she also ended up taking a blessing of Talos. She knew the worship of Talos is illegal due to the Thalmor, but A, screw the Thalmor, and B, if the Daedric princes were real, as seen through Clavicus Vial, then the Aedra had to be real, and getting any extra support is nice. She's not devoted to any Aedra, but she also won't say no to any extra divine assistance. She had found a key, but upon looking around was actually able to find where it went. She'll jot it down later in her journal as a good reminder. The rest of her journey was uneventful until she crested a hill and was coming down the slope. This appears to be the fort marked on her map where the Silverhand members are hiding out. More importantly, the plans she's looking for to take should be somewhere around here. Getting closer, she gets a better idea of her surroundings and where the enemies are. She pulled back the bowstring and let the arrows fly as they find their first marks. Time to send a few souls to Sovngarde. Ulf is incredibly useful here. The idiots on the wall are more focused on the dog with no range than the archer. Though Constantine is sure that the shadow of the mountain behind her is obscuring their ability to see her, but she's not going to look that gift horse in the mouth. Ulf, for his efforts, is taking a little bit of damage, but is weaving around the majority of the arrows. hand members scout wise and came off the battlements, though they're already pretty weakened by Constantine's arrows. All it took was a few more shots, and the outside of the fort was cleared. After a quick loot fest, she found a smelter the Silver Hand had been using. She thought now was as good a time as any to smelt down all the dwarven scrap metal into ingots. Those ingots would then be able to be used to make a good bit of coin. Now remember, she doesn't really have any intention of using these ingots to make anything, as she doesn't actually know how to make anything dwarven. Now that being the case, though, she is going to use all that money she makes to help with her training. She enters the fort crouched and ready for anything, but it seems the hand members hadn't heard the commotion outside. This was good. She opens fire, and this had to be the dumbest group of people that she has ever killed.
Victory is yours. I submit. No more.
What was that?
They had no idea where she was. Her ability to sneak isn't fantastic. It's not poor, but it's not great. And they just couldn't see her? Ah. She chuckles to herself as she loots the interior of the fort, while also finding the requested Silver Hand plans. Plans acquired and weight redistributed, Constantine now has to make the journey back to Whiterun. Considering she already slew everything in her way, the hope is that the trek back to Whiterun should be pretty quick and easy. This was not the case, as Constantine came upon a giant camp. She felt she was stronger now and wanted to see if she was capable of actually taking down a giant. She chooses her arrows and pulls back the bow, when she notices that she is now about to be attacked by something else. From the look of it, it looks like it's a bunch of Silver Hand members hunting her down. Alright, well, time for her to put down a few more dogs. It was just a small party. Constantine assumed that they had come from somewhere else and saw the state of the fort and just sort of tracked her. This idea was not the case. No, a bounty was placed on her by the Silver Hand higher-ups. Constantine was pissed. Nobody places a bounty on her and gets away with it. The few who have tried, they're all dead. Hopefully through Ayla, she'll be able to find the heads of the Silver Hand and wipe them clean. She did still want to take a crack at the giant camp, though, to get a kind of a real measure of her strength. So, with the help of Ulf, that's exactly what she did. The giant was definitely bulky, but he did seem to be marginally affected by her arrows. She next wanted to try out some of her poisons. Magic lightning arrows are solid, but nothing beats a debilitating poison. An art that she really does want to get better at. Ulf is an absolute powerhouse of a dog. He took that hit like it was nobody's business. Truly the best companion Constantine could ask for. A final arrow took out the giant, and she had a clear view of the loot. She was incredibly proud of herself. Giants are not an easy target to take down, but the fact that she was able to proves that she's making strides in her abilities. She heats up by the fire to expel the cold that had set into her armor. Cyrodiil had its fair share of cold weather, but geez, Skyrim's cold is a whole different beast. A quick lockpick and loot, and she also jots down different markings and what the camp sort of looked like for Arian. He seemed keen in building replicas of giant camps within the museum. As she traveled on, she knew she was getting closer to Whiterun, but she came across a rather odd sight. First off, there was a stuck cart in the middle of the road with a strange-looking man near it. She would go see him later. She was first curious if the owners of the land knew he was there. But when she walked up, they appeared to be in some form of verbal altercation, and Constantine knew better than to intervene. So she went back down to go check on the strange man. What she saw was just weird, and what she heard was stranger. First off, the man was in a jester's outfit, and he spoke in the third person, calling himself Cicero, a name she had never heard before. He also mentioned needing to bring his mother's corpse to her new burial ground. His whole feeling was weird, and her feeling about him was just off. But she did offer to help. He had a dead mother, and the least she could do was see if she could assist.
Oh, yes! Yes, the kindly stranger can certainly help. Go to the farm, the Lorius farm, just over there off the road.
His request was rather simple. All he wanted was for her to go talk to the farmer on the hill and ask him if he would help out the strange man with his cart by fixing the wheel. He was even offering to pay her to do so, and she wasn't going to turn down money for such a simple task.
Will reward you with coin, gleamy, shiny coin.
He was still a little weird, though. Walking up to the farmer, he is not pleased about us being there, and frankly, quite pissed about the weird jester asking for help.
Crazy fool's already asked me about 5 times. Seems he's not satisfied with my answer. Why can't he just leave us alone? Pay me? You think this is about money? Have you seen the man? He's completely out of his head. A jester here in Skyrim? Ain't been a merry man in these parts for 100 years. And he's transporting some giant box. Says it's a coffin, and he's going to bury his mother. Mother, my eye. You could have anything in there. War contraband, weapons, skooma? Ain't no way I'm getting involved in any of that. What? And just who in Mara's name are you, anyway? Come here, telling me my business. And for what? To help a fool? Look, Yes, you're right. Fella might be nutters, might not. But fact is, he needs help. I turned him away. What kind of a man am I, huh? Look, thanks. And I'm sorry
Constantine
for my
appeals to the man's better judgment. Keep in mind, not because she doesn't think he may be right about him being very strange, but because she gets paid if he helps.
Poor mother! You did? He has? Oh, stranger! You have made Cicero so happy, so jubilant and ecstatic.
A quick jaunt back to Cicero, and we let him know that the farmer is willing to help him out. He gets a little too excited to hear that, but he does pay her 400 gold coins. She appreciates the gesture and goes on her way, trying to forget the strange little man and his incredibly large coffin. As Constantine neared Whiterun, she realized she had never actually arrived from this direction before. She found a small bandit hideout at the base of the city where Dragon's Reach was, and while she wasn't paid to kill the bandits, them being this close to a city is just not a great thing. Plus, she would just take her payment from the dead bandits anyways.
Someone there?
There are only 2 bandits, but this place clearly housed more than just 2. So where the heck were the rest? Easy kills. So she went about looting the camp. Annoyingly, there was really nothing of value minus a few trinkets. While she was looting, though, the rest of the bandit group must have showed up and probably just came back from some sort of raid. Seeing as how they caught Constantine red-handed taking their ill-gotten gains, it was only the right and polite thing to put them down. In the fray of combat, 2 Vigilants of Stendar almost came out of nowhere to assist her. She really didn't need the help, but it was nice to have a meat shield so that the fire spell wasn't directed at her. The Vigilants were pretty snarky and rude. Constantine was starting to think that the one-off interaction she had may be more of a whole group ideology. She also isn't going to tell them that she has already cavorted with Daedra by speaking with Clavicus Vile. While she could absolutely take them in a fight right here, right now, they are too close to the city walls, and whether she likes it or not, the Vigilants of Stendar do have the people's respect. So slaughtering them in front of the city walls seems like just a bad idea for her reputation. Back in Whiterun proper, there are a few errands that Constantine's going to need to run prior to heading back out. The first, of course, being sending off any new relics to Arian. It's so nice that Arian pays the driver on delivery. A, that means Constantine doesn't have to, and B, with the reputation the museum is gaining, more drivers seem to be willing to trek up to Solitude. Constantine has to once again marvel at Ulf's magic ability to hold on to items for her in his little pocket dimension, as it allows her to carry more things and, of course, send more stuff off to Arian. Whiterun. Constantine adores Whiterun. Of the major cities she's visited, Whiterun is probably her favorite, and she hopes to get a permanent residence here soon enough, though she is unsure of how to do that just yet. She has 2 main errands she wants to run. The first is using the enchanting table in Dragon's Reach, and the second is having Yorlin show her more smithing techniques. She did quickly pass by the bounty board to see if there are any interesting jobs, but nothing immediately catches her eye, so she moved on. Back in Dragon's Reach, she heads to the enchanting table. So she has 2 goals in mind regarding enchanting. The first is to simply disenchant a bunch of items she has on her to learn those enchantments. But also, she wants to enchant a few items to increase her ability, but also just has some stuff to sell off for a little bit of extra coin. She has learned, though, that it's feasibly possible to put 2 enchantments on 1 item. Obviously, of course, she sort of saw this from the sword she picked up. But she's heard that it's actually possible to learn an enchantment of an item without it breaking. Now, she doesn't fully believe that yet. She does need to do quite a bit more studying, but if this is possible, if you can actually disenchant an item without it breaking, she thinks that there's some powerful, unique enchantments in the world made by absolute masters of the craft, probably more likely Daedra, and she hopes to learn those enchants without actually breaking the item. The power, as well as the actual financial power that comes from that ability, beautiful. Having finished her enchanting spree, she heads down to Belethor's to sell off the trinkets she's enchanted, as well as any other small little things that she picked up in the ruins and otherwise. She likes Belethor. He takes everything and asks no question. He can somehow sniff a stolen item from a mile away, so he chooses not to work as a fence, which is frustrating. But she does hope to one day persuade him to potentially take up that field as well. Now, keep in mind she's not necessarily planning on robbing everyone blind, but it does help to create a network if you come into possession of certain items. It's good practice, just in case. With that little errand taken care of, the last thing she wants to get done is for Yorlin to continue teaching her how to shape different metals. He knows a lot more than he lets on. He talks about his Skyforged steel, but this man, he hides a lot of his knowledge. He does, though, have a ravenous need for dwarven ingots. And realistically, what smith doesn't? They are incredibly hard to find, and to make them you have to delve into Dwemer ruins, which, as Constantine now knows, is incredibly dangerous. He happily trades for them with good coin, and she turns around giving it right back to him so he can show her more techniques. Her current hope is that she'll be able to learn how to make and work with ebony soon, but her understanding of how the metal interlocks with other metals and bonds is still pretty lackluster. As her reputation grows, she feels she needs to start making herself more identifiable. The elvish armor she currently wears is great, but she looks more like she's a mercenary that works for the Thalmor rather than anything else. She hopes the ebony look, as it's incredibly rare to see anybody wearing it, will make her stick out more and people will come want her services. When she starts to train her ability in using heavy armor, she's hoping she'll be able to incorporate ebony in some way so as to keep her recognizable. Constantine, having finished with all her errands, finally returns to Ayla to turn in the Silverhand plans. She was impressed, but she also wasn't just lying around waiting for a return. She snooped around and found one of the Silverhand leaders, and is requesting now that we assassinate them. Without missing a beat, Constantine accepts. Of course, for the death of Skewer, but more importantly, this may be the leader that put the hit out on her, and as Constantine's rules state, nobody puts a hit out on Constantine and gets away with it. She also recognizes her need to rest and recoup. She had fallen a little on her study time, so she pulled out the books in her bag and looked through them, choosing which one she wanted to continue studying. Ultimately, she chose to start working through Dragonhide. She reasons that more survivability is paramount to being successful. A long study break over, she started to understand the basic properties. Now, oak flesh simply increases the toughness of her armor, while Dragonhide will actually impact her physiology. Now, the actual mechanics she hasn't quite got down, so she'll need to continue her studies. For now, though, she is tired, hungry, and thirsty. So it's time to handle those needs.
I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes.
After a well-needed sleep, she wakes up and eats breakfast. She's now got a Silverhand leader she's got to take out. As she leaves Dorvasker, she checks her map where Ayla marked it for her. She has to head to a Lost Knife hideout. It's a bit of a trek from Whiterun, and she doesn't really want to get sidetracked like she did last time. The assassination of this leader is just too important, because again, nobody puts a hit on Constantine and gets away with it. She does notice a town called Iverstead is relatively close by. She decides to go talk with the stagecoach driver and see if they're able and willing to bring her there.
So much time among
Just before she leaves the city, a rather interesting-looking priest of Arkay, known as Anders, speaks to her.
Do you
First,
believe in
he asks if
mighty
she is
Arche,
acquainted with the god of
life
death.
and death?
Of course she is. I mean, look at her. Now, look, she's no devotee of Arche.
Glad to know
Arche
that
is
because
too
I need your help.
morally just for her liking.
See, I've lost
He is
something
pleased to hear
precious.
this and then requests her aid in finding his amulet
My
of
amulet of
Arche.
Arche.
The amulet gives
source
him
of
his
my
powers
divine
somehow,
powers
and
also a
Constantine's
sacred badge of
confused.
office.
She could probably just go
I
buy an amulet of
misplaced it in
Arche
the
from
catacomb.
Belethor, but it
I'd
seems
looked
this
for it,
one
but I
may
have
be
been hearing
different.
noises
Who
down
knows?
there.
She accepts to help, as he seems desperate and very willing to pay.
Without that amulet, I'm powerless to confront them. Would you be willing to search for it? I'll just wait here and make sure nothing foul escapes the catacombs.
She'll handle that issue later, next time she's in Whiterun. She's interested to see this alleged powerful amulet that's potentially different from all the others. Again, turning to leave, when out of nowhere she hears a call of pain, and then immediately a naked man running with another closed man close behind. Unsure of who the immediate aggressor was, she chose to fire at the closed man. She seemed to be correct, as he actually turned out to be a thief. Though not just any thief. This is a thief with ties to the Thieves Guild, just based on his armor. Constantine curses to herself. She should have captured him rather than killed him. He could have told her where to find him.
Cut butter.
Finally, with no other distraction, she speaks to the coach driver, and he is absolutely willing to take her to Iverstead.
We'll be off.
She thanks him, pays the fee, and hops on.
See ya.
Iverstead's a nice, quaint little town. It reminds her a little bit of her home in Cyrodiil. She'll want to explore this place later on and talk to some of the locals. You truly never know what they might have for you. But she has no time for that right now. Right now, she needs to head to Lost Knife Hideout and take out some of them Silver Hand members. Plus, their leader. When leaving the town, though, she came across a rogue green ice atronach. Green? No questions. She just killed it immediately. A quick look, and she actually recognizes the material. It's not green ice, it's malachite. Somehow, someone was able to create an atronach from metal. She hopes to maybe one day find this individual, as that would be an incredibly useful skill to have. The rest of her trek is relatively uneventful, and she finds herself at the mouth of the cave's hideout. Without a second thought, she enters into the den, ready to exterminate every single hand member. They didn't clock or enter. This is good. She has her bow at the ready and handles the first two members, and they drop like flies. She laughs to herself. These cannot be the same hand members that trained under the Skinner who killed Skior. One of them got caught on a rock, and neither even recognized where they were being attacked from. Nothing too much of value on the bodies minus a key, so she'll take that and move on. Constantine finds herself in a massive cistern with enemies above and in front of her. There's just no real sneaky way of going about this, so she opens fire and will deal with what comes next. She's good at thinking on her feet like that. Once she recognizes it, the mage is the primary target. They're out in front and can deal the most damage the quickest. They go down actually pretty easily. She charred the remaining hand member to a little itty-bitty crisp, and then heals up. She took a hit or two, but it was nothing too substantial. She still hasn't gotten a good target on any of the individuals on the ramparts, and that makes her nervous. They've got the high ground, allowing them easier shots at her, and her retaliatory ones being much more difficult. She was, finally, able to spot them, and she got the first shot off. A bow fight to the death began. Or it would have been if the hand members were competent at all at using a bow. She swears they just picked up the bow for the first time. They didn't even get a shot off on her. They were an absolute disgrace to the art of archery, and taking them out was a mercy to the craft. One member thought they were being sly by faking a yield. Too bad Constantine doesn't take any prisoners.
Someone there?
Huh, the tripwire. Constantine thinks she'll be able to use that. At this point, several of the other hand members have figured out something's wrong, but haven't quite found Constantine yet. She's gonna see if she can lure them into a little trap.
Gonna die for that. Won't get away with that. Where are you? Kill you! You're dead. You hear me? Dead!
That was disappointing. The trap didn't work, so she'll just kill him the old-fashioned way. One of them had a good deal of loot on him, and she took it all before heading deeper into the hideout. When she entered the room, rather than going in bow blazing, the hand members were talking. She thought by listening to them, they might give her some ideas as what she's about to face. According to the members, the leader is currently heavily drunk. This is good. Drunk people make easier targets. Now that she's got some information, it was time to make some pincushions.
Die for that. No! Kill you!
How? Are they blind? Did the electricity fry their brains? Honestly, Constantine doesn't even care. They're just easy targets. That sounded like an old woman's scream. Did Constantine just kill an elder lady? Look, silver hand member is silver hand member to her, so it doesn't matter, but oof. Having dealt with this first group of, frankly, completely incompetent hand members, she looted what she could and headed into what the other members called the hole. She needed to be careful, though. Who knew how many people there were waiting for her? The first offender went down quickly enough. The concern is that others may have heard or seen it. In the background, Constantine can hear the leader being quite loud and belligerent. Best bet is to wipe out the rest of the hand members first and leave him for last. That third death is what spurred the rest of the group. Now Constantine needs to be on her guard as more members were going to start searching for her. That would be the case if they were at least moderately competent. Ulf does good work dealing small amounts of damage and keeping the target off her. His distractions allow her to whittle down the rest of the group. At some point, though, she got tired of using the iron arrows and decided she was going to switch to her ethereal ones. That appeared to be the last of the riffraff, and now it was time to actually deal with the drunk leader. She assumed at first that the best bet would to be just shoot him from afar. Problem being, even though he was drunk, he had a good eye. He dodged each one of her shots. He wanted her to get close, and in her frustration, she did, sort of. She got closer to him and shot him from the top of a cage. Her shot landed, but then he did something she didn't think he would do. He hid for cover. Clearly, his drunkenness did not affect his combat ability. Again, in frustration, Constantine jumped down to initiate close quarters combat, although she did still plan to use the bow.
I'll get you.
He took a big hit to Ulf, which enraged Constantine even further. She would make this one suffer.
I'll live to drink another day.
She had turned him into a living pincushion and dropped into a knee. When he got back up, Ulf immediately went for the attack. That's when Constantine got an idea. Ulf seemed like he wanted some revenge for that hit, so she let Ulf get it. Truly, he is the best boy, and Constantine absolutely adores him. She meticulously went through the cave, looting anything she could, but finding really nothing of value outside of a few museum items. She used Ulf's pocket dimension to store some of the equipment so she wouldn't get over encumbered. When she finished her looting spree, though, she left the cave, exhausted and truly just ready to go to bed. Frustratingly, though, she wasn't quite done with combat. There were a few stragglers on the ramparts that either didn't care the rest of them were slaughtered or were just so drunk they didn't notice. Problem is, they absolutely noticed Constantine as she turned the corner. She now had to defend herself against 3 people while on a very narrow bridge. Truly, thank the gods for Ulf. In the heat of battle, she heard one of the enemies call out that they yielded. Nope, it's been a long fight, dealing with subpar combatants. You get no mercy from Constantine, and may that arrow send you to whatever afterlife you believe in. Now, she was done. Everyone was dead. She looted what she could from the bodies, and seeing no way off the ramparts, she jumped into the water, thinking a little too late that it may have been too shallow. Much to Constantine's gratitude, it was not too shallow, and she was able to leave the cave with no further issues. She was tired, and while she thought about making for Iverstead and then heading back to Whiterun, the leader was dead, and he would still be dead in a day anyways. Constantine instead decided to head out to try to find a camping spot, and she was originally going to plan to camp in front of the cave and lake, but there was a ruin nearby with what looked like mages on it, and not knowing their intentions, it seemed safer to move along. As she did, she came across a bridge and the sound of wolves, though it was very clearly not wolves that attacked her. She had never seen these creatures before, and she bet that they were just some spawn of oblivion. No matter though, she'd put them down anyways and see if anything happened afterwards. Nothing did. She kept hearing snarls and moved up onto the bridge to find not monsters, but people. Alright, well, some people are monsters, and in this case, a carriage driver was being assaulted by a few bandits. In her exhaustion, it took her a moment to recognize who was the threat, but she expertly made them rethink their life decisions.
You won't leave here alive!
And you know what? I can still taste it.
Phew.
Colorful.
The driver seemed grateful enough, but it looked like he was going in the opposite direction and wasn't going to be able to take her to Whiterun.
Need something?
She went to loot the corpses and continue looking for a potential camping spot. She was getting very tired. She finally found a good spot on the top of a ridge that left her pretty well defended. She decided to sit down and get ready to sleep. She'd continue on the next day, maybe deal with those mages first, and then head back to Whiterun. Right now, all she needed was some rest. Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's adventure. Last we left her, she had set up camp after assassinating a Silverhand leader. We catch back up with her right as she's about to head to sleep for a quick nap. Constantine wakes up and is nice and rejuvenated. Her first thoughts were to go check out the Mage Fortress, but decided against it for now. Her main goal right now is to return to Ayla. Thankfully, she camped out pretty close to a main road, and this should take her straight back to Whiterun. A quick breakfast later, when a courier appears. She'll never get used to them appearing, but this time, he's got two letters for her. One is generic, but the other one is personalized specifically for her.
Got to go.
Someone appears to be looking for her. She looks at both letters. One is about a museum opening in Dawnstar. She'll come back to that one in a moment. She has a few opinions on the matter. The second one is the interesting one, though. It appears someone's looking for her in the Bannered Mare in Whiterun. Seeing as how that's where she's currently headed, she's gonna stop in and see what they have to say. At most, it's a job. At least, she wastes a couple minutes of her time. As she looks at her map, she realizes really how close she is to Whiterun, and she hopes that the walk back should be uneventful. She's traveled this road a few times now in the recent past, and at this point she's pretty sure there shouldn't be any bandits, or at least they shouldn't have had time to repopulate. There might be a wolf or two, but nothing she wouldn't be able to handle quickly. As she walks back, she thinks about that museum pamphlet she got. Apparently, it's in a place called Dawnstar, and it has to do with some cult called the Mythic Dawn. She's sure she's heard of that cult somewhere in some of the books she's read. More annoyingly, though, it's the fact that it's just another museum. Arian and her are currently in the process of creating a massive museum for all of Skyrim, and probably the best one in all of Tamriel. She can't let some upstart try and steal that thunder. Maybe after she speaks with Ayla, she'll take a wagon ride down to Dawnstar and take a look at the museum. Get a sense of the curator, and if possible, maybe relocate a few of the artifacts. She smiles to herself as she thinks that Aryan probably wouldn't want that, but he doesn't need to know where the stuff came from. She was glad, though, that she was right about the bandits. As she passed by Valtheim Towers, there isn't a peep from anyone. Bandits will return at some point when another group spots the empty towers, but for now, honestly, she's just glad the road is safe. Nothing exciting happened on the rest of her walk back, but she does choose to stop by the museum drop-off point and take all the items she had on her and Ulf and send those on their way. Honestly, she needs to revisit the museum again and put those displays up. It's gotta be getting pretty full. Oof, with that completed, she has a laundry list of tasks that she needs to get done before she goes and talks with Ayla. There's disenchanting, selling items, and getting more arrows, seeing as how most of them are now currently in a dwarven automaton. As she enters the city, her reflexes immediately take over as she sees a cold-blooded murder take place right in front of her. She was not able to stop the death, but she was able to avenge it. She didn't really have any reason to fight the assassin, and about midway through, she honestly thought that maybe they could lead her to the Dark Brotherhood. That being the case, though, once she slew the individual, he didn't seem to have a contract on him. This meant he either wasn't part of the Dark Brotherhood, or was just some very new recruit. Either way, they wouldn't have been useful to her. She also rationalized that if the guards had seen her talking to someone that literally just committed murder, it wouldn't look too good for her reputation anyways. Having lost a majority of her orcish arrows, Constantine needed to resupply, and resupplied pretty badly. She didn't have many materials for orcish arrows, so instead she chose to create royal elven arrows. Now, the name's a bit of a misnomer, as they're actually a type of steel arrow. Constantine learned to work, craft, and form the steel in a different way to make the arrows hit a lot stronger and a lot harder. Until she has a better understanding of ebony, she thinks these are going to be her main go-to arrows, as they're cheaper to create than orcish, and from her understanding, actually will hit harder. Her errands continue, and she heads to Belethor's to sell off a few trinkets. But, interestingly enough, he actually has a request for her. Apparently, Belethor's whole bit about selling a sister wasn't just a bit. He straight up sold his sister to a woman named Yolanda, and he's hoping to get her back. Constantine was stunned.
I did have a sister.
What do you even say in that situation? She was also pissed. Selling your family for a few coins is incredibly messed up, and while Belethor is good for it when it comes to selling, she was never going to buy from him again until she got to the bottom of this. She breathed in, breathed out, and then agreed to go look for the sister. Yolanda was going to be the first point of contact and hoped that, she would have the sister. After sucking down the urge not to punch Belethor in his stupid face, she leaves and heads up to Dragon's Reach to, again, use the enchantment table. She had picked up a weapon with an interesting enchant that she wanted to learn and to place on her bow. If Constantine understood the enchantment correctly, what it's going to do is increase the potency of the poisons she places on the arrows. Since she wants to learn more about creating some of those toxic substances possible, an enchantment like this would be incredibly useful for her.
I was told there was something about my past here.
Having completed all the tasks she wanted to get done, she finally headed back to Jorvaskr to speak with Ayla and hoping to get herself a new target. While Ayla was definitely impressed with Constantine's fervor and desire to kill the Silver Hand, she does let us know that apparently Kodlak would like to speak with us. Now, Ayla assumes it has to do with the very reasonable revenge killings we've been participating in, but she does make it very clear to be honest with Kodlak, but not overshare. Constantine agrees to speak with him, but doesn't seem like she had much of a choice.
Exactly.
Constantine goes to speak with Kodlak, who she's only had a couple of brief encounters with, but she respects the man. He carries himself with dignity and humility, but if she were ever to get in a fight with him, she'd most likely be on the back foot the whole time. Kodlak first reprimands Constantine and Ayla for the Silverhand Purge. He agrees revenge was necessary in some regard, but that she has spilt too much blood. She silently nods her head, but internally disagrees. The best way to beat someone is to make sure that they just can't get back up.
In any case, I have a task for you. Have you heard the story of how we came to be werewolves?
He switches subjects and asks for some help. He explains that the companions being werewolves has only been a semi-recent problem. By recent, he means a couple hundred years, though, so questionable statement. Anyways, he wants to finally break the curse and has found a way to do it. He's requesting Constantine go to the lair of the Glenmorrow Witches' Coven and slaughter them, taking their heads. Kodlak believes they hold the secret to curing the lycanthropy problem. Constantine, not wanting to disappoint, of course, agrees, although she also wants to get rid of her lycanthropy. Her dreams have become vicious, bloody, without control. She worries she'll lose control and succumb to being a werewolf eternally if she's not careful.
We'll get to that. It's not so simple as just killing them, though. The disease, you see, affects not just our bodies. It seeps into the spirit. Upon death, werewolves are claimed by Hircine for his hunting grounds. For some, this is a paradise. They want nothing more than to chase prey with their master for eternity. And that is their choice. But I am still a true Nord, and I wish for Sovngarde as my spirit home. That's what I've spent my twilight years trying to find out. And now I've found the answer. The witch's magic ensnared us, and only their magic can release us. They won't give it willingly, but we can extract their foul powers by force. I want you to seek them out. Go to their coven in the wilderness. Strike them down as a true warrior of the wild. And bring me their heads, the seat of their abilities. From there, we may begin to undo centuries of impurity. Good. Now move quickly, and don't leave any of them alive. Talos guide you, lass.
She appreciated listening to him speak. He has a way of convincing her that this cure may actually work, whether she believes it or not. It all seems too coincidental, too easy. But at the same time, she imagines he's been looking into this for years and contacting all manner of mages, so who is she to say that it might not work? She'll go slaughter some witches.
I was the newest companion until you came along.
Before slaughtering some witches, though, Constantine has a couple more errands she wants to run and people she needs to talk to in Whiterun. If the witches have been around for as long as Kodlak says, he could wait a little longer. She assumes he isn't going anywhere. First, she wants to find the person that contacted her via mysterious note, the one that came along with the Dawnstar Museum pamphlet. It told her to meet her at the Bannered Mare, though no indication as to who she was actually supposed to be looking for. Constantine first speaks with Hulda, but she got no information from her regarding anybody mentioning they were looking for her.
Have you seen
all the rumors she had also were just completely useless, as Constantine was hoping Hulda may have picked something up about the Dark Brotherhood. I mean, they are a literal group of assassins. You would think at some point a tavern owner would hear something. No, Hulda seems to have no information. After that, and several other failed leads, she's confused as to where the contact is, and just walks upstairs when she's called out by a high elf sitting on a chair.
This may sound strange,
her name is Niranor, and she has an absolutely wild request for Constantine.
I am a fugitive.
So first off, she wants Constantine to steal a painting of her from the Thalmor. Apparently, she is a fugitive, and this painting is all they have to track her visually. Now, this isn't easy enough.
The painting is a portrait of me.
Except for
My
the
parents
fact that she
commissioned
wants
the piece after my
Constantine
induction
to
into the
literally
Welkin
sneak into the
Knights. It was my
Thalmor embassy
proudest moment.
to retrieve the
The
painting.
Thalmor must have taken it when they
Constantine
raided my
choked on
family
her drink
residence back
laughing
in
before
Alamar.
realizing she was being deadly serious.
This is the only recent painting of me. Without it, there may be no other means to identify me on this side of Tamriel. Though it may not be a foolproof plan, stealing the painting could impede the Thalmor's pursuit of me, and might even lead to them losing track of my whereabouts.
She thinks it over.
Thank you. I'll wait for
and
your
after a little
successful
bit,
return
she
here
agrees.
at the Bannered
She makes
Mare.
it known, though, that this is not a simple robbery, and it may take some time. She admittedly had no idea how to get into the Thalmor embassy, but that's not a problem she needs to worry about at this moment. What's important is she has the job and... Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that Ysolda? It absolutely was. Constantine looks frantically around for her as she remembers that was who Belethor sold his sister to.
Khajiit caravans, I'm going to buy the Bannered Mare from Hulda.
Ysolda claims the sister is no longer working for her,
She's no longer
which is a
working for me.
funny way to say sold
I
into
told her she should
slavery.
go see the world,
Maybe.
try new things, explore new avenues of career growth, step outside of her comfort zone. Yes, to Madran, one of the Khajiit caravaneers.
And she went
for valuable
on and
business
on
insight
about
regarding
wanting
the
to
Serpent's
help
visa.
her and for her to see the world and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, turns out Ysolda just sold her to the Khajiit caravan. So now Ysolda's on Constantine's hit list if it turns out that the sister was abused at any point.
You tried mercenary?
Constantine still wasn't quite done with the city. She remembered the priest of Arkay asking her to get his amulet, but that the dead had started to walk. She decided to go quickly and get it for him because she wanted to know just what was so special about this specific amulet of Arkay. She first went to speak to one of the other priestesses to see if they had any information. She
Guards have
didn't,
been
but she
telling
did hear some
travelers
funny
to watch
rumors.
the skies. In the past 2 weeks, 2 separate adventurers have been felled by mudcrabs. A summoner attempted to conjure up one of the guards a warm bed. They both burned to death.
Whether those rumors were true or not, Constantine wasn't going to think about it. She did assume that Anders was in bed, so she wouldn't wake him for now, and she went into the crypt. Upon entering, she was immediately waylaid by Draugr. Anders was right about the dead rising up, though there's usually some level of a reason for it, whether it's a malevolent force or a necromancer. That being the case, though, she wasn't paid for that. She was just paid to find an amulet. And so, she continues walking through the Hall of the Dead, looking for this alleged special amulet of Arkay. Depending on how strong or unique it is, she might offer some level of a trade and ask if she could place it in the museum. Or she could just rob him. Aryan seems to follow the if you don't tell me where it comes from, I won't ask approach to museum acquisitions. The dead weren't particularly strong either, so whatever was awakening them was either just weak for one reason or another, or the actual magic being used wasn't a very high-level spell. Either way, Constantine appreciated it, as it made her job that much easier. What she wasn't expecting, though, was the reanimation of some of the dead. Not all of them, but some of them would go down and then reconstitute themselves. It's a level of raised dead she'd never seen before. As she continues through the Hall of the Dead, she came across an interesting trapdoor that was locked. A locked trapdoor inside the Hall of the Dead is just an invitation for Constantine. Okay, first, she'll return the amulet, then she'll see what's hidden in Whiterun's Hall of the Dead. Having killed the last 2 skeletons, she finds the amulet of Arkay. Though before she's able to pick it up, one of the skeletons resurrects themselves, but this time she was actually expecting that. She puts it down real nice and quick, grabs the amulet, and heads out. Now that she's out of the Hall of the Dead, she wants to take a look at the Amulet of Anders. It's just a standard Amulet of Arkay. Seriously? Guy had Constantine go into a Crypt of the Undead to get an Amulet of Arkay she could have just bought off any merchant. She was planning to wait till the day to give it back to him, but you know what? He could deal with being woken up in the middle of the night to receive his standard, not at all special amulet. She did find a relatively cool-looking dagger and took that as a second payment. It'll look good in the museum, so at least she's not walking away empty-handed. After snooping around for a little bit, she heads back into the Hall of the Dead. There's a locked door, of course, just waiting to be opened. Who knows what treasures lie in wait? What also makes it interesting is the priests and priestesses make no mention about it, nor did they specifically say, don't go looking. So this would lead Constantine to believe she's either about to step into a storeroom, or they don't know this place exists. At first, it absolutely looked like just a storeroom, or, I don't know, maybe a sewer entrance. But she does note the grated door and walks through, only to find a massive crypt with Draugr lining the walls. There is a whole crypt under the Hall of the Dead. She's dealt with enough undead to know that some of these are actually animate and waiting to attack. She pulls out her bow and starts unceremoniously waking them from their slumber. These aren't particularly difficult Draugr, which leads Constantine to believe that maybe whatever was affecting the Hall of the Dead above originates from this room. She also wondered how a whole crypt like this, that's massive, was built underneath the Hall of the Dead above. Unless the hall was built over top it, and this crypt has simply faded into obscurity over time. With the last of the Draugr sent back to sleep, and a few cautionary arrows used just in case, there is another grated door though. And this one appears to have a lever nearby. As she enters a secluded room, a coffin door pops open with a body falling out. But it doesn't move until, oh my god, it does, it's a dragon priest, oh shit! Constantine had read about these individuals in several of her books. They were around a long, long time ago. And most, if not all, the priests were able to reach lichdom. Liches are dangerous. She had also read somewhere that the most powerful were granted special masks, but at least looking at this one, it appears they didn't have one. Not that it mattered, of course, because their lightning attacks hurt. Once the priest had gotten its bearings, it immediately focused fire on Constantine, dealing a huge amount of damage. Thankfully, she was able to roll out of the lethal damage, but she was still in pain. She quickly downed a few potions to help her out, and she got ready for what was going to be a long fight. She had no real idea on how liches actually worked or how they became liches at all, but she assumed if her arrows could pierce it, it could die. And to her elation, she was right. She saw her arrows causing pain, or at least the closest equivalent to it. This is what she needed. With Ulf pulling his weight, she was able to slowly whittle down the priest's health. The more important thing, though, is that she needed to keep dodging the lightning blasts. If she was touched by even one of them full force, she would have been fried to a crisp and killed. And with a final arrow, the priest disintegrates into a pile of dust. This must have been the cause of whatever was happening in the Hall of the Dead. Here we had a semi-powerful lich just waiting to be released, and all around them they were, being protected by Draugr. It makes sense, but still it doesn't really answer the key issue of how did nobody above know that this was even here. Constantine realizes she wasn't paid for the job, but she knows that she just protected the city from something that could have turned apocalyptic. She finds a poem written about the Lich. Seems its name was Yashe, or Jashe. Again, it wasn't wearing a mask, so it wasn't one of the more powerful Liches, but knowing that she found one underneath Whiterun, of all places, she has to be careful while she dives into more dungeons and crypts. She has no idea how many more priests there are and how many of them became liches in the end. Now, Constantine was a little disappointed with the loot that she found. This leads her to believe, though, that the priest was buried here not out of some respect for who they were in life, but as a place for resurrection, getting them ready for something, whatever the plan might be. It doesn't really matter, she was able to foil it. Constantine was tired, and it was late. She decided it was best to return to Jorvaskr and turn in for the night. She needed to head out to the Glenmoral Witches' Coven in the morning to help out Kodlak with his plan. As she was heading to bed, she realized she knew very little about the witches outside of what Kodlak had told her, and maybe that was on purpose. She also wanted to head by Yorlands and turn in a few more dwarven metal ingots for some smithing training. He said he was going to help her understand the difference in folding techniques of ebony and how it can work with other steel ingots. Having woken up, it was now time to head up to Yorlands. She could feel herself getting the hang of the metalworking, but these folding techniques are hard. Ebony seems to have a tendency to crack and break if folded improperly, basically ruining whatever it was you were making. Having finished up everything she needed to in Whiterun, it was now time to head to the Witches of Glenmoral Coven. Now, Kodlak thankfully marked on the map where he believed the coven was hiding. It was a bit west of Falkreath, so Constantine decided it was probably best to just take the carriage down to Falkreath and then make her way by foot to the coven. She hadn't been back to Falkreath in a while, and she may stop by the town to get more lumber sent to her property, and so she can go and drop off a few supplies. Her plan now chosen, she found the stagecoach driver to take her to Falkreath. From there, it should just be a nice quick run over to the Coven's cave.
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Get up there.
As she gets off the stagecoach, a chill runs down her spine. She's not sure why, but something feels off. She's concerned it might be her wolf blood trying to take over again. Maybe. Or it could be something larger, something affecting the whole world. Either way, she's unsure and dislikes the feeling. It is good to be back in the fresh air of Falkreath. She loves Whiterun, but she just can't beat the open nature and woods around Falkreath. She's not sure what she's going to do once she reaches the Coven, but Kodlak made it very clear, wipe them all out. So, she's gonna listen and do exactly that. As she was approaching a fork in the road, she suddenly saw a man very clearly in Vigilant of Stendarr robes charge at her with the intent to kill. She quickly puts him down with 2 arrows when an armored skeleton comes at her from the right. It looked like the vigilante was attacking her, and she quickly put him down, but maybe he had seen the skeleton behind her. She checks his body and finds a note stating that she, Constantine, was an abomination and needed to be killed. Alright, well, that answered that question easily. Now she needs to watch out for the Vigilance of Stendarr. But it doesn't answer where the skeletons came from. Now, she had guessed that the skeleton came from her right, and so she went up the hill, only to come face to face with an inn and another skeleton. She put the skeleton down pretty easily, and the inn sign says, Inn of the Lost Souls. She enters very curiously. The inn looks pretty standard, nothing out of the ordinary, but there feels something wrong about it. Completely just wrong, but she can't place why. Maybe it's the fact that it seems to have just appeared here, or that she couldn't actually see anyone except for one person in a bed. She shakes her head to get rid of the thoughts and goes to speak with the keeper.
Name's Rigmar.
The keep's name is Rigmar, and immediately, Constantine gets a bad feeling about the guy. The sort of feeling you get when you think you've just entered a trap.
The inn?
He's incredibly calm, but also says a lot of words with no meaning. Claims the inn just sort of appears, because it does that. Constantine feels with every bone in her body she needs to leave this place. She explores the inn even more, even though Ulf is causing a ruckus. Even he knows something's wrong. She finds a locked cellar, and finally, she's snapped to her senses and doesn't touch the door. She wanted to. Every fiber in her body told her to, but she was able to snap out of it. As she's making to leave, the only other patron wakes up. Curious as to who would sleep in a place like this, Constantine waits. And then she sees his eyes, the telltale orange glow of a vampire. There's a vampire casually hanging out in this inn. She tries to speak to him, but he refuses to communicate. Should she kill him? He doesn't seem to be causing any harm, but also he's a vampire. There's no bounty that she was aware of, and she just decided to leave. This place was unnerving, and she just needed to get gone. Truly, what a strange interaction, she thought to herself as she left the inn and would later cross a bridge where a courier was waiting for her. He had a letter. Shocker. But it was what was written that got her attention.
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
The letter claimed she had run away, and what sort of hero runs away? But that whoever sent this also needed help. Pretty weird way to get her attention, but she has no idea who even sent it. It wasn't signed. Also, she's never claimed to be a hero, ever. It's just something a few people have started to say in passing due to her relation to the companions. Still intrigued, though, she would look into this mystery writer when she was in Falkreath next. While traveling, she heard some commotion. She drew her bow and saw someone in a black robe attacking something, though she couldn't make it out. To her credit, Constantine did wait to see if the person was aggressive before shooting them, and she's glad she did, though it was a witch, most likely looking for something to experiment on. But it was the vigilance of Stendarr that caught her attention. She saw them way before they saw her, and she fired shot after shot. She was not going to mess around with them, especially after she saw the edict on the previous vigilante. 2 were killed, but the other seemed to take the hit and go to the ground. Constantine knew better than to try to kill him, as he was most likely protecting himself with some sort of magic that she wasn't aware of, and it was easier to observe before killing, rather than sinking arrow after arrow. She moved a distance to disengage and then walked back on them as if she had appeared. The last standing vigilante didn't seem to care about her, or, for that matter, that his companions were now dead. This leads her to one of 2 conclusions. He's either a terrible human being who doesn't care, or, and the more plausible one, he knew exactly what happened and is making the active decision to not engage with Constantine. She wonders if there are different sects within the Vigilantes of Stendarr, because the 2 dead had no such edict on them about her. She may have just killed them proactively when it wasn't needed. She continues to travel when she comes across a man in active pain on a tree stump. He seemed harmless enough, and he called out to her.
You!
If this is a
Over
trap,
here,
he's
please, I
gone
need
through
help.
serious
Thank
trouble to make
Kitterak
it
for
look
you,
legitimate.
stranger.
He
I'd
says he
almost
was
given up hope
with his
walking away
hunting
from
party
here.
and had tracked a bear to this cave.
Name's Valder.
And when they
I
went
hunted
into it,
Falkreath.
they were all killed by a
tracked
bunch of
bear to his
Spriggans.
den.
Well,
Good
except
coin
him.
for those
He's the only
pelts.
survivor.
We had the big sow cornered when they showed up. 3 of them, out of nowhere. Spriggans. Niels went down before we even knew to run. Ari died just inside. I never even thought the things were real. I may have lost a drop or 2 of blood. Truth is, I'm not going anywhere like this. Hurts to breathe.
He asked if she
just
has
need a little to
anything
get
to
going.
help him heal, and Constantine, looking at the state of him, clearly can tell that if he is not attended to, he will die.
It's better. Thanks, friend.
She hands
I
him a
wouldn't have
health
lasted much
potion,
longer
and
without
that seems to help for the most part.
But now what?
He
I
then
can't just
notes
walk
that
away.
he's not
with my
really
friend's
sure
bodies
what
in
to
there
do
being
now.
torn apart by those beasts.
Now, Spriggans have taproot, which is an expensive alchemical ingredient, so Constantine offers to enter the cave with the man and wipe them all out.
I don't know what to say.
She reasons that if this
Lead
is a
on, I
trap,
suppose.
then she's more gullible than she thought, and it'll be a learning experience for her. All thoughts of a trap evaporate when she sees the Spriggan. No person outside of a druid would be stupid enough to try to use a Spriggan for a trap, and this man, Valder, did not look like any druid she'd come across. She also noted the body of one of his companions on the ground, giving more credence to his story. She breathes a little sigh of relief, glad to know that she had, in fact, not walked into a trap. She came across this ancient chest, and upon opening it, she found an armor that she'd never seen before. It didn't fit her, but a mark on it said Hylian. She'd never heard of a Hylian in Nirn and wonders how it even got here, but she imagines it could be a great addition for Arian and the museum. She turns to Ulf to put away in his little pocket dimension as she was starting to feel a tad bit overencumbered. This is definitely a Spriggan cave. You can tell because of all the trees and the nature. How Valder and his group thought otherwise, or even believed they didn't exist, is completely beyond her. She keeps going on, though, taking out each Spriggan until none are remaining, and Valder can finally find his peace and bury his comrades.
It's done then.
As a reward, he gives her a very interesting looking dagger.
I want you to have
She had
this.
honestly done this for the free taproot, but was not going to turn down more loot. You know, that's just rude.
I always said it brought her luck. You should be the one to carry it now. I'll give them a proper burial, then head back. Come find me if you're ever in Falkreath. You'll always be welcome at my door.
She bids farewell to Valder and heads out to continue her approach to the Witch's Coven. When she left the cave, she noticed a fire and a tent. Cautious but interested, she approaches. When she gets close, the whole place is abandoned. She looks around some, trying to look for any sign of life or something. She finds nothing, and then turns around and decides to look into the shed. This is where things got interesting. Inside the shed, there was a carpenter's table, build table, and barrels for items. Looking over the plans, it seemed that this was to be a new town called Fellberg, but whoever the original people were abandoned the site. There are plans for taverns, blacksmiths, even a noble's house. Constantine smiled to herself. It seemed this place was abandoned and up for taking. And what better place to call her own than to build her own town? It would take a lot of materials and effort, but if she was able to do it, she would have her complete own town and would be one of the best bases of operations she could ever ask for. She saw no name on the plan, so she signed hers next to all of the paperwork. This would hopefully make it seem that anybody else who wandered across here would assume that the plot of land was accounted for. She would have to find the original people who set this up and quietly eliminate them lest they come back. With her plan in motion and having woken up, she was going to keep Felberg in the back of her mind, but for now she really needed to just head to the witch's cave. Thankfully, it was pretty close by, and now that she intended to be the ruler of a town, she would have to get rid of the threat for good, because, she had to care for her people. A quick breakfast and jaunt up the mountain leads her right to the cave. Here, she will obtain the heads of all the witches. None of them will be left standing. When she enters, she wasn't exactly sure what she was expecting, but somehow a bleak, musty, dank cave is exactly what she expected. She snuck up on the first witch and realized it was a coven of hag-ravens, not humans. She would make sure not a single one of them would see her coming. The first witch fell, and Constantine took out the rest of its minions. She approached the body and cut the head clean off. She could, of course, return to Kodlak, but that wasn't the request that the old man made. So instead, with all the witches dead and all the heads collected, she was feeling pretty good about herself. She made sure that none of them knew what had happened till it was too late. Now, she just needed to return to Falkreath and take a stagecoach to Whiterun. Well, she traded the damp cave for the rain, which was just so great. Such a fan. Maybe she'd rest at the inn before heading back. She really, really just wanted to get out of the rain. Her sprint back to Falkreath was completely uneventful outside of her being just totally soaked through her armor. The guard had the right idea of hanging out underneath the gate. At least this way he wouldn't get wet. She grabs the items Ulf had been holding for her as she was about to start sending stuff off to Aryan, but in the rain, she went to the wrong boxes first.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
After an old man shouted that there was a plot against him, something she had no time for right now, a thing approached her. It looked like an automaton, but also not. This had to be the thing that had written the letter to her. It had the same weird manner of speaking as it did in the writing, and it just went on and on. It made no real sense and just sort of creeped Constantine out.
It's what you do. Someone's in danger. All my friends are in danger. Will be in danger. Whichever. You find the danger, you stop the danger, you get treasure. Simple, easy. Well, not really, though. Someone always wants you to fetch something random. Yes. No. Maybe. Hard to explain. Not my area. Too broken. Too many mechanisms, mostly unmoving. Can take you down, though. Introduce you to the team.
She has no idea what this thing is going on about. It's something about going to see a team to save people, but they aren't in danger yet? The automaton thing speaks in riddles, or it's just plain mad. Constantine just keeps trying her best to walk away, but it won't stop talking to her.
Could use a gate, but I broke that. No, your way is Stonehole Mine. Nice place. Has a contingency. It's right there on your little map. Very nice map, too. But I talk too much. Go to Stonehole Mine. Go deep. Find the way to our little town. Take me with you.
It finally asked to accompany Constantine, who just said no and backs away. Of course, that would have been too easy, as the thing started following her. Constantine relents and agrees to help, if only to get the thing to stop talking. But again, that would have made things too easy. No, see, apparently the automaton thing said we had to take it with her. This made absolutely no sense to Constantine, and it keeps going on about taking it with her. What?
Yes, perfect. Not really. Not from me. Just take the part that glows. You'll see.
And then it just dies, telling Constantine to pick up the glowing item. This item is apparently the entity, so now she has a talking, glowing object in her backpack.
See? Much better. Take a fabricant, stop his time. If his numena's intact, he'll be fine. Just the real me here. Just the numena. Easier this way. No waiting up for me. No me getting stuck in walls. That happens a lot for some reason. But we're wasting time, really. Go to Stonehole Mine. Little place near Dawnstar. Old, abandoned, third era. Very nice. Southwest of Dawnstar. Go!
This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder for Constantine.
Finger in no time.
She needs a long break, and decides Codlac can wait another day for his witch heads. After speaking with the tavern keeper, she also decides she needs to study a little bit more. She's about halfway through understanding the dragon skin spell, and she hopes she'll be able to get through the rest of it tonight. She gets herself a room and plans to read for about 8 hours.
Look alive, will ya?
Yes, Mom.
To her elation, she actually was able to finish the book and now understands how the spell operates. She's excited to test it out with Octa's recital. Even nicer is that she was then offered some food as she finished the book. She accepted and then passed out. Studying is incredibly hard work. She wakes up and heads out. Originally, she was planning to go to her property and get a few things squared away, probably start building a couple more wings to the house. But at this point, she's been gone from Jorvaskr just a bit too long, and she wants to get these heads to Codlac. She also wants to start the process of getting rid of her lycanthropy. Regarding the heads, what's fascinating to her is they are not rotting at all. Completely. They have not started rotting. She has a feeling it has to do with the magical properties they have, but she's pretty impressed. Before she hits the road, though, she does want to make sure she's got her new protection spell set up. First, what she has to do is she has to reset Octa's recital. And then, it's as easy as casting it a second time with dragon skin in her second hand. Hopefully, if all things go well, the next time she's in battle, dragon skin will be cast instead of oak skin, giving her much more protection. And with that, she pays the coachman and is off to Whiterun.
Oh, steady.
She arrives back in Whiterun around twilight. Now, admittedly, this is probably not the best time to arrive and deliver heads, but now's as good a time as any. She makes her way back into the city with her head held high, happy that she was able to help out Kodlak. It wasn't until she got back to Jorvaskr that she noted something was very wrong. Ayla and another companion were outside with dead bodies strewn around them. What happened here? She goes to Torvar first, who said the Silver Hand had attacked, and while they had killed most of them, a few ran off.
Something has shifted in the moons.
She'd been here a few days earlier. She would have been here to repel the attack. She speaks with Ayla next, who's
I had assumed you had
still very much in a blood frenzy.
I think our potential is on the rise.
This was a recent attack. She probably missed it by a couple hours. If she had just been here a little earlier.
The greater our prowess will grow. We could perhaps discover even more gifts of her scene. These two aren't a problem anymore.
She heads into Jorvaskr, where the worst was set before her eyes. She didn't hear Vilkas at first because she already saw the body, but snapped back when he asked where she had been. She told him the truth about what she was doing with the witches. The Silver Hand had attacked, and in the battle, Kodlak was killed. She felt the blood rush to her face in the tips of her ears in anger.
We fought them off.
Not only did they kill Kodlak, they stole the fragments of Wuthrad, some of the prized possessions of the companions. No. This would not stand. They would die. Every single one of them. The Silver Hand as a group would cease to exist. She and Vilkas would make sure of it. She was pissed and angry and felt the wolf inside wanting to break free.
We will avenge Kodlak.
She had to control it. Not everyone here was a werewolf after all, but oh, did she want blood. And she would get it. She would desecrate every single Silver Hand body, and if somehow any of them made it out alive, she would track them to the ends of the world. Attacking Jorvaskr and stealing is one thing, but Kodlak was a good man, and all he wanted to do was go to Sovngarde, and they just ripped that from him. No. This is not going to stand.
I ain't done nothing.
How can I help you?
As she and Vilkas were making to leave, the guard captain came running up to them. Whiterun was now under attack from a bandit raid. He offered them a reward if they had helped. And to be fair, Constantine would have helped even if a reward wasn't given, because she wanted to spill blood. She was angry, and now she had a target to direct it at. She and Vilkas agreed to go help and defend the city.
Follow me. My men and the other able fighters will be gathering outside the gate. Everyone, keep yourself safe. Everyone, to your houses now. We are under attack. Your houses quickly.
With every step, she felt the blood pump through her. These bandits were not responsible for Kodlak's death. This she knew. But she just didn't care. It was blind fury that made her take the path she did. She hurt her ankle on the way down, but again, she just didn't care. She couldn't see the attackers yet, though. She wondered how many of them there would be.
Heard what you did, killing those foul witches.
And then, in the distance, the first light of magic being cast. Thankfully, her dragon skin did work, and the fight began.
Let's see what you're made of.
The battle was chaotic, to say the least. It was a mage bandit horde that was attacking. Spells were being thrown everywhere, and at times it was hard to tell who was friend and foe. Admittedly, not that Constantine cared. Blood was blood at this point.
No mercy, no prisoners. That's the way we do it.
The battle was victorious, and she even saw no Whiterun guard bodies, which made it even better, seeing as how she tried not to hit them, but couldn't really tell. She spoke with the captain, who praised her work and paid her nicely with coin and rations. As she looted the field, she was planning to head out with Vilkas right there and then. They would either walk the whole way or take a carriage to Dawnstar and go south. Vilkas, though, was much more level-headed, and even though she could tell the man wanted revenge, he had an idea. He said they should take a rest here in Whiterun, calm themselves down, and then head out the next day. Otherwise, the chances of being killed because you're angry are much higher. Constantine relented and agreed. They would hunt Kodlak's killers tomorrow. Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's Adventure. Last we left her, Kodlak had been murdered by the Silver Hand, and she and Vilkas were now about to set off to rid the world of the group. The rest Vilkas argued for did not temper the fire within Constantine. She wished they had left immediately after the Whiterun raid, but he had noticed and stated that they would have been tired when they reached it anyways. They would have had to stop. After looking at their map, they decided it was best to take a carriage from Whiterun to Dawnstar. They would then hike the rest of the way up to the fort.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red, who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
This was Constantine's first time this far into the snowy north. Solitude did have snow, of course, but nothing like this. Her armor did an okay job of keeping her warm, but the chill of the air still bit. The worst was the wind, though. When it blew, it felt like small little daggers cutting into her face. Ulf seemed pretty happy, though. With all that fur, this weather probably felt amazing to him. As they climbed the mountain, they came across an interesting sight. It seemed there was a dead high elf at the base of a statue. Looking at the half-buried tent, it would seem he had been there for a while, or the snow had picked up rather quickly. Reading over his journal, it appeared he had been attempting to enter the College of Winterhold, but failed to pass a test. So that's good to know at least, that if she wants to enter, there will be a test. He seemed to believe that becoming to this statue of Sirabane, the apprentice's god, he would gain the god's favor somehow. He seemed to be getting more and more desperate as the journal went on, and in the end, he killed himself, believing Sirabane would take him as an apprentice. The statue was nothing special, when she touched it at least. She did feel herself warm up a little bit, but if Sirabane was looking for a new apprentice, it wasn't going to be her. She and Vilkas would continue on to the fort. There it was, the Silverhand's main base of operations, and they were probably all inside, smug about their alleged victory. So much so, they only left 2 guards out. They have no idea what's coming for them. The firing she picked off the dead dragon priest is extra nice because not only is she dealing some extra damage, but the leftover fire is burning up the bodies as well. She would make sure as few of them as possible are recognizable for what they did to Kodlak. The charred bodies of the guards were nice, but it was just a start. Inside was exactly what she imagined. Dank, stuffy, and ruined. A group like this would act no better than bandits. It was time to clean up this mess. Constantine chose to try to be as quiet as possible and let as few of them know what was happening before it was too late. She also intended to loot absolutely everything of value. The first two went down relatively easily. She's not totally sure why the second guy stopped at the top of the stairs, but it was most likely the paralysis from her bow, or he was just overcome with fear. In either case, she was the last thing he saw. As she continues to loot, another hand member catches wind of them. He was a joke and easy to kill, and watching them fall in flames with one arrow soothes Constantine's soul every time. As they continue through the castle, they come across a large room with more Silverhand members. Constantine gets right to work, asking absolutely no questions and delighting in the flames.
Now you're mine. You won't get the best of me.
She's not particularly sure what Vilkas did during that fight. He sort of sat there and just took the hits. She wonders if it was due to his two-handed weapon. He didn't necessarily have the room to swing properly, but in any case, he should have at least moved out of her way. She picked her way into one of the many bedrooms in the fortress, waking up one of the members who was clearly not on duty. Constantine felt no sorrow for the man. Be a part of the Silver Hand, die like the rest of them, duty or not. At this point, it had been smaller skirmishes, but finally, Constantine, Vilkas, and Ulf came across a much larger area with more members. It was a slaughter.
Watch it there, sister.
Vilkas was a great forward shield, as Constantine was able to pick the enemies off from a distance. Now, at one point, Vilkas did get in the way of her shot, and if she's being honest, it was totally his fault. The arrow had already left the bow, at least according to how she tells the story. In the room, it seemed that there was a deeper part to the fortress, so the three entered and waited to see if their commotion had gained anyone's attention. It, surprisingly, didn't. To be fair, though, it does seem they came out in a storeroom, but she would have assumed that with the death of, half the fortress at this point, someone would have noticed that someone else was missing. Oh well. Then again, she had no idea how this group operated. They could all be mercenaries just working under the same banner with no allegiance to each other.
We're not alone.
This orc was not intelligent. He gets shot, placed on fire, and does nothing. On the bright side, it does mean her sneaking ability is getting much better, and so far that enemies are having a hard time tracking her even when they're shot. A Upon opening the next door, though, this is when things got a little strange and something Constantine wasn't expecting. They came out into a boiler-like area, but connected to it was an ice cave. It seemed this fortress had a secret cave attached to it. No matter, though, the three had a job to do, and no ice cave was going to stop them from their righteous revenge.
Is someone there?
The fight spilled to a large cavernous area. She could tell Vilkas was starting to feel a bit of pain, as he wasn't as quick to rush in as he had been. Of course, that being the case, though, it really made no difference. They would make absolute mincemeat of these bastards. There was a caged werewolf, and Constantine did have the thought to release it, but the fact that it couldn't transform him back into a human meant that it had lost its will to the beast. If she let it out, it would simply attack them, and having actually felt the power of the wolf herself, that would not be an easy fight. She hated that she had to leave the beast caged, but for their own safety, it made sense, especially in such close quarters. The group appeared above a fireplace relaxation area, and this is where Constantine got to really shine with her sneak skills. It wasn't as clean as she'd hoped, but killing one of the members before they even recognized what was happening, oh, what a beautiful thing for her. They didn't deserve to live. They didn't even deserve to fight back. So being able to kill them in their chair, she loved that. In this room, they finally came back to a door that was hopefully going to lead them back to the main fortress area, and not only the rest of the group, but hopefully the fragments of Wuthrad, which is part of why they were here, although Constantine really was here for the revenge portion. Finally, they came across what was most likely the main meeting area for the members, and now it was time to fully wipe out the Silver Hand for what they did to Kodlak.
Found you.
With the death of the leader in the fortress, Vilkas and Constantine were sure that they had done it. They wiped out the group, and while their deaths would not bring Kodlak back, the metallic taste of blood on the air was enough to satiate Constantine's bloodlust. They did also grab the fragments of Wuthrad, of course, and with their mission complete, there was just no time to rest. Kodlak's funeral was soon, and they needed to make sure they were back on time. Constantine looted what she could, but the fortress did have a grindstone and workstation. It would only take her a minute. She knew where the armor needed repairs and where to bolster it, so she quickly improved her armor and weapons. Vilkas refused her assistance in bettering his gear, saying Yorlin should work on his stuff. Fair enough, he did make it, and she's nowhere near his skill yet. With the fortress cleaned out of the Silverhand scum, it was time to leave and get back to Whiterun. Upon exiting, the bite of the cold wind was not unpleasant. She had worked up a sweat inside, and it was nice to be back in the fresh air, even if it did feel like ice spikes were puncturing her lungs. As it got closer to Dawnstar to take the carriage back, Constantine noticed blue shimmers coming from an altar. Instinctively, she pulled out her bow to get ready to attack. She wasn't sure what she was about to shoot, but as her vision cleared up a little bit, she saw that they were skeleton ghosts. Her understanding is that they were ghosts that took on the form of a skeleton, not that someone had resurrected a skeleton, killed it, and now that skeleton had a ghost, as that wouldn't really make too much sense to her, but she also hasn't dabbled too much in necromancy yet. Another issue that became very noticeable was her arrows were doing hardly any damage. She changed tactics and switched to her sword. She also practiced a little bit of magic on them, but it also appeared to not do anything. Thankfully, the sword was able to work, most likely in part due to it being enchanted, but again, without fully knowing how these ghosts came to be, she was just glad she was able to dispatch them. As the fight continued, a thing joined the fight, clearly not a part of the ghosts, and very willing and wanting to kill Constantine. It was she had no idea, dragon-headed gargoyle thing? It was most likely from the Plains of Oblivion, but which one she was unsure of. It had the head of what she thought might have been a dragon. She remembered seeing it in some of her books as a kid, but dragons haven't been around for ever. It also spoke, making her think it had some level of intelligence, but it was bipedal and it had wings. She had no idea what this was. She gritted her teeth as she put arrow after arrow into it. She had just cleared a fortress of Silverhand members, and she was not going to let some lesser Dremora take her out. Finally, panting, out of breath, and bloody, everything was dead. Or at least not moving anymore. She went over to take a look at the big thing that attacked her. It seemed to have hardened on death, turning into a statue. It did have some interesting loot, and she was able to pry some scales off, as well as take a few bones that were showing. She wasn't sure if she could use them, but imagined they might be useful in smithing something later down the line. She heads towards the altar and sees that it was an altar of Dibella. Why the undead were guarding it, she's not totally sure. Dibella has nothing to do with the undead, unless maybe they were the souls of those who died with unrequited love in their hearts. I don't know, bit of a stretch. It was finally time for her to get back to Dawnstar and take the carriage to Whiterun. Except, of course, she wasn't that lucky. It seems the north in Skyrim has many more dangers than the south in terms of on-the-road issues, as she came across a ruin that was being guarded by Draugr on horses. This is something she has never seen before in her life. She didn't even know horses could become undead like that, and that Draugr were even capable of riding them. The fight went quickly enough. They were pretty weak Draugr, but the fact that they simply existed were enough for Constantine to be taken aback. With nothing found in the ruin, the group finally makes it back to Dawnstar with no further issues as the sun goes down, and they took the carriage back to Whiterun.
Climbing back and we'll be off. Little snow never stopped me. Don't worry.
Having arrived back in Whiterun, it was time to head back to Jorrvaskr. Constantine told Vilkas to go on ahead without her, as she needed to deposit some things that needed to be brought back to the museum. He stated he was going to wait for her, and she quickly put everything she needed to in the box ready to be shipped. Of course, only after picking up the things that Ulf was carrying for her, because he is such a good boy. They made their way back into Whiterun, and once inside the gates, Vilkas let Constantine know that Kodlak's funeral was most likely prepped and ready to begin. It felt weird to have a funeral so late in the night, but maybe it's just part of how the companions operated. Once the funeral is ready, you just sort of need to have it. And that's exactly where Constantine heads, the Skyforge, to pay her last respects to Kodlak, as well with the rest of the companions.
Before the ancient flame,
we grieve.
At this loss,
we weep.
For the fallen,
we shout. And for ourselves, we take our leave.
his spirit is departed. Members of the Circle, let us withdraw to the Underforge to grieve our last together.
Do you have the fragments of Wuthrad still? I'll need to prepare them for mounting again. Careful with those. Don't want even more fragments, do we? Of course, I have a small favor to ask of you. There's another piece that Kodlak always kept close to himself. Would you go to his chambers and bring it back for me? I'm not sure I'm the best one to go through his things. Thank you. I'll be here.
It was a nice funeral, quick and succinct. She knows funerals are for the living, and yet there is a part of her that still believes it should be for the dead. If the dead would not want something, then that should be accepted. In this case, Kodlak most likely would not have wanted anything major and fancy. Thankfully, this was neither major nor fancy. She respected the old man, though she didn't get to know him very long. She does do as Yorland requested, and she goes to grab the last fragment of Wuthrad for him. She grabs the fragment as requested, as well as a few other things he had in his dresser. She also chose to grab his journal, unsure if she should actually read it or not. She does finally decide to look into it, and what she found was just fascinating. Kodlak had been wanting to find a way to get rid of the beast blood for a while. This she knew. What she didn't know, though, was that he at some point saw her in his dreams. He believed in his dreams she was going to be the one to help save him from the blood, and all of this had occurred before she had even stepped in Jorrvaskr. Constantine is not one to believe in coincidence or prophecy, but she can't help but feel a little weird and guilty, as if she failed him already before she even knew him. He was dead now. There was no way she'd be able to help him remove the beast blood. She left Jorrvaskr and found Yorland taking a quick walk around the dead tree. She handed him the fragment, and he let her know that the rest of the Circle was in the Underforge, and that she should honestly go and join them.
I think they're waiting for you.
She did as instructed, and when she entered, Farkas, Vilkas, and Ayla were debating and bickering about what to do. The decision was made that while they had all different opinions on the beast blood, they would still try to see if there was a way posthumously to rid his soul of the beast, which Constantine admittedly didn't even know that was a possibility.
But all that was taken from him.
And you avenged him.
Godlack did not care for vengeance.
No, Farkas, he didn't. And that's not what this is about. We should be honoring Godlack, no matter our own thoughts on the blood.
You're right. It's what he wanted, and he deserved to have it.
Godlack used to speak of a way to cleanse his soul, even in death. You know the legends of the tomb of Ysgramor.
There, the souls of the Harbingers will heed the call of Northern Steel. We can't even enter the tomb without.
So the plan was to head to
tomb,
Ysgramor's
like
tomb,
it has been for 1,000
but
years.
as Ayla points out, there's no way to enter.
And the elves once ruled Skyrim. Just because something is, doesn't mean it must be. The blade is a weapon, a tool. Tools are meant to be broken and repaired.
Is that... Did you repair the blade?
This is the first time I've had all the pieces, thanks to our shield sister here. The flames of Hero can reforge the shattered. The flames of Kodlak shall fuel the rebirth of Uthrad, and now it will take you to meet him once more. As the one who bore the fragments, I think you should be the one to carry Uthrad into battle. The rest of you, prepare to journey to the tomb of Ysgramor, for Kodlak.
She was impressed Yorlin was able to repair the blade so quickly, but she's also pretty sure he had been thinking about this day for years. She wasn't so sure about her holding on to Uthrad though, but she was also never going to say no to such a cool blade. According to her map, the tomb of Ysgramor was in the north again. Joy. But it did seem like it was relatively close to Winterhold. She had heard about this city in her travels as they were the home to the College of Winterhold. She was curious if she'd be able to join them, as she'd most likely be able to learn a lot more about magic than she would on her own. At the same time, she also wanted to make it to Dawnstar to finally figure out what's going on with that strange museum. But she also still had that weird talking gear thing in her backpack, and she was still actively on the hunt to try to find the Dark Brotherhood. Okay, she needed to focus. First was maybe, hopefully, helping Kodlak.
To go.
She exited the city and ran towards the carriage driver to take her to Winterhold. She did think about maybe walking, but she felt like they were on a bit of a time crunch and wanted to get to the tomb as quickly as possible.
You ever met one of them cats?
She arrived in Winterhold just as the wind started to pick up. Oh my lord, what she wouldn't do for a warm bed right now. It seemed that the tomb was going to be on the ice fields, which in and of itself is incredibly perilous. She marks another waygate on her map. No idea what to do with them just yet, but, you know, whatever. As she looks up, she sees the splendor of the college. It's on its own pillar of rock and seems almost unobtainable, and yet she desperately wants to join. What sort of arcane knowledge is found there? She's already got an incredible grasp on alteration magic, still has more to learn, but she's understanding it, and this is mostly thanks to her use of dragon skin and Octa's recital. But there are so many schools of magic to learn from, conjuration specifically. She's wondering if there's a spell or if she can work on a spell that lets her teleport between cities, allowing her to have more control of where and when she needs to go places and not have to rely so much on carriages. She comes across a strange artifact, not really sure what it is, but it looks like it fell off an East Empire ship. It's an interesting relic, and, well, she takes it. Not sure if Ariane can place it in a museum or not, but better for them to have it than someone else, of course. After dealing with a few wolves, she finds a strange waystone-like rock pillar. When she touches it, she feels there is some level of power within it, but she currently just has no way to access it. She marks it on her map for a later date to see if she can extract its power later. Constantine finally arrives at Ysgramor's tomb. It seems pretty unassuming from the outside, and that's most likely to stop potential tomb raiders.
This is the resting place of Iskramor, and his most trusted generals. You should be cautious. Kodlak was right. I let vengeance rule my heart. I regret nothing of what we did at Driftshade. But I can't go any further with my mind fogged, or my heart grieved. Return Wuthrath to Iskramor. It should open the way.
So it seems Vilkas is just not going to be joining because his heart was full of rage and vengeance. Which is strange because so was hers, but yet here she is. Look, she won't judge him too harshly though. She can understand his thought process. She does place Wuthrath in the hands of Ysgramor's statue, and the back opens into a large room. While searching this original room though, she comes across a Daedric axe of all things. How and why it's even here of all places, she's totally unsure, but she is not going to be leaving it lying around. Originally, she thought about actually using it, but wants to donate it to the museum instead.
For Kodlak.
A few skiers isn't too difficult to deal with. She's not actually entirely sure what to expect. Possibly Draugr protecting the resting place of Ysgramor? Oh, no. It's ghosts. It's always ghosts.
You can never tell me stop.
To get to Kodlak, it looks like they're going to have to go through wave after wave of ghosts. Constantine noticed immediately, though, that unlike all the other ghosts, these don't turn into ghostly essence. They simply cease to exist. It's an interesting phenomenon that she wants to look into more. Of course, when they aren't actually trying to kill her.
I thought I heard something.
There was a very clear difference in strength between some of the ghosts. If she could just inspect the different coffins, she would be incredibly interested to see if there is a correlation between strength and time of death. Although a quick scan shows no identifying information as to who's buried in any one of these sarcophagi. They come, yet again, to another major chamber, this one producing several ghosts, all of which must be taken out before they're able to continue. Ayla and Farkas have apparently taken the frontal assault approach, while Constantine stays in the back shooting her arrows. The two are doing a pretty decent job at keeping most of the action on them, which has allowed Constantine to deal with the archers. Constantine also noticed that these ghosts talk, like, a lot. It's as if they're trying to mock the group or intimidate them or something. She's just never seen ghosts talk so much, but it's peculiar. Then again, everything about these ghosts is just a little bit peculiar.
You won't get away from me. I can't go any further, Shield Sister. Ever since Dustman's cairn, the big crawly ones have been too much for me. Everyone has his weakness, and this one is mine. I'm not proud, but I will stay back with Vilcus. Give my regards to Ysgramor.
So it seems now Farkas is going to be calling it quits due to the spiders up ahead. It's an interesting fear for a warrior of his caliber to have, but she's not going to knock someone else's fear. When your gut tells you not to go farther, you probably should listen. Admittedly, this is a lesson Constantine should probably learn for herself at some point. Killing the spiders was easy enough, and she had hoped that maybe with their deaths, Farkas would rejoin, but he didn't. Probably he didn't want to look at the bodies. Oh well, now it's just her and Ayla to take on the rest of the crypt. After clearing another spider's nest, the pair break into a second part of the crypt. Although this one has a lot less coffins and more just open graves. This may be where the lower-ranking members were buried. Not that it made any difference, though, as they were once again set on by ghosts. Ayla had done a great job of weakening and keeping the ghosts busy, but she then went down. Constantine was sure the ghosts were about to finish the job, but they immediately turned on her. She now had to quickly take out the ghosts or risk Ayla's life.
You think I'm afraid of you?
Ayla was able to finally get back on her feet and down a quick potion, which allowed her to help finish off the last of the ghosts. For now. After heading through a small tunnel, they come to... by the gods, more ghosts. Constantine is getting incredibly tired of the never-ending crypts and ghosts. She admittedly also has no idea what they're actually looking for, so that does add on to her annoyance a bit. But, annoyed or not, these ghosts want her to join them in everlasting death, and she just has no desire to appease them today. Another batch of ghosts down. She's hoping they're nearing the main chamber soon. She hasn't seen any indication that they're getting closer to Ysgramor's tomb specifically, and that does have her a little worried. I mean, this was clearly his tomb, but we haven't seen anything yet. Entering a small hallway, and Constantine notices an area that should allow her to pick up some loose artifacts, or at least pieces of them. She quickly grabs a few before they continue. The hope is that, with enough broken pieces, she, or someone else, will be able to make a replica of ancient Nordic items, and then these can be displayed in the museum. Hopefully she can find locations like this in Dwarven ruins to do the same thing.
Huh?
A small lever opens an iron-gated door that, at least on first inspection, appears to lead towards the antechamber. Assuming they can clear out the ghosts, she thinks that wherever they're supposed to go is most likely just within the next room. They, again, just have to clear out these ghosts. Ayla was really hurting bad at this point. She actually collapsed, and Ulf went over to protect her body as she either regained consciousness or just got back to her feet. In the meantime, Constantine now had to deal with 3 very angry ghosts. Ayla seemed to be back on her feet, but was definitely taking a step back, which for now was okay. Constantine was able to just stay out of reach of the ghosts by rolling at the last possible second. This also allowed her to get an arrow shot off before having to move. With Ayla relatively safe, Ulf was also able to jump back in and start helping again. And with that final arrow, it appeared all the ghosts were finally gone. Now, just to enter what was hopefully the main chamber and see what they might be able to do for Kodlak. Upon entering, this was clearly the main room, and there was a lit brazier with blue fire and... Is that Kodlak?
Greetings, Shield Sister. Of course, my fellow Harbingers and I have been warming ourselves here, trying to evade hearsay. You see only me because your heart knows only me as the Companion's leader. I'd wager old Vignar could see half a dozen of my predecessors. And I see them all. The ones in Sovngarde, the ones trapped with me in Hearse's realm. And they all see you. You've brought honor to the name of the Companions. We won't soon forget it. Did he now? I can only hope. You still have the witches' heads. Excellent. Throw one of them into the fire. It will release their magic, for me at least.
He wants Constantine to throw one of the witches' heads into the fire. It can't be this easy.
Huh?
Oh gods, it really was that easy. But now they need to deal with Kodlak's wolf soul, or part of his soul that was the wolf? That maybe actually worked.
Greetings, Shield Sister. And so slain the beast inside of me. I thank you for this gift. The other Harbingers remain trapped by hearsay. Perhaps from Sovngarde, the heroes of old can join me in their rescue. The harrowing of the hunting grounds. It would be a battle of such triumph. And perhaps someday you'll join us in that battle. But for today, return to your master. Triumph in your victory. And lead the Companions to further glory.
What? No, Kodlak. What?
Did I hear right? Did he say you were to lead the Companions? You've earned the right. Your strength and honor are apparent to all. And it's my honor to be first to address you as Harbinger. Let's go tell the others.
What? Constantine was completely taken aback. She had no desire nor intention of leading the Companions. There were much more qualified individuals. This was a lot to process. Putting that aside, she looked at the flame and realized now was her chance to rid herself of the wolf's blood.
What was that?
It was helpful, yes, but the dream, the potential loss of control of the beast were too much, and she threw the head into the fire.
Come on, let's put up a fight.
help of Ayla and Ulf, she was able to slay the wolf part of her, and as it died, she felt that caged animal inside her disappear. She no longer had to constantly feel like she was keeping something locked up. It truly felt like she could breathe out, and this mass of tension and stress was just removed. Constantine continued to loot the crypt, and she found Ysgramor's armor in pristine condition. This was an amazing find, both from a history perspective, but also a museum edition one. These would look great on display and should be shown to everyone in Skyrim, not locked in a dusty crypt. She was a little over-encumbered and had to go to Ulf to open his little pocket dimension to help carry a couple of her things. This is when she learned that Ulf's little dimension is not actually infinite. There is a level where there cannot be more stuff, as she just found out.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that. Eventually. But this is the tomb of Ysgramor. I think I'm just going to commune for a bit. This place is worthy of some time. You go on ahead. I'll see you back there.
Constantine spoke with Ayla about returning, but it seemed like she wanted to stay and commune or meditate. Constantine would see her next time she was in Jorvaskr and started heading for the exit. Her mind was blank as she walked through the now quiet halls of the crypt, not fully knowing what to make of the fact that she was just put into such a high position. This was never something she had envisioned for herself or even fully wanted.
Keep that magic away from me. Not right now. I'm going to look at some of these carvings. I wonder if Ysgramor ever set foot here while he was alive. But you don't have to stay if you don't want to. I'll see you back at Jorvaskr. Stories to tell the others, eh? If you had told me a few months ago that some outsider I had never heard of would lead the companions, I might have slit your throat. But I've seen what you can do, and heard of the love that Kodlak had for you. The trust. Let's hope you can show that his heart was not deceived. Good luck, my friend.
Vilkas was not helpful about her becoming the new Harbinger, making a wisecracking joke that he would have killed her a few months ago if she made this joke. Okay, great. Farkas and Vilkas must have heard Kodlak's voice boom through the crypt for them to know that she was the new Harbinger. Everything just felt so surreal to her. She made it back to the entrance with no real issues and took back Wolfrad. It, thankfully, did not actually close up the tomb, and she thinks Aryan will be able to put this on display in a place of prominence. Farkas had little to say about her new position, and after some inventory management, she left the tomb. She was unsure of what her plan at this point would be. She looked out over the frozen tundra and saw all the tombs marking the landscape. This was a place of adventure. There was still so much to see. She couldn't be the harbinger of the companions. She would talk with the others at a later date and see what might be able to be done. Thankfully, maybe it was just a title. For the most part, Ayla and Vilkas ran the day-to-day. If they ever needed help, she would obviously put down what she was doing and assist, but sitting around Jorvaskr was just not for her. Skyrim still had so much to offer her. For now, though, she just needed to head back to Winterhold and find the carriage driver. As she made her way back, she did get sidetracked by a red glow in the ice. As she got closer, she saw a black door. She touched it, and it asked her a question.
It's the greatest pain.
She did not have the right answer, clearly, and it wouldn't budge. She knew this door, though. From her studies, this was a black door, not just any type. This was like the black door, the entrance to a Dark Brotherhood stronghold. What a rush! She felt so close to finding the Brotherhood, and yet nobody came to the door. Makes sense. Not like you can just go up to an assassin's guild and ask to join. She made it back to the front of Winterhold and found the carriage, but no driver. She did find a quick fight with a bear, though. With the bear dead and the driver's guild members saved, she continued to look around to see if she could actually find the driver. To no luck. Slightly frustrated, she decided to head to the local inn. First, to turn in items for shipping to the museum, but also to catch some shut-eye. She had been up all since last night and had made it through an entire crypt, facing off against not one, but 2 wolf spirits. And, you know, a whole bunch of ghosts. She could really use the rest. She turned in the items for shipping and marked the important ones for Arian so that he could start thinking about displays for them. She then entered the tavern, which was much more lively than she first assumed. There was a mage arguing with the tavern keeper, and oh, look, she actually found the carriage driver. But at this point, she was dead set on getting some rest.
But the mages I've seen look nice.
This.
We don't get many people.
This is
like
why
you visiting
people have a
Winterhold.
problem with your college.
Usually it's elves.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room.
She got herself a room and was ready to just fall right on into it and call it quits for the day.
Need a ride?
Waking up the next morning, she wasn't quite sure what to do. Should she stay and go check out the College of Winterhold, or head to Dawnstar and figure out this museum mystery? Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's Adventure. Last we left her, she had just become the leaders of the Companions by Godlack's spirit, and she decided she wanted none of that for now and headed for Winterhold. While still interested in the Dawnstar Museum, she did want to start her magic education at the College of Winterhold. This is where we currently find her, in Winterhold, heading for the college. Her understanding of the college was that to enter there'd be some semblance of a test. Obviously, she learned this from the dead elf body she found on the mountain a while back in Dawnstar, but once she actually enters, she has no idea what's gonna happen.
To the inn for a drink, of course. Where else could I even go in this god's forsaken town?
And what? You think that'll solve all your problems?
Probably not, but it's worth a try.
Well, that was an interesting argument. She's gonna have to go back and check in on that later. Running up to the college, Constantine is stopped by a high elf named Feralda, who is the gatekeeper, so to speak, but also the one who tests everybody to enter.
Seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here?
She asks why Constantine's here, who responds in kind. To learn magic that will destroy her enemies, because what is power if not the ability to make your enemies suffer?
I see. That power certainly exists, I assure you. Wield it faithfully, and few can withstand you. It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college?
Her
Not just
abilities.
anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. A small
So
test.
here's the test that Constantine had read about. She's going to be told she has to cast some level of a
Those
spell to
invested
prove
in
her ability to
restoration
work with
find
magic.
healing hands to be
That's
essential.
fair. She knows quite
Can
a
you
bit,
cast it on me?
and it's supposed to
That
cast
conclude your
Helping
skill.
Hand. A spell she's unfamiliar with.
No. Well, if you think
That
you're
is
capable of it,
admittedly
then I'd be happy
frustrating.
to
And
provide it
now
to
she
you
thinks
for a
this
mere 30
entrance
gold.
exam is nothing but a
Or you
side
can try
hustle
your
for
luck
some
with one of the
pocket
court
change.
wizards around
But
Skyrim. They
fine,
also sell
she
spells.
does need to enter, so here's the
Here
30
you are.
gold.
Now I'm
And then
anxious to see you
Feralda just straight up teaches her how to cast Healing Hands, so that was nice at least. Having then cast Healing Hands on Feralda, she congratulates Constantine and walks her into the college. Now, Constantine is truly sure this was just a side hustle, but
Well done indeed.
she's now officially
I
in the
think you'll be a
college, so
superb
she
addition to the
really
college.
can't complain too much.
Welcome, apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master
Constantine is then told to find
Please,
Mirabelle
follow
Irvine
me.
upon entering, as she's the master wizard who actually handles all of the new apprentices. What this means by handles, who knows, but she's about to find out. The entrance to the college is grand and imposing. The power and knowledge that lies within these walls is something Constantine could only have dreamed of. She does intend at some point to make a stop by the library, as she believes she may also be able to find some information regarding the Dark Brotherhood, as of right now, she really has almost no information on them.
I believe I've made myself
Constantine
rather
finds
clear.
Mirabelle having a conversation with a rather annoyed-looking high elf. Something about him really bothers Constantine on a fundamental level, and she makes a mental note not to interact with him ever, if at all possible.
You are a guest of the college, here at the pleasure of the Archmage. I hope you appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, of course. The Archmage has my thanks.
Very good. Then we're done. Welcome to the college. Another new student. I'm surprised at how many of you there are lately. Well, first you'll need these. While you're not required to wear them, you may find them more to your liking than
Speaking
your
with Mirabelle, she seems surprised about Constantine being a new student, but hey, the more apprentices there are, in theory, the more potential individuals there will be to help train with.
Wonderful.
She
Please
did
follow
hand
me, and
Constantine
don't
some
wander
robes, but robes aren't really her style, so she accepts them, but puts them away. Mirabelle then leads Constantine to the apprentices' rooms. She even gets a room to herself, which is fantastic. She now has a, albeit small, starting base of operations here in Winterhold.
Now I'll show you to your quarters. You're going to be sharing space with your fellow apprentices, who you'll meet shortly.
The room really was small, but it's got a bed, a desk, and just enough space to stand in. That being said, they did furnish it with a few things that she could take, so that was very nice of them. Mirabelle then told her to go to the Hall of Elements, where Tolfdir would be giving a
Please try and
lecture
be
to the new
considerate of
apprentices.
Now, let's go back to the Hall of the Elements, where most of the members gather for lectures and study sessions. Most esteemed wizards.
Having walked back outside, she really does marvel at the college. It's massive, and while she's not as attuned to magic yet as she wishes she was, she can still feel the power course around her and through her. This place has so much potential for her. She really does hope to hear what Tolfdir has to talk about and looks forward to the coming classes and lectures. The inside of the Hall of Elements is this grandiose open space where an instructor can talk to several different students at once. It's awesome. Seems she's the last one to arrive, though, and Tolfdir looks like he's about to start his lecture, so she goes to sit down.
We were just beginning. Please, stay and listen. So, as I was saying, the first thing to understand is that magic is, by its very nature, volatile and dangerous. Unless you can control it, it can and will destroy you.
Sir, I think we all understand that fairly well. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't control magic.
Of course, my dear, of course. You all certainly possess some inherent natural ability. That much is not being questioned. What I'm talking about is true control, mastery of magic. It takes years, if not decades, of practice and study.
Then what are we waiting for?
These apprentices seem kind of rude. Don't get her wrong, she's also ready to start and learn, but Tolfdir has an incredibly valid point about magic safety. Better to take a year and be safe than just blow yourself up on your first fireball. That Nord apprentice definitely has a chip on his shoulder.
What do you think we should do?
She agrees she wants to learn practical matters, but she also has no desire to die haphazardly. She's not stupid.
Seem to disagree with you.
No, don't listen to her. We can do it.
Okay,
Just
this
give us a
Khajiit
chance.
apprentice is already getting on her
Let's
nerves.
Settle down. I suppose we can try something practical. In continuing with our theme of safety, we'll start with wards. Wards are...
Oh, she's heard about these, and she's actually seen them in combat several times already. It'll be really good to learn how they work.
Use it to block spells, all right? Would you mind helping me with a demonstration? Are you at all familiar?
Tolfdir asks Constantine if she'd be willing to help.
That's all right.
Why he chose her specifically, who knows? Maybe it's because she wasn't rude upon meeting him for the first time. What she does know is that he was kind enough to show her the most basic ward spell and how it should be cast, thus allowing her to help in this participation. As well, thanks to her increase in understanding of alteration magic and magicka flow, she doesn't actually expend any magicka when using novice-level spells.
Yes? Keep your ward up, or else this won't work. I don't want to hurt you. Over there, please, just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way. Now, cast the ward spell and keep it up. Hold still. Excellent work.
She's not really sure why where she was standing originally didn't count, but whatever. The spell worked like a charm, though, and it was incredibly cool to just not be hit. She's going to have to learn the higher level ward spells at some point.
What do you need? Yes?
Good to see Skyrim still has...
With that, the lecture is dismissed. Constantine went below the Hall of Elements to the practice space and found Tolfdir, who would be continuing her lessons. He told her many other scholars would be willing to give her lessons on their school of speciality as well. His first lesson was learning water breathing, a spell she desperately wanted to learn, but hadn't had time to pick it up and study it. Tolfdir also gave her the spell book for water breathing and told her to go study it before coming back to him. She took advantage of the wide open area of the Hall of Elements and sat down to study water breathing. This was a fantastic place to study. She didn't feel eyes on her trying to figure out if she was going to be a threat or not, like usual when she's in bars and taverns. Everyone here was willing and wanting to learn magic. Thanks to her already advanced understanding of the Alteration School of Magic, she breezed through the book and quickly understood how the spell was to be cast. She ran into her first scholar, Arniel Gain, who was weirdly and unnecessarily cagey about his so-called research he was working on. Off-putting, but she was aware many magic users are cagey about their research. Constantine returns to Tolfdir and informs him that she has now learned and understands the water-breathing spell. He seems genuinely proud in her ability to grasp its knowledge so quickly, and he tells her to go to Arniel Gain, the man she just met, and asks him and let him know that he sent her and that he should have some semblance of practice for her. Before speaking with Gain, she found the conjuration specialist, Finis Gester, and while she respects and understands that he's a master of his craft, he also had no reason to be so, weirdly rude, almost just incredibly egotistical. She'll learn from him, but has no desire to be anything more than an acquaintance.
I'll teach you some of what I know, but be careful.
You can see me?
She then met with Drevis Nellerin, the illusionist specialist here at the college. She'd always found illusion magic to be the weakest of the schools, but the fact that there was a specialist in it meant that she probably had a lot more to learn. Also, it was her weakest magic as well. Drevis, at the moment, didn't have a lesson for her, but did request that we help cleanse 3 focal points around the college using some special gloves. This is something she'll get to later.
Focal points for these energies. Go to each focal point and remove whatever impurities you may find there. Return the gloves to me when you have finished. Please exercise caution. This is not a procedure without possible consequences.
She then ran into Feralda, again, who Constantine is growing to dislike more and more. She has this holier-than-thou personality that just really bothers her. There should be a place of learning and camaraderie, not who's better than who, and just because you've simply been around longer, they are better. Whatever. This being the case, though, she does sell quite a few important destruction spellbooks, and Constantine picked up Ice Shiv for that extra sneak damage, and Fireball because it's honestly about time she learned how to throw some fireballs. It's not that Constantine wants to dislike so many of the scholars, it's more so she just doesn't understand their outward attempts at posturing. Don't get it wrong, Constantine absolutely believes she will become a master in all schools of magic and will blow them out of the water. But she's also just never been one for blind arrogance upon first meeting someone. It's important she sizes up the individual first. In any case, she wanted to learn the Ice Shiv spell as quickly as possible, but also wanted to explore more of the college, so she went upstairs towards the Arcanium. As she was exploring, there was a whole second room that Tolfdir had actually just come from and left the door unlocked. She was pretty sure she's not allowed to be in here, but that's not gonna stop her. The room was filled with nothing but locked books, most likely part of a prized collection. These were all one-of-a-kind books. And she smiled. She was gonna nick these books for the museum's library. Books should never be banned or held behind glass simply because they're old or contain horrible knowledge. They should be enjoyed by all. She would just have to figure out how to remove them from the locks. Yeah, it looks like some apprentice was practicing levitation on the books and may have gotten a little carried away. She sits down in a relatively comfy chair and pulls out the Ice Shiv spellbook. She makes it her mission to get through the book. She chooses to study for a long period of time, first learning the intricacies of forming the correct shiv and then being able to actually launch it. Having only ever really worked with fire, learning how to form a physical object like a crystal is proving a bit more difficult than she thought, but she does make it through the book and believes she now understands how the spell operates. She'll just have to find something to test it on.
Yes?
After that long study session, Constantine was exhausted. She starts to head for her room when she runs into the restoration specialist, Colette. She asks if we believe restoration's a valid school of magic, and yes, why wouldn't she? Well, apparently Colette thinks her colleagues don't fully agree with her and that it's not a real school of magic and whatever. Constantine was way too tired to deal with magic politics, but unless she was seeing things and considering how tired she was, it's a possibility. It seemed like everyone else was just sort of pushing her around as she spoke, which does maybe lend some credence to her belief in her being disrespected. Constantine just sort of smiled and nodded and went on with her day. She was really, really tired and just wanted to head to bed. Before leaving the Hall of Elements, she did run into Urag, the main librarian, and spoke with him for a quick second. Seems he also has a job for her, but she just needs to head to bed for right now. She's too tired to deal with more work. She'll come back to him later. He did have a bunch of extra copies of books that she was going to probably buy from him so that she could stick into the library in the museum. She entered the dorms and turned and headed for her room. It had been a very long day of learning, and that bed was absolutely calling her name. Having woken up from an awful dream, she felt awake but also a bit drained, which was just never a great feeling. She did eat a quick breakfast to get some food in her and see if that helped. It didn't! But she did need to go and find Gain and see what task he needed help with. She found Gain in the teacher's quarters, and again, he just seemed super cagey about what it was he was exactly working on and what he wanted her to do. In any case, he told her to follow him as they were going out behind the college to the ice fields.
Yes.
Oh, joy, she loves the ice fields. She may freeze to death, but at least she won't drown now.
I guess you'll have to come with me. Good. The two of us then. Isn't this exciting? Just north of here. It's not far, but travel has become dangerous of late. Get ready.
They head out, and every time she steps outside, she hates the cold a little bit more. She needs to find a way to make her armor more bearable for the cold. Gain keeps pace in front of her, running like a man on a mission, which, honestly, in this case, I guess he really is. He is really into his research. They travel across the water and ice until they finally stop on an island-like patch of land.
We're finally here.
This is when Gain makes it known why Constantine was brought along for this little outing. So, apparently there's a crystal in the water that Gain really needs for his research, and we were brought out to retrieve it. This is annoying. Yes, Constantine guesses that she is at least practicing her magic, but she was basically taken on a trip because Gain was too lazy to actually want to swim and get the crystal himself. She rolls her eyes and agrees to get the stupid thing. She thinks the part that annoys her the most is that he doesn't even seem like this is a learning opportunity to him. This is more of just a, fetch this item for me because I don't want to.
Try and be careful, all right?
She casts the spell and hits the water. It's always fascinating to her that she's breathing, but the issue with water breathing is it does nothing for the temperature. The water is literally freezing, and she just wants to find this crystal as soon as possible so she can get out and warm up. She does actually find it, but the crystal seems destroyed and corroded. Gain won't be happy about this, but hopefully he's just annoyed by the crystal and not her. Though she assumes if he does turn into a threat, nobody would be around to witness his death. She returns from her dive, and he was nice enough to get a fire going for her. She hands him the destroyed crystal, and he is, admittedly, pretty annoyed at its corrosion. But none of that's targeted at her, so she does relax a little bit. He does appear to appreciate, in his own way, her help, and tells her to return to Tolfdir to know she finished the task he had set out for her.
Oh, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, you'd better talk to Tolfdir at the college. I'll see you there soon. And thank you.
She made her way back to the college and decides to quickly help Drevos with the focal point cleansing. He mentioned that there were 3 that needed cleansing, the main one in the courtyard near the statue, the one that was in the apprentices' dormitories, and the one that was in the teachers' living quarters. This was a fairly easy task, and feeling the rush of magicka around her as she cleansed them was a, admittedly, very interesting feeling.
Good. It's always encouraging.
Having removed the gloves and put her normal ones back on, she speaks with Tolfdir, who appreciates her helping out Gain, even if nothing actually came of it. He then lets Constantine know that she should go talk to several of the other scholars about their speciality and see if they have any lessons for us. She begrudgingly goes and speaks with Gester first. She's incredibly interested in the Conjuration Magic School. She just wishes Gester wasn't so abhorrently rude about everything.
What a shame.
Anyway, he wants us to learn how to summon a wolf familiar and get back to him.
And please also contain your summons to the college grounds. The locals do not need additional reasons to hate us. Are we clear?
She found a bench and opened the book. Thankfully, as this is one of, if not the most basic form of conjuration magic, it wasn't too difficult for her to learn the spell. She hardly had to even tap into the Oblivion plane to manifest the wolf, but she thinks part of this might have been because she's been around Ulf for so long. She has a good idea of what a wolf should look and act like.
Illusion riddle.
Before going back to Gester to deal with whatever task he had in store for her, she quickly runs to Drevis to let him know that the focal points have been cleansed. He thanks her for her help, letting her know that he can already feel the change in the ambient magicka. How these focal points actually got polluted, she's not sure, and she also wasn't really in the mood to ask as she was pretty tired. She did ask him for any lessons in illusion magic, as this was her weakest form of magic. He gave her a Fury spellbook and told her to go study it and come back after she understood how to cast the spell.
Oh, I see. Yes, here. This is for you. Read carefully, all right?
She returns to Gester, letting him know that she can now summon a familiar. She's hoping he will give her something a little bit more challenging, but instead he gets this devilish smile on his face and tells her to follow him out into the courtyard. She is very suspicious at this point, but she agrees. He tells her to summon her familiar, as he's going to test it with a potent frost atronach. 'Cause that's totally fair.
How quickly you've advanced. Most impressive.
She can't tell if his compliment is sincere or not, but she's pretty sure he's just messing with her. As expected, the Frost Astronach absolutely destroys the wolf familiar, and Gester seems just incredibly proud of himself for this. Poor Ulf, though, he doesn't recognize the Frost Astronach isn't actually an enemy, and he immediately starts attacking it. It's okay, buddy. Gester's just sort of a dick.
I'm sorry, but that was hardly a challenge.
Constantine makes it her mission now to learn everything she can from Gester and then surpass him. There is no reason for this level of arrogance to an apprentice, and it's amazing what the power of spite is going to do for her.
Perhaps one day, but not today. You still have so much to learn, and these spells are difficult. Well, I mean, for an apprentice like yourself. But keep this up.
She could feel her hand inching closer and closer towards the hilt of her sword and had to actively hold herself back from cutting him down immediately. There's no sense in killing him right now, as all the knowledge would be lost, but oh boy, could she feel the rage absolutely brewing within her. Of course, Gester, being who he was, also chose not to dispel the Atronach because it'll dispel itself. So, as a a slight show of force, she killed the Atronach in front of him, just to let him know she's not just some toothless apprentice. Tired, she heads back to sleep, though the sleep is anything but restful. She wakes up from a nightmare, as well as this feeling or voice of being pulled towards Helgen, of all places. There was literally nothing there last time she visited it. It's like a sleepy little town. She's hoping this was just a one-off feeling, but she might have to check it out later, just to be sure. She had explored a bit more of the college, but nothing really stuck out to her, and she was starting to feel a little cramped, so she decided to head out into Winterhold proper. She had 2 goals for the day. The first was to go talk with that woman she had seen a few days ago arguing with someone, and then she also wanted to finally take the carriage to Dawnstar and check out this museum that she had heard about.
I've been looking for you.
Admittedly, it was more for the purposes of figuring out if anything was worth relocating, let's say.
Looks like that's it.
It's as she's leaving that she obtains an interesting letter from a courier that was magically enchanted to speak to her.
Dwarven ruins in the Reach. I believe they mark the entrance to a forgotten city. My brother went in a few days ago and hasn't returned. I need someone I can count on to go in after him and bring him back alive. I've heard great things about you, which is why I'm asking for your help. I'll be waiting for you in the ruins. Please hurry. And remember, riches beyond imagining. Cassia.
Yeah, that's definitely not weird or suspicious, but if the job is really just to find a lost brother in a dwarven ruin, she's not going to say no to that. Should be a relatively easy payday, all things considered. Trying to remember where that shop was, she turns around and it's smack in front of her. The inside is cold and cramped, but Constantine goes to talk with the storekeeper anyways and do a little bit of bartering before actually speaking with her.
So we can get by. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that. Very
After a quick selling spree, she speaks with Birna about actually setting up shop here in Winterhold. She does not fully appreciate the question, but it seems she may not have enough coin to actually leave and move on. She does happen to let slip a bad trade she had recently made. Interested, Constantine asks for more information. Apparently, Birna had come into possession of a dragon claw, stating it was meant for Ingol's barrow. Now, this isn't a barrow Constantine was even relatively familiar with, but she was aware of the dragon claws and how Nord burial sites would use these as keys to a lock, usually to lock something in. Constantine asks if she could buy the claw off Birna, and she was delighted to get rid of the thing. It also only cost her 50 gold. Constantine now just had to actually find Ingol's barrow, and for that, she was probably at some point going to need to go do some research at the College of Winterhold library.
Fine, here you go. You get killed on account of this thing, it's not my fault. Got it? But I suppose if it does actually turn out to be worth something, let me know, will you?
And with that, Constantine adds another item to her ever-growing list of things that she wants to get done. She's not complaining, mind you, she just really needs to start prioritizing certain aspects over others. Next thing up is heading towards the inn, as this is where the carriage driver is hanging out. She needs him to take her to Dawnstar so that she can go and check out this alleged museum. She could walk, of course, but she's lazy and it's easier to just take the carriage.
Need a drink or something to eat?
She finds him exactly where she thought she would, hanging out behind the bar, warming himself up. She's not particularly sure if it's a good idea to get into a carriage with a driver who's most likely just drinking, but from looking at him, it seems like he was here mostly for fire and not for the ale.
Into the hold capitals.
This is her second time being near the gates of Dawnstar, but the first time she's actually entered. It's very clearly a smaller town, not as large or grandiose as Solitude or Whiterun, but it's not a terrible place, all things considered. She starts to wander around looking for this alleged museum.
Does your Skyrim ever get warm, husband?
No, not really.
She comes across the local blacksmith, keen to see if he can point her in the general direction of the museum. But he, instead, drops an interesting piece of information. He told her that she should probably get out of Dawnstar, and not in the "you're not welcome here" sort of way, but in the "it's for your genuine safety" way. Apparently everyone in the town's been having horrible nightmares. Alright, this is an intriguing development, and something she will definitely want to look more into. The priest of Mara is said to be nearby looking into it. Now, Dawnstar has many mysteries apparently, but she just doesn't have time to focus on this one right now. She leaves and wanders, finally finding a museum, mostly because she could tell based off of the weird sun-looking thing. And there was an individual clearly in a heated discussion with the opening of this museum. Seems it has to do with letting the past be dead.
And here comes my first visitor. The Museum of the Mythic Dawn is open, friend.
The Mythic Dawn? Yeah, that's got cult written all over it. But he, later known to Constantine as Silas, appears to also want to hire her for a job.
Let's talk inside.
Cult or not, she is always willing to take a job.
Come talk to me when you're ready to discuss.
Inside was not what she was expecting from a museum. She did not really know what to expect, but the guy's living room where he sleeps wasn't it. That being the case, though, what he actually has on display was incredibly interesting. A voice did speak to her, requesting she pledge herself to the Daedric Prince Mehrunes Dagon. It is most likely coming from the weird piece of burnt paper, but she denied it. If she was ever going to actually become the willing follower of anything, it wasn't going to be because something told her to.
Those robes were worn during the Mythic Dawn secret meetings, where they plotted to bring Daedra Mehrunes Dagon into Tamriel. Each bolt of yarn used to make the robe was colored with a dye made from sacrificial blood.
Silas sounded way too excited about that.
Yes, that scabbard. Notice the insignia? An Oblivion Gate. A key symbol of Mehrunes Dagon, the patron Daedra of the Mythic Dawn. The commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes were written by the Mythic Dawn cult leader, Mankar Camoran. He promised a paradise awaited his followers when they died, that they would be reborn by Mehrunes Dagon's side.
Pretty standard thing to tell your followers, but these books are definitely one of a kind.
The blasphemous book written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. It's said that Mankar Camoran used the book to open a portal to a paradise where all his followers would live forever.
She likes what she sees. There's a good few truly unique artifacts. And she's going to accept and see what this job Silas wants her to do is.
After the Oblivion Crisis, a number of groups cropped up dedicated to wiping out the remnants of the Mythic Dawn. One of these groups found Mehrunes' razor, the artifact of Dagon. They split it into 3 fragments and pledged to keep them apart forever. That was almost 150 years ago, and the pieces are still being kept by the descendants of that group, and they're right here, in Skyrim.
Oh, she knows where this is going. She's going to be requested to get all 3 parts. As she was thinking about it, and listening to him talk about who the descendants and who had the blade parts were, she realized, wait a minute, hadn't she picked up shards to a blade? She accepts, requesting she be compensated well, of course, but now even more interested, especially since she has the information about the Keepers. She's gonna have to look at this now and see if her hunch is correct. Opening the notes, she studies them and yes! Gonzo was the leader of the cracked Tusk Bandit clan she had come across a while ago. She remembers there being an altar with a load of blade fragments on it. She's kept them on her, trying to figure out where or what they go to, and now she knows.
Look at them.
She hands the blade fragments over to Silas, who's clearly already overjoyed, and he was not kidding about paying her well. Usually these item retrieval contracts pay pretty low, but they're also not super dangerous. In this case, though, she got 800 gold for this contract. Absolutely well worth it. According to the notes, one portion's in Morthal and the other one's near Markarth. She doesn't really have it in her right now to be going cross Skyrim hunting, so for now, she's just gonna wait, and if she's in the area, she'll try to pick up the items. Honestly, the shards have been apart for years at this point. A little longer really won't hurt anybody. She did want to head back to Winterhold, though, and finish up her beginning lessons with the rest of the scholars. Finding the carriage driver, she requested she be returned to Winterhold. As she arrived, her mind wandered towards the dagger part Silas wants, as well as the museum itself. There were very clearly artifacts in there that deserved a more prominent location, specifically the Solitude Museum. She wasn't sure how she would acquire these items yet. Flat-out robbery feels like a bad idea, as he'd most likely know who did it. But getting rid of him is always an option, though he hasn't really proven much of a threat anyways, so it feels like kind of a waste. Oh well, just something for her to think on. And speaking of the Solitude Museum, she did another dump of items for shipment. Soon she will go back and help get these up. She just keeps being pulled in all these different directions. She has to get back to the museum and put everything up. Maybe she'll do that soon. Arriving back in the college, she finds herself face to face with the Archmage. He seems very aloof. He doesn't have the holier-than-thou quality that many of the others seem to have, especially the teachers. But he does give off an aura of being detached, or at least he tries to give off that aura. He does appear nice enough, though, and seems to really care for the well-being of the students.
But I do not and will not approve of any research or experiments that cause purposeful harm to your fellow members of the college. Are we clear?
After that interesting interaction, she goes back to her room to study the illusion spell Drevos gave her. It was Fury. Now, this spell, if casted properly and on a susceptible target, puts said target into a rage-filled state where they can't seem to differentiate friend from foe, meaning they'll attack anything, her or their allies included. This is an incredibly useful spell for her once she actually understands the nuances of illusion magic. This is something she sorely lacks right now. After said study session, she believes she understands how at least the basic form of Fury works, but she also does recognize it's probably not going to work on a person just yet. She does head to sleep, though, as studying always takes it out of her. She woke up having another nightmare, and again, a disembodied voice pulling her towards Helgen. Something's going on in that town, and she's not sure what, but she's gonna have to take a trip down south to investigate. Having found Drevos and letting him know of her ability to cast Fury, he gives her a task.
Well done.
So there's a skeever's nest just outside the college that she should go and practice Fury on. In theory, the skeevers should attack each other and to come back to him once they're all dead. She agrees and sets off to complete on an extermination mission of the highest caliber.
With magic at your side, you'll have nothing to fear.
The nest is found exactly where Drevos said it would, and the skeevers come out to play. Her first Fury shot didn't seem to work as it just kept attacking her, but the second shot did appear to finally do the trick. In her frustration to kill them quickly, though, she did pull out her sword and ice shiv to deal with the problem, which kind of defeated the purpose of learning how to use the illusion magic. Upon her return to the castle, she then went about and did the rest of her introductory lessons with the rest of the teachers, until she came across her last and arguably most exciting one, until she saw who taught it. Sergius Tyrannus is the head of enchanting at the College of Winterhold, and oh boy, is he a piece of work. Like Gester and others, he's just so far up his own butt, it's probably a good thing he has anus in his name. Either way, she still needs to learn, and her enchanting is only half decent right now. While he was unnecessarily rude in every way, he did give Constantine a task to enchant a sword for some client. This seems like an incredibly simple task for her, but if it'll get her access to more knowledge, she'll do this sort of menial labor. For now.
There's Lion. Wants me to do some enchanting. What? Good. Enchanting is simple. Unless, of course, you are simple. Then, I can't help you. Let's see.
God, she hates this man so much right now. Talking down to her like that.
I'm sure you can figure
Again,
it out on your own.
she feels that rage, and the hilt of her sword is starting to get a little heavy. But she takes a deep breath and lets it go. She makes it to the enchanting table and looks at the client's request again. It's really just an iron sword enchanted with fire. The fire doesn't even have to be very potent, so long as it's just got fire. She shrugs and puts the note away. This really is not going to be a difficult task for her. And she was right. She already knew how to enchant using fire, and she used a pretty weak crystal because why waste a good one on a client's sword with no specifications outside of fire? Once the enchantment had stabilized and kind of attached itself to the sword, she returns to Sergius to let him know she's done. She assumed he was going to take the sword and hand it over to some courier.
What are you waiting for?
No. It seems she has to go and give the item to the actual client themselves. Why? Who knows? There's no reason. This seems completely unnecessary and really just feels like a power trip for him. Oh my gosh, she wants to kill him. There are literally couriers to do this. This is their job. Fine, whatever. She'll do it, but she needs to rest first. She is completely frustrated by this man. Instead of immediately resting, she decides she's going to go to her room and study Fireball instead. Best case scenario, she learns it immediately. Worst case, she at least starts to understand the properties of Fireball. It really is wonderful what a powerful tool Spite can be. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Last we left Constantine, she had just finished up quite a few different quests for a bunch of the different scholars in the College of Winterhold. She learned that she was a big fan of a couple of them, mostly Tolfdir, but that the majority appeared to be rather stuck up, let's say. Her current objective now is to go and turn in a sword to an individual that had requested it be enchanted. Why they couldn't just get a courier, she's unsure, but she's happy to get out of the cold for a little bit. This is where we're going to catch up with Constantine, now currently heading towards the inn to get the carriage driver to take her to Morthal. Now this is a hold she hasn't been in, but it was the closest to her destination. Having arrived in the inn, Constantine went straight for the driver. She wanted out of the cold as soon as possible. According to her map, Morthal was right smack in the center of the swamplands. Between the swamps or the blistering cold, she would absolutely take the swamps, though she wasn't necessarily pleased about it per se. Morthal felt one of those, drive-by towns where if you blink, you'll pass it. At the same time, though, she's never been, and it could be an important spot moving forward. Having arrived, she seems to have shown up at a rather interesting time. It seems an angry mob has appeared right outside the Jarl's longhouse, with the inhabitants getting irate about something. They don't actually say, or at the very least to an outsider like Constantine, she has no idea what they're talking about. she noticed that the steward is the one that appears to be taking the complaints, and the Jarl's nowhere to be seen, which seems a little weird, but who knows. She's going to keep an eye on this situation, though. Whatever it might be, could make her some money. She thought about heading immediately out, but something about the commotion caught her attention. It's not usual to see a mob that size outside of a Jarl's longhouse. Usually if there's any complaints, it's done in an orderly fashion in front of the Jarl. The local inn most likely has the answers that she searches for. She also noticed that the ground had been littered with good alchemical components, so she grabbed some of them, and out of the corner of her eye, she actually noticed that there was a burned out house. It actually looked freshly burned. She found a wandering mercenary willing to accompany her, but Ulf is enough, and realistically, she has no desire to actually hire anyone. She'd rather have a companion over a mercenary. She does find the innkeeper, who gives her a couple of interesting rumor notes. Nothing too exciting, but she was very willing to talk about the burned house.
Here, take a look at this.
Right as she was actually about to ask about the burned house, Constantine got sidetracked by a weird conversation in the corner.
My apologies, my lady. Perhaps you could use the dagger to threaten timid men who are too polite to smack your bottom.
Aye, now you're talking.
Just... what? Constantine didn't really know what to do in that situation. She wanted to ask about the burning house. She also kind of wanted to get out of there, so she just casually read some of the notes she got, and then she left the inn. She would ask about the house later. For now, she just needed anything else to think about that wasn't using a dagger to threaten someone to slap their butt. Anyway, she remembers that one of the keepers of the Razor is actually here in Morthal. It was the lumberyard worker, and she goes to find him. As she approaches him, she recognizes him as one of the individuals who was at the complaint session in front of the longhouse. And she actually asks him about it, getting some peculiar information.
Trust you saw the house that burned down. Peculiar bit of business that was. And that's on top of noises from the marsh in the night. Tales of monsters. Now this wizard in our midst. What's a man to do if he can't look to his Jarl for help?
She then asks about the piece of the Razor, with his attitude changing dramatically. He seems to not care much for the mythic Dawn, the Razor, or anything about it in general, but it seemed important to his family a century ago, so it's important to him. Sort of?
Keeping that Razor safe from a dead colt. As far as I care, it can stay locked in my house.
He wasn't willing to part with it, but while Constantine absolutely could have stolen it, which was her gut reaction, or beat him up for the key, she thought it might just be better to pay the man. She gets what she wants, he gets extra gold for the mill, and she gains a potential ally in understanding the mystery with this house. She enters the home, and while she may not have just outright stolen the key or the Razor part, she is still absolutely going to steal a few things from the man's house. I mean, her nature is her nature, and she's not gonna change. She ends up finding the Razor and a few other trinkets. As she's stealing a few things, though, something appears in her brain or her mind? She's not sure what to make of it. It was definitely a map of Nirn. She recognized different provinces, and she unconsciously also knew to go to a very certain spot in Skyrim, but where that place was or what she was actually going to find there was unknown to her. Oh well, yet another thing to add to her ever-growing pile of weird encounters she needs to deal with. Constantine decided to forget about the delivery mission for now and was much more curious about this whole burned house mystery. So rather than just asking locals, she made a beeline for the Jarl's longhouse. If anybody knew, and more importantly might hire her for a job, it'd be the Jarl. As always though, she did get sidetracked and checked out the local bounty board. Turns out there was a bounty on a certain bandit, and the going rate for these bounties are always good, so she took it in case she ended up in that area. Always good to go back to your roots.
You are the harbinger of the companions.
It is my honor to stand before
Oh, she really needs to do something about that Harbinger title. She likes the prestige, but none of the responsibility. She enters the longhouse and immediately goes to the Jarl, who's sitting in her chair. Constantine, not really being one to beat around the bush too much, directly asks about the burned down house, and then asks several follow-up questions about the situation. And what she is told is wild.
Hrogar blames his wife for spilling bear fat in the fire. Many folk think he set the fire himself. Lust can make a man do the unthinkable. The ashes were still warm when he pledged himself to Alva. On rumor and gossip? No, but you, a stranger, might find the truth for us. Sift through the ashes that others are too fearful to touch. See what they tell you. Should you prove him guilty
to
or
Constantine's best knowledge, so far there is a concern that Hrogar actually burned his house and killed his wife and daughter inside so that he could marry some new woman, Alva, apparently. The whole thing feels just like a small-town rumor mill, but if there is any truth behind it, she would get to the bottom of it. Also because she's being paid for it now, which is a huge win in her book. First things first, though, she needs to actually go to the house and sort of sift through those ashes. As she comes up to the house, the first place she's going to check is, of course, the fireplace. This is where the alleged fire started. But the wooden beam above it doesn't even appear touched by flame, so Hrogar is lying or his memory's off. Right next to it, though... And that's when the little girl's ghost appeared, catching Constantine completely off guard.
Supposed to talk to strangers.
She composes herself again and speaks with the little girl's ghost, who claims to be Helgi, the daughter of
I
Hrogar.
was hot and I was scared, so I hid. Then it got cold and dark. I'm not scared anymore. But I'm lonely. Will you play with me?
Constantine isn't one to play with ghosts, but assuming this ghost is truly Helgi, then she may get some useful information out of her.
We have to wait for nighttime, though. The other one is playing too, and she can't come out until then. I can't
What
tell
other
you.
one?
She might hear me. She's so close. If you can find me first, I can tell you.
The mystery deepens. So, the fire was absolutely started. By who, though, we're still unsure of. She does also know that there is someone else in the picture, but they can only come out at night. While Constantine really wants it to not be vampires, it's probably vampires. Her next goal was to actually go and speak with Hrogar and see if she could glean anything from him, though she actually ran into Alva first.
The pretty one?
Constantine wasn't sure what to feel around her, but safe was not at the top of her list.
Try to keep to myself.
Hrogar, on the other hand,
Alva's
was an
been
interesting
good to me ever
case.
since-
Constantine asked him a couple of follow-up questions about the fire, and his responses were
That's true,
concerning.
but I'm in a new house now, a better house. Yeah, that was a shame. But now Alva takes care of me, and I take care of her. Really? How nice. I have Alva to take care of now. I don't need Helgi anymore. Ah, I see. Whatever happened before doesn't matter. Now, what did you say you wanted?
It's hard to figure out if Hrogar meant what he was saying, or if he was bewitched. It's like he was enthralled, yet there was no obvious signs of enthrallment to Constantine. Even weirder, though, was that Alva was sort of just there the whole time. The thing is, though, Hrogar's eyes actually appeared clear and not really fogged over like that of a thrall's. There honestly may be no mystery here at all. Hrogar may just be an awful person. But Constantine was going to put that to bed soon enough. She'd talk with Helgi's ghost, and what better place to find a ghost than the cemetery above the house. As she approached, a woman in black was waiting by the freshly dug up grave. Unsure of the threat, Constantine was very careful. That's when the figure turned around, drew her blade, and the unmistakable orange glow of eyes solidified in Constantine's mind that this was a vampire problem. Killing her, Helgi's ghost reappeared, and with the other gone, she must have felt safe enough to talk with Constantine about what happened. She even named the vampire, Laylette, though that name means nothing to Constantine right now.
She kissed me on the neck, and I got so cold that the fire didn't even hurt. Laylette thought she could take me and keep me, but she can't. I'm all burned up.
According to Helgi, Laylette is the one who caused the fire and attempted to convert Helgi into a vampire. While that part of the mystery has been solved, it still doesn't solve the Hrogar situation and explain his callousness towards his family. Constantine does choose to burn the corpse, though. If there's one vampire, there's usually a coven close by, and it's best to not allow reanimation. The next step, though, is to actually deal with the very real vampire problem. They rarely work alone, and someone had to have turned Laylette. It's also important to figure out exactly who she was and if they have any surviving family. They could maybe give a little more insight. The best place to go to right now is finally back to the inn and to talk with the innkeeper. Having returned to the inn, the first person Constantine runs into is Alva herself. Constantine really doesn't like this woman's whole demeanor. She feels like she's being spied on, but also she doesn't have the orange eyes of a vampire. Could she hide them somehow? Or is Constantine just being too paranoid for her own good? In any case, she actually almost slit Alva's throat right there and then, but I thought better of it.
Look into the fire. What a display of color. There ain't much to offer.
Finally speaking with the innkeeper, Constantine does not mince words and immediately wants to know about Laylette. And the innkeeper was willing to spill.
No note or nothing. I'm pretty sure she up and joined the Stormcloaks.
And what she learned was fascinating. First off, it seems Laylette has a surviving husband that Constantine can go and speak to, because Laylette allegedly just up and joined the Stormcloaks. Constantine isn't sure what side of the Civil War Morthal is on, but up and leaving for the military without leaving a note is suspicious in and of itself. Constantine needs to find Laylette's husband. As she was making to leave, though, she saw Alva attempting, and failing, to seduce the men in the inn. The men rebuff her as they believe she's with Hrogar, and while they don't agree with how quickly the match occurred, they do appear to value that monogamy. This is just sort of another little interesting tally to put against Alva in Constantine's mind. Alright, it was time to find the husband of Laylette. She found him, and it seems he was just outside, although it didn't appear that this is an uncommon thing for him to be doing. Maybe he's hoping for Laylette to come back.
By the gods, this can't be
Constantine
happening.
broke the news about his wife, and he did not take it well and bolted for the graveyard. He found the pile of ash, and admittedly, Constantine did feel a little bad that there was no body for him to bury, but she did what she thought was right, considering the circumstances.
Laylette, I thought she left to join the Stormcloaks. Oh, my poor Laylette. She began to spend a lot of time with Alva, yet just a week before, she despised her. In fact, the night she disappeared, she was supposed to meet Alva. Alva
Interesting.
told me later
So it seemed
that
Alva
she
was the
never
last
showed
one to
up.
see Laylette alive.
I never got to tell her goodbye.
Alva. What is that woman hiding?
You think Alva? But that means... Ye gods, you think Alva is a vampire?
Constantine isn't going to come right out and say that Alva's a vampire because, again, no orange eyes, but there is a large amount of proof pointing to that in her mind.
Anything to do with this. There is no way you can prove it to the Jarl.
Thonir did have a point, though. There wasn't any proof. Yet. Constantine was now going to do what she felt she should have done a long while back, and break into Alva's house. See what she's hiding. Constantine heads over to Alva's house and picks the lock relatively easily. The locks in Morthal suck, and she slips right on in, none the wiser. Upon entering the house, it seems normal enough. Nothing screams, "Vampire lives here!" But she guesses if you're trying to hide yourself, a sign isn't the best course of action. She did have a copy of Immortal Blood, but it's a fairly common book, not really damning evidence. She does steal some money, though. And Constantine is never going to say no to a fancy little dagger. It'll actually probably look really good in the museum. She'll have to put it up later. That's when she turns towards the basement. If anything nefarious was going to be somewhere, it would be down there. And lo and behold, sitting right in front of Constantine's face is the coffin of a vampire. You really didn't have to be that smart to figure that out. The markings on the coffin were enough to designate this as a vampire's coffin, but the whole stairs and pedestal thing with the coffin on top was very gaudy, very vampire-like. So that really sealed the deal for her. It was official. Alva was a vampire, so she had to die. And scarier still, though, she could hide the color of her eyes, which really frightened Constantine because how many other vampires out there are able to do that? And then she found exactly the proof she was looking for that she could take to the Jarl. I mean, outside of the entire murder vampire basement. A journal that describes how Alva became a vampire and what her plan in Morthal was. It mentions the fire and how Laylette wasn't supposed to do that, and how Hrogar was nothing more than a thrall to protect the coffin. It also mentions a coven just out of town in a cave. And most interestingly, at least to Constantine, was she was mentioned. Not by name, but that someone was looking into the matter, meaning it's turning into a game of cat and mouse. Who kills who first? It was time to leave the basement, and she needed to make it to the Jarl. She had all the evidence she needed to prove that Alva was the one responsible for pretty much everything, and she wanted to see if she could get the Jarl's blessing, maybe more so along the lines of getting paid, to take out the vampire coven. She did have to be incredibly careful, though. The journal had mentioned that a big portion of the reason that Alva was here in Morthal was to try to seduce the guards and convert them. She didn't know which guards were or weren't seduced. And as she's making her way to the longhouse, a guard starts to walk up on her. Thankfully, though, it does appear that he was either not seduced or not told to kill her, so she walks into the longhouse. Originally, Constantine wasn't going to wake the Jarl, but with Alva knowing about Constantine, and Constantine now knowing about the coven, time was of the essence. This she knew. So she shook the Jarl awake and told her everything.
Can't go making accusations like that without proof. So it's true, the traitorous bitch. Morthal owes you a debt. Here, you were promised a reward for solving the crime, but I need one more favor from you. Morthal is still in danger. The journal mentions Movarth, a master vampire I thought was destroyed a century ago. I'll gather together some able-bodied warriors to clean out Movarth's lair. They'll be waiting outside for you to lead them.
And thus, a new job for her. Not only was she paid for finding the culprit to the fire, but she was also given, and hopefully attached with a rather large purse, given the go-ahead to hunt down and slaughter the coven. Constantine searched around the Jarl's longhouse, seeing if there was anything of value, but if there was, she didn't find it, and anyways, she had a job that she needed to get done. Word travels fast in Morthal, apparently. Outside the longhouse, there was a militia group ready and waiting to attack. This annoyed Constantine. She knew she would have a militia with her, but these were untrained fighters going up against a centuries-old vampire. Why couldn't they just get a couple guards? Whatever. They were going to get slaughtered, but oh well, she commended their bravery. As she ran to the cave, she could feel the crisp air. The colder weather, coupled with the marsh, led to a pleasurable temperature. She could hear her heart pounding with every step. She was going to kill her first master vampire. She'd killed many vampires before, but this would be her first master vampire. She would truly be wiping out an entire coven's bloodline. She smiled. She liked that thought. The skulls and blood were a pretty good signifier that she was getting close. She'd be as quiet as she could be for the time being. She didn't want to alert any of the vampires that she was showing up. As she got closer, she couldn't actually hear the footsteps of the militia behind her. Either they turned coward, or she had truly outsprinted them. Honestly, it really didn't matter to her. The less people she had to deal with, the quieter she'd be able to be. Spiders were guarding the entrance, nothing too difficult, and they went down quickly enough. Movarth is going to have to try a lot better than that to stop her. She moves through efficiently but quietly, dealing with a thrall who is sitting down. Where even are all the vampires, Constantine thought to herself. What sort of master vampire is this guy? She hasn't even come across any of the bloodsuckers. She even came across one of the Lair's body pits, where all the victims they had killed had been dumped off. And yet again, just a thrall. And wow, our thrall is truly stupid. It knew where she was, she misfires, and it goes in the direction where the arrow landed. It's just not very intelligent. Then again, what do you expect from a thrall? She was getting annoyed until she heard voices just a little ways down the hallway. As she got closer, those voices got louder and louder until finally she came across what can only be described as the banquet hall. But it did have a few vampires and Movarth seated up front. Now it was time to wipe out the bloodline. She had to be smart, though. She didn't know exactly what would happen when she opened up the fight, so she used some spells she learned to lay a trap. Though this magic was relatively new to her, and she didn't actually realize she could only lay one trap at a time. That being the case, she took her bow and opened fire. It was now time to kill all of them. And Constantine was not impressed with Movarth's performance. His lackeys went down like paper, and he seemed just confused and senile. It felt more like she was putting an old man out of his misery rather than fighting a centuries-old vampire with centuries of experience. Though, she guesses that really it is just one and the same. And with that, Movarth is dead. Anticlimactic, really, but now she needed to find Alva. Through all of this, there was no way she was going to be getting out of this alive. Interestingly enough, there were still some thralls that were up, even with Movarth dead, which leads her to believe that there is still one or two vampires still up and kicking. With that thrall's death and nobody else in the vicinity, it seemed like Constantine's best plan was to loot everything she possibly could. There had to be some goodies around here somewhere. There was no way a centuries-old vampire was going to have absolutely no loot. Movarth himself actually had some interesting robes on him, and she nicked them, hoping that they would sell for a good amount of gold. Constantine did find Movart's sleeping quarters, and more specifically, she found another thrall, which definitely caught her off guard, but she put the poor thing down quickly enough thanks to Ulf.
I can take you. Damn you!
Strangely enough, there really wasn't much loot to talk about. A few miscellaneous items here and there, but that was about it. Anyway, now it was time for Constantine to find Alva and finally finish this coven off for good. Really couldn't let her start trying to make a new one. And find her she did, cowering in the corner of a cave. Constantine took pleasure in putting her down after what she did in Morthal. With that, the last vampire is dead, this coven is gone, and it will never return. Constantine looks upon her work and smiles. It was time to return to the Jarl and receive her bounty. As she was closing in on the exit, Helgi's ghost appeared.
Who's there?
Seemed with the coven's demise, she can finally rest peacefully. Not the happiest ending, but glad the ghost wouldn't suffer anymore. As she stepped out in the cool night air, who else was there to greet her but the militia? No way they just arrived. A bunch of cowards letting an outsider do their dirty work. At the same time, she is kinda glad they didn't join, otherwise they would have been absolutely slaughtered. Or maybe not. Movarth really was confused and senile. They may have actually been able to pull it off. Constantine returns to Morthal, where she enters the Jarl's longhouse and gives her report on what has occurred. Hopefully, this will also come with a very nice purse of gold.
Well, look at you. If only everyone acted like you did. By the 8, I didn't think he could do it. Now maybe we can put all this behind us. Take this as a token of our gratitude. There is room in my court for a new thing. It's a new thing. But there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my homeland. You help my people, and I'll make you my thane.
Not only did she get a nice 800 gold, it's a little less than the going rate for bounty bandits, but considering how easy Movarth was to kill, she wasn't gonna complain. She also was offered the Thaneship in Morthal, which, while it may not be the strongest province, the more allies she has, the easier things will be for her moving forward. Plus, the title came with power and no real responsibility to the people as a whole, and she was not going to turn that down. Now, that little side adventure was complete. It was high time Constantine got back on the road to return the sword to whomever ordered it. It really wasn't the most glamorous of tasks, especially considering she just killed a master vampire, but it still had to get done, so she left Morthal and headed out. The town was actually pretty close to Morthal. It was honestly just a short hike from the main city's hold. She should get there pretty quickly, and it shouldn't even take half a day. She did stumble upon a little roadside ruin, though. Her curiosity got the best of her, and she entered, only to be met by a skeleton mage. Interesting. there were no alive necromancers nearby, so either it killed its master and still lived, somehow, or someone resurrected the thing and cut it loose. If it was the former, then so be it. If it was the latter, that's impressive. And it really was a dinky little roadside ruin. There wasn't much in the terms of loot, but she did find the conjurer who probably brought the thing back to life. What's interesting is the conjurer was dead, so most likely he lost control and the skeleton mage killed him. How the skeleton mage then was able to stay alive, she's not really sure. Conjuration magic still isn't her strong suit, so she needs to jot that down in her memory and kind of come back to it later. As Constantine ran towards the town, she let her mind wander about her most recent adventures. The whole debacle with the companions was interesting, and she was still trying to stay away from Whiterun and have to officially take up the Harbinger mantle. And the College of Winterhold held a lot of promises. But in her dreams, she just kept seeing Helgen. Why, of all places, Helgen? She was also still on the hunt for the Dark Brotherhood. It's become an obsession for her at this point. She's not even sure she wants to fully join yet, but the skills they could teach her, she just had to find them. She entered the... town isn't the right word. More like a camp. It's mostly actually just a mine, and she looked around for anyone. Seeing nobody, though, she entered the mine.
Well, look what we have.
She found the customer,
Another wizard.
but they had an interesting reaction.
What? No, but... I see now. My daughter Adara, she's gonna get a sit-down later. So, you need to leave now. Go.
This was a prank by a child? How did that... What? Constantine had to go speak with this kid. This is a wild story. The mom wasn't kidding, though. The kid fessed up to it immediately and explained that she could do magic, although had no control of it, and asked if Constantine could take her away to college.
Mama doesn't like when I do magic, but I can't help it, I swear.
Constantine was dumbfounded. What is she supposed to say to a kid basically asking to move away? So she did the only reasonable thing and said maybe when she was older. Well, the child hated that, and then somehow summoned a whole-ass Frost Atronach. Constantine can't even do this. She immediately drew her sword, fearing that the Atronach was going to attack, but it just stood there and did nothing. Considering it safe, she went and spoke with the child again.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
The child claimed she had no idea how to do it, although Constantine believed most likely when she had overt negative feelings, she's probably able to drag things out of oblivion, but honestly, who knows? Conjuration's not her strong suit. That being the case, though, a child can summon an Atronach. They need to go to the college to learn how to control themselves. So they decide to go back into the mine and speak with the mother. Back inside, the mom seemed not fully on board with her child being sent off to Winterhold, but after some conversation, she agreed, seeing how happy it would make her daughter.
Normal? It's evil,
Constantine had to smile. It reminded her a lot of how her and her mom would interact with each other. She really should write her at some point.
Really? Magic is nothing but trouble. Nords don't like magic much. It's hard for many of the people here to understand. But honestly, just want my daughter to be happy. Well, what am I supposed to do? I understand.
Mother, will I go to the college in Winterhold? Really? Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
And with that, this has now become a bring a sword to a person mission, and it's turned into babysitting. Constantine is not a babysitter, so she's just gonna try to get this kid to the college as safely and quickly as possible, dump her off, and move on with her day, because... Ugh.
So, stay safe. Bye, Mama.
The plan was simple enough. They'd head to Morthal, take the carriage back to Winterhold, and bring the child to the college to begin her training. Really, Constantine just needed to make it to Morthal. Once they got on the carriage, everything would be fine. And, much to Constantine's amusement, the plan actually worked. They made it to the carriage with no interruptions, and they were on their way to Winterhold. Having arrived, Constantine could taste it was almost done. The kid would not stop talking about magic and her desire to learn on the carriage ride. Now, don't get her wrong, Constantine appreciated the exuberance, but good lord, the kid could talk. Whoever was about to become her tutor was going to get an earful. She honestly hoped it was Phineas, considering the girl's ability in conjuration magic, and she laughed at the image of Phineas being lectured about conjuration magic by a 10-year-old, and that thought popping in her mind, she got a good giggle out of it. The pair arrived at the front of the college, where Feralda was waiting to test the girl. Constantine tried to explain what the child could do, but Feralda didn't care. She had to see it to believe it. The girl couldn't seem to summon the Atronach again, so Constantine did what Constantine does best. She pissed the child off and made her throw a tantrum, which got her to summon the Atronach. So Constantine kinda fixed it in the end.
I don't know what to do. You're mean. I hate you. Ah!
By the gods, I don't even know what to say. Well, I think you'll be a superb addition to the college. Welcome, apprentice.
This is great. Wow, thanks.
Come with me. Mirabelle will be waiting for you.
Her errand was finally over. Took a bit longer than expected, but it was over. Alright, time to go talk with Sergius and just get this done with. She was not looking forward to dealing with the old man.
Enchanting services. The local Nords may
Entering the college, she found the old man and told him what had happened. And he didn't care. If he wasn't such a good enchanter, she would have slit his throat for the disrespect. Come to think of it, she might still do it anyways.
So, until next time.
I wonder if the librarian at Cyrodiil leaves all the cleaning duties to a single apprentice.
Tired, frustrated, and exhausted, she headed back to her quarters to get some sleep. In the morning, she was gonna head for Solitude. It had been a while since she'd been at the museum, and she really needed to finally put some stuff away that she'd been collecting. Having woken up, she had that same dream pulling her towards Helgen. She was honestly just going to ignore it for now. She really just needed to return to the museum and put some of her things away. She was also going to pretend that whatever that earthquake was didn't actually happen, and she's going to try to get off this bridge as soon as possible. Having found the carriage driver in his usual station, drinking in the tavern, she hired him to take her to Solitude. He admittedly seemed a little pissy this evening about having to finish his drink, but hey, a job's a job, and he's not going to turn it down. Back in Solitude. She missed the city. The run-up was always fun, and the massive stone walls were always a sight to behold. Now, it was just time to head to the museum. And she actually would have made it to the museum
What are
if
you?
she wasn't stopped
Please,
by an
take
overly
Mother Mara's
ecstatic
blessing
priestess
to
of
wash
Mara.
this unease away. Mother guides me to those flickering souls who are yet to cast themselves on the fire for tomorrow's
What
utopia.
is she
sees in
even
you
talking about?
potential
Why
which
is she
can avert
talking to
calamity.
Constantine?
I, her most devoted servant, need you to believe in the goodness of your heart, in love.
Constantine was getting
Forgive her,
very
beloved
annoyed at this
child of
point
entropy, for all
until
her convictions she
the
only
goddess Mara started
Blind to
speaking
those
to
below
her.
clouds
What?
which she wishes to ascend. There is a terror of minds and ideas forming in the West. A conclave of antipathy and repressed hatred is nearing its sum. If this horde transpires, then neither the restraints of distance nor time will thwart the canker that will be birthed there. I make this plea to you, special child. Meditate between the opposites and seek resolution in the chaos. I will help whenever I can, but my light is weak. However, even the faintest flame can act as a beacon against the background of deep night. That flame will appear to you in a maze of dark when you most need it.
Constantine is so incredibly confused right now. Nothing the priestess or Mara is saying is making any sense to her. Go west. Like, what? What west?
Splendor, beset by men, gods, kings, and ideas. Keep a clear eye. Keep your head above water when you reach that realm. The tides of want can drown any who venture too far from the shore.
It seemed once the trance was over, the priestess doesn't even know what happened. And to an extent, neither does Constantine. So that's when the big burly figure next to the priestess decided to almost accost Constantine. He should be a little more careful with his words.
Mumbling to yourself, almost word for word that of Jayana. Forgive me. Our travels have put me in a hastened mood.
At least he apologized once he found out that Constantine wasn't some evil wizard trying to kill the priestess.
You're both in on?
Though he also seemed just as confused as the two.
Looks like you're serious, which worries me a lot more. The closest I can come to answering your visions is that we had just hailed from Evermore, which may be that west you want. If you're dead set on taking voyage there, then a merchant who has a route between that hinterland kingdom and Skyrim should be resting at Markarth. Word of warning, if you care to listen. The Reach isn't a place you want to risk your neck just on the visions of a zealous priestess.
Okay, so Constantine now needs to head to Evermore on the behest of the Aedra Mara. Right. Why? What? Constantine is so incredibly confused. Why are the Daedra reaching out? Why are the Aedra reaching out? She has no idea. She's not going to think about it. She just wants to enter the museum and do her job. It was nice to see the museum entrance again. It had been a while, and she always appreciated its grandeur. Once she placed the items, she would take a quick walk around the museum before she left. She wanted to see what had been displayed and just kind of get a sense of where things were. Before that, though, it seemed Ariane had left a bunch of notes on multiple different artifacts scattered throughout the workstation, so she picked them up, logged them, and would go to try to find them whenever she had the chance. She then headed for the storage that had everything that she had shipped over the past many days, picked it all up, went over to the magic table that Ariane had set up that can magically put things in the museum where it needs to go. She activated it and waited. She had to wait a while, but finally the table let her know that everything was complete and that the museum now held around 322 displays. There was no way she was going to see all the displays in one go right now. She just wanted to see some of the main stuff. So that's what she did. She packed up all the belongings that weren't able to be put anywhere in the museum, stuffed them in a chest, and went on to explore. Her first stop was the armory. This is where all the different armor types and weapons that she collected would be displayed. It was pretty bare for the time being, but she imagined with time and a little effort, it would look absolutely magnificent upon completion. While she did attempt to find most of the weapons and armor, she thought that it might be best if she could also make them and go from there. She then entered her personal armory. This is where she would put any cool weapons or otherwise that she had that couldn't be displayed anywhere in the museum. She also had a couple of things she wanted to place around, and so that's what she did. Finishing that, she returned to the armory and gazed upon the sword collection. It was meager for now, but once complete, it would be the best damn collection in all of Skyrim. She next wanted to check out the main Hall of Heroes. This is where all the priceless artifacts were placed on display. She really wanted to see where Arian had placed and set up the armor of Ysgramor, and she was not disappointed with how it looked at all. She had to give it to Arian. She didn't know if he was part of the Thalmor or not, but when it came to putting stuff up and making things look nice, he was top-notch.
Oh, good day, my friend. Did you hear the news? The museum has grown to such a degree that we are going to start to capitalize on our success in ways other than through patron generosity. Well, I was speaking to Gisli the other day, and she let slip that her brother, Erica, is actually in quite a lot of financial debt. Well, it seems his business has been ill-affected by the war, yet he's been continuing to spend money beyond his means to keep up appearances. Gisli has had enough of his attitude and has kicked him out of their house. Well, in an effort to make up the debts, she has opted to sublet the lower level of their home to a renter. And I have opted to purchase the use of the space as a gift shop for the museum. I have a few sources where we'll be able to have various gallery-themed memorabilia made to sell to the visitors to commemorate their time at the museum. All while making a tidy little profit, hopefully, which will continue to fund our various endeavors. Yes, I'm quite excited about it. It should be set up by now. Go and have a look. I'll have more items commissioned for production when it is warranted.
Ah, good day, my friend.
Constantine wasn't admittedly so sure about this whole gift shop idea.
Oh my.
But if it brought in extra revenue, which would then allow the purchase of more artifacts, it was probably worth it. So she would have to go and check that out at a much later date. She did not have time to be dealing with gift shop stuff. Honestly, Arian should really be dealing with that. She's out and about finding artifacts and trying not to die.
Ah, good day, my... A group of mercenaries came through town and sold their spoils, and my contacts informed me of a rare item amongst... I thought you may want to use it, or perhaps place it on display.
That was nice of Arian's contact to inform him about the artifact. Constantine put it up in its specific place, and then went towards the east wing to start with the Daedric artifact wing. Granted, there was only one thing there, but she still wanted to check it out. As she entered, she saw the beautiful blue glow of the Clavicus Vial mask display. The rest of the exhibit, well, admittedly, it just looked really bare. But once it was filled with that blue glow, it would look stunning. Constantine's next stop was what she called the miscellaneous treasures room. There was no real rhyme or reason for where things were or why they were in certain locations, but they were all interesting and unique treasures, and there were a lot of displays. It could honestly take Constantine years to fill this up, but she was up to the task. She truly wanted to see this museum flourish, and, if possible, make this the best museum in all of Nirn. Her next stop was the area for all the fallen empires. Well, really for the two, Falmer and the Dwemer. There was not much here. She really hadn't explored much of either, so she didn't have any interesting or unique artifacts. But she imagined as she delved deeper and deeper into crypts and into ruins, that would change and that room would come alive. It would look awesome. Finally, Constantine entered what was probably her favorite place in the entire museum, the library. This is where she was able to display all the rare and first edition books that she found, as well as all the treasure maps that she found. This was going to be her favorite display. She wanted to put as many first edition copies of books that she could find. She wanted to fill this place up. It was stunning and beautiful, and Arian did just a wonderful job just creating the entire atmosphere of the library. Constantine really wasn't one to stay in one place for a long time, but seeing the museum come together, she thinks she's going to stay in Skyrim for a long while. And with that, the mini tour is done, and this is actually where we're going to leave Constantine for now. There was so much more that happened in her adventures, but putting it all in one video would have just diluted it. But rest assured, you will see the rest of this adventure play out soon, dear viewer. Little sneak peek though, Constantine has a run-in with a rather nasty Draugr and a very large eye. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Last we left Constantine, she was finishing up doing a little tour of her museum, and she also solved another vampire crisis, this time in Morthal. She decides though, now having finished all of her early training at the college, she wants to head back and see what Tolfdir has in store for her. But before any of that occurs, she actually wants to get in a little bit more practice at the forge, and there just so happens to be a great forge here in Solitude. She's already proven herself to be pretty adept at the forge, but she wants to keep practicing her metal folding techniques. This way, when she goes to make another try at ebony, she should be able to actually make what she wants. Now, the great thing about being able to use the forges, though, is because she will typically make non-standard weapons and armor, she can, in turn, sell them to the blacksmith, who will be able to turn around and sell it to someone else at a markup without actually having to do any of the work themselves. After finishing up her crafting and bargaining, she leaves Solitude to head back to Winterhold. She was unsure what Tolfdir was going to have in store for her this time, but she hoped it was an actual adventure and not just more lessons. Don't get her wrong, she loved to learn, but she was more of the do and learn rather than the sit and learn.
Climbing back and we'll be off. Good day.
Arriving back in Winterhold, she drops off a few items she had made in the crate to be shipped back to the museum. As she does this, she sort of looks around and asks why she didn't just turn around and put them in the museum herself when she was in Solitude, but she brushes that thought aside as unimportant. Time to head to the college. She finds Tolfdir just hanging out in a corner. You know what? Man's eccentric. She's not going to question it. What he does tell her, though, is much more interesting.
How can I help you?
Apparently, the college is undergoing a dig at a recently discovered Nordic ruin known as Sarthal, and he wants us and the other initiates to meet him there in a few hours for a tour.
Fascinating excavation in the ruins of Sarthal nearby. It's an excellent learning opportunity. I suggest we meet there in a few hours and see what awaits us inside.
What do you need?
Not one to pass up a good opportunity like this, she did have a few hours to kill, so she went back to her room to study a bit more magic before she actually headed out to meet the group. She ended up choosing to look over Death Guard and start understanding more about conjuration. Having Ulf has taught her that the more people she has on the field in her favor, the higher chances of success she has. She's done well enough on her own as is, but she recognizes as she explores more and more dangerous ruins, she's starting to realize she may need a little more help. If not, at least just having something else to take the damage. Having woken up, she realizes everyone else is probably going to be at the dig site by now. But her stomach was grumbling, and while she looked through her bag on what to eat, she realized she easily had the coin for a full hot meal. Honestly, no reason to waste pack rations, so she heads to the tavern to get herself a nice little meal.
If there's anything you need, just let me know. Of course.
After eating, she heads out, and checking her map, the Sarthal dig site appears to be incredibly close and is just out a different exit from Winterhold. The sun was up and beating down, but the wind was just whipping her face. She really hoped that she would arrive soon and get inside. As she exited the Winterhold gates, all she saw was mountains, glaciers, and a nice sheet of snow that covered the world. It was peaceful. Until she came across a troll fighting a Spriggan of all things, and a few goats that it had brought to the fight. Now, these creatures weren't really a concern for Constantine. She took out the troll quickly, and then put the goats out of their misery. The Spriggan was already dead at this point, so not too much of a concern for her. As she started down the mountain, the dig site was already coming into view, and the first glimpses of a camp were seen. The first structure she saw was a sort of supply house-like structure, but before she entered, she noticed another wizard just hanging out. She politely greeted Constantine, and she noticed the very dead ice troll nearby. Constantine assumed the mage had been the one who took out the beast, and based on her age, she was impressed. The storehouse was pretty bare. It seemed more like overflow storage rather than any primary location for artifacts, but there were a few bits and bobs that Constantine took. Did she assume they would be missed? No, not really. Did she care if they were? No, not really. As Constantine left the storage house and walked down the slope, the grandeur of the dig site came into full view. This was not a few mages checking things out. This was a whole operation with miners and researchers. Constantine was just excited to be here, honestly. As she was walking around, just checking out the site, one of the miners made a fatal error in their judgment. You don't insult Ulf. Ulf is the best boy and has done so much for Constantine already. He's not just some stupid dog, and this was an insult Constantine would not have. Her first thought was just punching him, but something inside her told her to kill the orc for his blatant disrespect. She realized she had to be sneaky about it, though. She let the arrow fly, positive it found its mark, and yet the orc wasn't dead. And then another mage made a comment about Ulf being a stupid dog. She nearly shot him as well, but something stopped her moments before letting it go. She could see that the arrow had found its mark, but again, he wasn't dead. Ugh. It had to have been the mages in the dig site. They must have some sort of incredibly durable protection spell over the whole area. It would make sense. They're working with dangerous items, and not everyone can be protected at once, but Constantine was not happy. If she ever saw them out of its protection spell, they were dead for insulting Ulf. And that's when she noticed another dog just lounging around. Had they been talking about that dog? Whoops.
All right. Please stay close to me while we're inside.
Kicking that thought out of her mind, she spoke with Tolfdir, who invited them all inside, but told them to be quite cautious. Inside the ruins, Tolfdir starts explaining the history of Sarthal, and Constantine is enraptured with it. She'd heard about the Night of Tears, but needed to do more research on it. The history of Skyrim and Nirn as a whole is just so fascinating to her. The ruins were fantastic. Definitely the coolest ruins she's been in recent memory at least. And also just glad it's not a vampire cave.
Who knows what we might find in here?
Well, are there any questions before we begin? Anything. Anything at all that might be of interest. That's why I adore this location. We have no idea what we're going to find. And if along the way my message about the dangers of magic should happen to sink in for a few students, that would be a happy coincidence.
Nice little shade thrown there, Tolfdir. Appreciate it.
We're particularly interested in the prevalence of magical seals placed on the tombs here. It's rather unlike anything we've encountered. Ah, yes. Well, why don't you see if you can assist Arniel Gain? He's one of our scholars, here working on cataloging our finds. I expect he'd appreciate some help in locating any additional magical artifacts here in the ruins.
Tolfdir told her to go help Gain out. She's not a huge fan of him, but he was kind enough to make the fire for her last time they were out, and he's pretty aloof, but not overtly rude, like a few of the other scholars she's had the mispleasure of learning from. Nobody said anything about not taking a little bit of ore, and free iron is free iron. Having finished scrounging in the earth, she finds Gain hunched over a desk. He hardly notices her at first, but does seem vaguely warm to her presence once he recognizes her. He asks her to go around and see if she can find any enchanted objects.
Just don't make a mess of
the actual enchantment doesn't matter.
Through a portion of the section.
She rolls her eyes, not that he can see. Why is she always seemingly on grunt duty?
All right? We don't want to damage anything.
Of course, his concern for damaging was not damaging herself, but damaging the precious objects, of which seemed to be mostly rings. Very small golden rings with garbage enchantments. She was about to head back when a weird pedestal with a necklace caught her eye. Picking it up was probably not the smartest thing she could have done, as metal bars from an unseen location sprang up, trapping her in the room. She had tried to put the necklace back, but no dice.
How in the world did that happen? Really? Perhaps the amulet is important somehow. Is there some way you can use it?
Well, it's an amulet, Tolfdir, Constantine thought to herself. Probably wearing it is a good idea. And, what is that coming from the wall?
Some kind of resonance. You and the wall. Must be connected to the amulet. I wonder...
Actually, that's a solid idea. She was thinking of just shooting it, but considering this seems to be magic, and magic may be the way to get it to work. It's resonating with orange, so maybe an ice spell to counteract the quote-unquote fire will work. And much to her surprise, it actually did. And the iron bars also dropped. What? Look, he was hiding in a corner as well. She's not going to think about it. The way Tolfdir just enters the cavern after being all cautious this and cautious that is hilarious, if not hypocritical, to Constantine. He's probably incredibly capable of keeping himself alive, but the thought is just funny enough to her.
Why in the world would this be sealed?
And that's when they enter an incredibly weird room that looks more ritualistic than it has any right to be. Once Tolfdir actually enters the room, though, her vision goes all hazy and a weirdly dressed individual apparates in front of her. She's not happy about it.
Listen well. Know that you have set in motion a chain of events that cannot be stopped. Judgment has not been passed, as you had no way of knowing. Judgment will be passed on your actions to come, and how you deal with the dangers ahead of you. This warning is passed to you because the Psijic Order believes in you. You, Mage, and you alone, have the potential to prevent disaster. Take great care, and know that the Order is watching.
What the hell just happened to her?
I swear I felt something rather strange just then.
Did you not see the weird clothed dude?
I'm afraid I didn't see anything. Can you tell me more about what you saw? The Psijic Order? Are you quite sure about that? That's very odd.
Oh, the man thinks she's insane. Of all her research, she's never heard about the Psijic Order before.
Have no connection to these ruins, and no one's seen any of their order in a long time. Perhaps we should take a look inside these coffins. Now, please do be careful. Who knows what we're going to find? They were a group of mages with a history that predates the Empire. Very powerful, very secretive. No one's seen them in well over 100
another
years.
secretive order
They
she has to
vanished,
deal with.
along with
There
their
has to be
sanctuary on
more
the Isle
secret
of
orders
Tay.
than overt orders at this
No
point.
idea what connection they'd have to this place.
The stories and lore she's getting from
I
Tolfdir,
have
though,
no
she is
idea,
really
but it's
appreciating.
fascinating.
It's helping her
Assuming
sort
it's
of
true, of course.
piece
The Isle of
everything
Tay
together
disappeared
while
over
still
100
not
years
having
ago.
some of the most important
No one has
pieces.
seen them since. And yet now, suddenly, they've chosen to contact you. Why, it's intriguing. If nothing
To be
else,
fair,
I'd
she doesn't think
the
she was
compromise.
special in any way.
Psijic
She
have
was just the
only
one who
ever dealt
accidentally
with
blew
those they
open the
feel
seal.
worthy.
She was going to say something, but that's when the crypt decided to blow open and a bunch of Draugr showed up. These Draugr were clearly raised for the purpose of defense. They did not go down easily, and Constantine and Tolfdir fought for all their worth in such a confined space. The fight wasn't the cleanest Constantine had ever participated in, but it was effective, and the two of them plus Ulf were able to clear the
Glad to
Draugr.
defend yourself.
But if Draugr were present here, there were going to be many more down the hallway, most likely. And how right she was. As they descended further into what can only be considered a crypt at this point, they enter a large cistern with coffins lining the wall. Draugr burst forth from said coffins, only to be put down one by Constantine and the team. The Draugr were clearly not resurrected for their intelligence or combat acuity, as they each go down arrow after arrow.
Never seen anything
Constantine
like
has
this
decided
in
to
Nordic
kind of
ruins
start
before.
foregoing normal arrows. Ethereal
never
arrows
seen
are
anything
easier to
like this in
maintain,
Nordic
and
ruins
it
before.
gives her kills a little
Why,
bit
just
more
look at all these coffins.
personality, let's say,
This bears a
as
closer
ethereal
inspection.
arrows are not
We'll have
common.
to stay a while and examine this. You, however, should press on. See if you can. This is simply fascinating.
So Tolfdir has decided that he wants to stay in the crypt-esque area and kind of explore a bit, but has told Constantine to move forward. Most likely it has to do with the whole Psijic Order thing, but it also feels, again, kind of hypocritical when he keeps talking about the whole cautious and safety thing, and then he just tells Constantine, yeah, no, keep going. We know there's Draugr, but don't worry about it. At least maybe it's because he recognizes Constantine's battle ability, or that's what she's hoping at least. She holds no ill will towards the man, she just sort of finds it interesting, and the hypocrisy is amusing to her. She continues forward in Sarthal, dealing with the many more Draugr that are coming after her. But what's more interesting to her are the magic rune booby traps. Now, this isn't necessarily a common sight in Nordic ruins, so this place definitely has something magical or magical-esque in it or about it. She just sort of wishes her arrows would do something to the booby traps, but she quickly realizes that magic may be the best way, as running over it still probably kill her. Some of the Draugr, though, are definitely sort of new variants, although this one being much larger and imposing. The other thing she's starting to run into is the ability for these Draugr to shout at her. She's not entirely sure what they're doing, but whatever it is, it hurts. And sometimes her weapon will go out of her hand and she'll lose balance. She really hates it. She's not entirely sure what sort of magic is being used. She is finally able to clear the room and catch her breath after what was an intense fight with a few Draugr. They were definitely built and resurrected for combat, and the constant magic shouting that they were doing made her head spin, and her shots were very off target because of it. She kept looting and shooting as she went through the crypt, though this time she was able to get the drop on the Draugr and strike them silently before they had the chance to wake up. That is, until she entered an interesting puzzle room, or what she assumed to be a puzzle room. It was a little difficult to tell because the puzzle was admittedly a little easy. It had these pillars that could turn with one of three animals on it, with a plaque behind the pillar showing one of said three animals. How she figured it out, it wasn't too difficult. She just sort of matched the two up. And with that, the gate is now opened and she can continue forward in the crypt. The next room was going to continue to prove a challenge. She's dealing with a Death Lord Draugr. This is a very old Draugr who's been dead for a very long time, and it as well possesses that special shouting magic. She wants to figure out if there's a way that she can learn this, because it seems really cool. Ulf continues to prove his loyalty to Constantine by becoming, sadly, more of a meat shield for the Death Lord, but it did allow her to sink arrow after arrow unencumbered. Continuing through the crypt, she comes across another pretty simple puzzle room. The farther she goes, though, the more she questions if she's making the right decision. She's not really caring so much about the Psijic Order. Any order who's too cowardly to do something about a supposed impending threat, but willing to cast judgment, aren't important to her, and their opinions are invalid. What she is concerned about, though, are the several layers of protection and locked doors between here and whatever it is most likely being kept inside. Tolfdir finally decides to show back up, though, and continue on with Constantine. She probably didn't need his help, all things considered, but glad he felt responsible enough to actually catch up. And as she finishes that thought, he steps on a trap, firing off a bunch of poison darts, most of which land on him, but as Constantine tries to get out of the way, she's hit with a couple. The poison burns through her veins, and she starts downing potions and using healing magic to help. She really needs to carry cure poison potions at this point, with the amount of times she's been hit with poison. She tells Tolfdir to, ironically, be more careful next time. Tolfdir seemed perfectly fine. Most likely his alteration magic saved him from the brunt of it, but seriously, again, the whole being careful thing? Hilarious. Opening the door, Constantine comes face to face with what most likely was being held here in the crypt. A massive energy ball with a force field and a Draugr sitting in a chair. No clue who or what the Draugr is, but her shots seem to have absolutely no effect on him. She's trying her best not to let any fear take a hold of her, but these arrows are doing nothing and the big magic ball is incredibly concerning. She would really appreciate it if Tolftir did anything. He's just standing there and her shots are doing nothing. Tolftir, do something. Help, maybe? Oh, there he goes. Finally, he realized that there was a threat. Even Tolftir's spells are having no effect on it. He then calls out that he's going to try to drain some of the energy from the orb and see if that lowers its guard or something. It's really all they have, especially considering she was about to start shooting the orb at any moment. Whatever he's doing starts to work as the shining barrier around the Draugr seems to lift. She starts firing her arrows and they pierce him, doing some semblance of damage until she kills it. Actually, rather easily. She's a little surprised. Strangely enough, with the Draugr's death, the whole barrier collapses, but the orb still exists.
This is simply...
She needs to talk with Tolftir about this.
I have no idea. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. The Archmage needs to be informed immediately. He needs to see this for himself. I don't dare leave this unattended. Can you return to the college and inform Savos Aran of this discovery? Please, hurry.
She loves Tolftir's energy and excitement. It's so raw and just so true. Any fear she had been just washed away with such a fascinating discovery, and the fact that even Tolftir knew so little about it is wildly interesting to her. She was even tasked with going and talking with the Archmage, which, but she would do her duty. After looting, though, this is where the orb and the Draugr become even more fascinating, more interesting. There's a story here. There's a writ of sealing on the Draugr. Apparently, they were called Jirik, and they were bound here for committing some atrocious sin or crime. But there was no mention of the orb, and so the question remains. Is the orb what kept Jirik sealed here, or was the orb placed later? If it's the former, then why did it also protect him? If it's the latter, who put it there, and yet how is Jirik still able to be sealed? She did find a notebook with some notes in it from a mage talking about the orb, calling it the Eye of Magnus. Now, Magnus isn't Aedra, nor is he Daedra. He's definitely divine in some ways, but other than that, the name means actually very little to her. Frustratingly, though, the notebook had no dates, so she has no idea how old or recent this was taken. Having exhausted the main crypt for loot, she leaves, ready to head out and go speak with the Archmage, when she comes across another one of the strange walls, with what she assumes words, chanting and glowing. As she gets closer, some sort of verbiage and word appears in her mind, but she doesn't understand it and has no idea what it means. She's admittedly incredibly confused by this phenomenon, but it doesn't leave a mark on her, and it doesn't really ever hurt, so it can't be a bad thing. Maybe she can ask one of the scholars about it and see if they have any idea what might be going on. Upon exiting, she's right back where she started in the main dig site. The bruises she received from the Draugr don't really bother her, as she brims with excitement about the new find. Now she just really needs to rush to the Archmage and kind of figure out what's going on. She did pick up a rather interesting staff. It's unlike anything she's ever seen before. This will be a great addition to the museum, she thinks, and Arian will probably love it. Maybe. Well, he'll know what to do with it.
Stupid dog.
Alright, they were definitely talking about the other dog. It's probably a good thing then that the orc didn't die due to the protection spell in place. Constantine's not above killing someone out of disrespect, but yeah, she would have felt a little bad if it turned out that there was no disrespect. Well, okay, she would have at least felt a little guilty. Heading back up the mountain towards the college, she comes across yet another group of Spriggans. Why there's so many out here this far from the forest, especially in a place so cold and with no trees, she wasn't really sure, but she was going to kill them anyways. What was funny though is that as she was backing up, it seems a mage or two caught wind of what was going on and decided to lend some aid with a few ice spikes and fireballs being thrown at said Spriggans. Not needed, but appreciated. She finds her way back up to the college and admittedly is unsure what she's gonna tell the Archmage. Hey, we found a massive floating orb in an incredibly sealed portion of the ruins, and we have no idea what it is or what it does. Okay, well, you know what? Considering she really doesn't have an idea what it is, she's gonna just go with that and hope for the best. She finds herself at the Archmage's quarters, and wow, Constantine's kind of jealous. This is a nice room. It's got all sorts of fancy baubles and accoutrements. She guesses, being the Archmage comes with some perks. Maybe being the Harbinger comes with some actual perks as well that she's just not aware of. She should probably return to Yorvaskr and find out.
Well, it's no secret.
She finds the Archmage doing something, and she
tainted.
informs him about what the situation is.
Please don't tell me that another one of the apprentices has been incinerated. I have enough to deal with right now. I see. I trust that Tolfdir will provide a more specific explanation.
All right, don't be an
Thank you for
asshole.
bringing this to my attention. Tolfdir normally looks after your little group, yes? Since he's apparently occupied, and I will need to see this discovery for myself, I think perhaps you should begin researching the subject. Speak with Urag in the Arcanium. See if he's aware of anything that matches your discovery. And good work. The next time you find yourself exploring Nordic ruins, perhaps this will be helpful.
She didn't want to show her hand because he annoyed her, but she was
Personally,
curious his
no,
views or
not
his
I.
thoughts on the
One
Sijic
of their
Order.
number used to advise the Archmage when I was but an apprentice here. But that was a great many years ago, before all the members of the Order were called back to the Isle of Artaeum, and it disappeared entirely.
If there's one thing Constantine's really starting to hate about the college, it's why is everyone so demeaning? Even when he was telling Constantine good work, it still came across as belittling. Constantine is really, really starting to hate the leadership here. She's not sure what she's going to do about it yet, but if she decides to stay, which she probably will because the knowledge is just so important to her, she's gonna have to do something to change it. She doesn't know how she's going to, but she is going to change something. Honestly, thankfully, Tolfdir seems like her direct superior, and she likes him, so that whole bit is a little bit better for her. As she was leaving, Feralda caught her in the stairwell, but it seemed pretty secretive, so she probably didn't want to be seen directly talking with Constantine.
Looking for you.
Most likely used an illusion spell to
I'm not
project her
sure.
voice clearly into
Just-
Constantine's head.
Well, mind what you tell
Weirdly
me.
enough, she was able to respond in kind.
No. Well, I don't think so. Between the two of us, there are rumors about him. That this advisor position he has is a sham, an excuse. That what he's really doing is spying for the Thalmor, trying to feed them information. Whether it's true, I can't say. But it never hurts to be a little suspicious, does it? You're welcome.
Apparently, the Thalmor ambassador on Kano is looking for her. Constantine has no love for the Thalmor, so she's going to do everything in her power to not really run into him. That being the case, though, if she ever sees him in a dark alley alone, well, he might not see the next day's sunrise if you catch her drift. Howdy folks, and welcome back to Constantine's adventure. Last we left her, she had just found a weird orb at the bottom of Sarthal and was tasked by the Archmage to figure out what that thing might be. So, She goes to the one place that has a massive repertoire of knowledge,
I don't want to see
the
you treating
Arcanium.
any of these books poorly. Are we clear?
She rolls her eyes at him. He says this to everyone, and everyone knows he'd rip them to shreds. The threat just doesn't hit the same when it's said that constantly. She asked him if he had any information on the orb, and much to her surprise, not only did he know what she was talking about, but he had no idea what it was, though he did have an idea of where to go.
Not anymore, anyway. I said not anymore. Orthorn stole a number of books when he ran off to Fellglow Keep to join those summoners. Some kind of peace offering. I think one of those volumes may have had some relevant information. If you want them, you'll have to talk to Orthorn.
Seems like this is something the Archmage should care about.
Not enough to bother with. Archmage Aaron's approach to these things is just to let them sort themselves out. Although now it looks like you'll be doing the sorting. Good luck with that.
Archmage Aaron feels like a lazy individual who doesn't care much
I
for his
have
position,
questions for you.
or takes it for
You were
granted.
in Sappho.
Before she had time to
It has
turn
come to my
around,
attention
who else
that
but
something was
Ancano starts trying to talk to her in a very dismissive manner.
I know full well that
So she gives it right on back to
do
him.
not insult my intelligence. Tolfdir is still there now, is he? I shall expect a full report when he returns.
From who? Her? Yeah, if that's his expectation,
Something was
he can
discovered
expect
in
an arrow
Sappho
between
was
his
significant
eyes,
enough
though
that
she's not
Tolfdir
trying to start a
sent new
diplomatic
member of the
issue.
college alone
Yet.
to deliver word. That sounds precisely like the sort of thing that should matter to everyone, especially me. Thank you for your help. You may go now.
You may go now? Does he think she's his servant or something? No. She's gonna find a way to humble this elf, even if it requires causing a little diplomatic incident with the Thalmor. While she tries not to think of revenge for the disrespect brought onto her by Ancano, she thinks about her current mission. There's books that she needs to pick up from Orthorn at a Fellglow Keep somewhere near Whiterun. He allegedly ran off to join a coven of necromancers, so most likely it's a shoot on sight, ask forgiveness later sort of deal. Though why he joined a band of necromancers, she's not quite sure. It doesn't make sense. The Archmage has no issue with necromancy so long as it's within the college walls. She realizes that she's been focusing a lot on her education. While that's not a bad thing, her coin purse is getting just a little light. Looking at her journal, she realizes there is a bounty bandit in the general area just west of Whiterun, in an area called Oratheme. It seems like a pretty good idea to get the books from Orthorn first and then run over, take a bandit head, and collect her pay. She also has intent to stop by Whiterun to sell off a few items and see if Yorlin can finally help her crack the ebony puzzle that she's been having. Before heading into the tavern, she stops off at the museum drop-off point to send off a few items, including, most specifically, the staff that she picked up from the Draugr in Sarthal. It's an impressive staff and should do wonders for the museum. After having finished putting her stuff up for shipment, she walks into the tavern and asks for a quick meal for the road. You never know what's going to happen, and she's learned to eat whenever possible.
Have you seen the Shrine of Azura? People say there's someone in Riften that can change your face.
As she was leaving to go find the carriage driver, she ran into an incredibly intense man who had a little bit too much fondness for his,
I'm sure you got plenty of
horse.
coin to spend around, but don't spend it all just yet. I'm going to be selling some of my own wares.
He apparently is working on becoming a stable owner who will sell all sorts of horses. Constantine just gives him a weird look and tries to back away, but he just sort of keeps talking. She appreciates an individual who has a fondness and intensity for something, but to her, he had a bit of a unhealthy attraction for horses, his in particular. He then randomly started raging on about mages and more specifically the art of soul trapping. To him, it's an evil craft, and there was a part of Constantine that really thought about trapping him in a soul gem. But with no black gem, there'd be no way to store his soul, so she was gonna let him go for now.
That's right. They should call it soul rape. And all them soul rapists at the college should be
That
thrown into the
intensity
sea
definitely
for their
became outright
crimes.
hostility, and for a brief moment, she thought he was actually going to attack her, but after putting her hand on the hilt of her sword, he backed off. She marked him down in her head as an individual to never buy a horse from. She found the driver just having a meal, and he was willing to take her to Whiterun as he had just finished eating. Her plan was to go from Whiterun to Felglow Keep, then double back to Whiterun, take care of any chores, and then make her way to Orithime before heading to Morthal to turn in the bounty. Then she would go from Morthal to Winterhold and return the books. At least this was her plan. We'll see what happens. Having now arrived in Whiterun, she started to make a beeline for where Felglow Keep was marked on her map. It was, again, nice to be out of the cold north, though she started to wonder, again, why Orthorn would bail from the college and take up with these necromancers. They probably weren't the most kind individuals, and he was bringing them books as a peace offering, so they most likely instructed him to do so. I doubt that these books were chosen at random. She wondered if he had maybe fallen in love with one of them. Also, Urag always was talking about how he was going to rip people apart if they dealt with his library, so why didn't he deal with Orthorn? He clearly knew that he was involved. Just weird. Too many questions and not enough answers. Realistically, it's not like it mattered anyway. She intended to get the books and find out all she could about this new orb. While making her way to the keep, she came across a roadside shrine to Talos. Now, she's no follower of the Divine, but she doesn't agree with the Thalmor's hatred and purging of those who do. It just seems unnecessary. She had to admit it was actually very nice and quiet, though that quiet was quickly broken when 2 Thalmor agents appeared. Seems she chose the wrong day to stumble across this shrine. Having most likely been looking for actual followers of Talos, and not asking any questions to Constantine, she quickly drew her bow and started to deal with this new threat. The first soldier was easy enough. A few good arrows imbued with fire, and he fell incredibly quickly. The actual agent in the robes, though, was proving to be more difficult. Constantine was glad to see that his ward at least didn't stop her ethereal arrows, so she was able to keep her distance. With a final shot, he fell, and she chose to loot the bodies. No reason to desecrate them, though. The fire from the arrows did that for her. On the agent's body, apparently named Lorkelin, there were orders from an individual named Elenwyn. Who that was, Constantine was unsure, but the fact that these individuals had appeared and, had others been present, slaughtered innocents for nothing more than believing in a deity, Constantine made a note to check other Talos shrines and see if she could pick off a couple more of these kill groups. Once the Thalmor annoyance has been sufficiently dealt with, Constantine arrives at Felglow Keep, only to have to deal with way more than a small group of necromancers. There's actually quite a few mages and Atronachs to boot, so Constantine does what she does best. She shoots from the shadows. Her biggest concern is the Storm Atronach and whoever summons them. They typically are the strongest of the 3 elemental Atronachs, and she wants to get rid of the most immediate threat quickly. Now, Constantine is a professional, and tries not to give herself too much credit for her skill, but even she was impressed with her ability to curve that arrow. Constantine can hear the flame Atronach on the other side of the wall, but it never appears to give her a shot through the ruin. She's simply going to have to reposition to deal with it and the other mages. Either the mages are stupid, or they just are so used to their Atronachs spontaneously combusting because they don't seem to notice her presence at all. She would think 1 or 2 of them would have a detect life spell, but they don't. This, thankfully, makes her job a little bit easier. She finally spots the Electromancer that keeps spawning the lightning golems. If she can take the mage down, she won't have to worry about those golems again. The only issue is that the golem kept protecting her. But Constantine is anything but a bad shot, sometimes, and she was able to thread the needle and kill the Electromancer. The loot was okay. Nothing special, and mostly just something to sell to merchants, but with the courtyard taken care of, she enters into the keep proper. She's not really sure what to expect, but at the very least, she imagines she's going to be running into quite a few mages. Her best bet, in all honesty, is to kill silently before they have a chance to react. Mages are, of course, the most dangerous in enclosed spaces. The first enemy she runs into appears to be a spider tamer of sorts. She's heard about attempts to domesticate spiders, but this would be the first time she's ever actually seen it with her own eyes. Too bad the spiders were weak, much like their master. She then finds herself in a dungeon with 3 cages, each holding a vampire. What the heck are these idiots thinking? What are they doing? Vampires are immortal and have all the time in the world to wait. All they need to do is sit there patiently and wait for someone to slip up. That's when they can cause as much chaos as they want. After a quick room loot, Constantine knows what she has to do. She slaughters the vampires in their cages, burning their bodies with her fire arrows. This way, they can't resurrect. Was it dishonorable to kill them in their cells? Maybe, but she's not really the type to care for that if her neck is on the line. The room connected, though, appears to be some sort of torture chamber or dissection location. She's not entirely sure and admittedly doesn't really care and want to be a test subject to find out. She deals with the mages practicing and moves on with her day. Ironic that one of the mages called for mercy before burning to death, as she was found in a literal dissection chamber. The corpse of a master vampire is found on a table, most likely the most recent experiment, and while impressed that they were able to take one of these down, she was concerned what they were actually trying to learn from it. Exiting the room, she hears a voice calling from down below. It appears to be that of a pleading individual asking to speak with someone. If this is another vampire, she's going to kill it. But first, let's deal with the mage. A mage? And he chooses to release hounds? Alright, sure. Say hi to Ulf, a real dog. After a cursory glance around, Constantine gets closer to the man in the cage, who actually appears to be Orthorn.
Yes.
Looks like his whole group joining project didn't really work out for him.
Didn't he? What?
No, he didn't. Aaron doesn't care.
Oh dear. I shouldn't have taken them. I know. It was stupid. I was stupid. It won't happen again.
It probably won't happen again because Constantine will probably just kill you for stealing.
I don't have them anymore. She took them. The collar. She's the one who put me in here. Please, let me out of here.
Constantine gave it some thought. She's not really in the mood to deal with some collar lady, but she also, A, really needs the books, but B, just does not want to deal with Orthorn talking the whole time. Huh. You know what? Maybe Orthorn will be some practical use after all. Maybe she can trade him back to the collar? Possibly? Obviously, without telling Orthorn any of this, she does choose to release him and start looting the rest of the room as necessary, but they'll need to move on quickly so that they can get to the books. Let's see how useful Orthorn will be in a fight. Constantine hears what is the unmistakable sound of fire magic being used. So, you know, time to show him what real fire feels like. To his credit, Orthorn does stand his ground using wards to block a majority of the fire magic. This does allow Constantine to sort of shoot from the back lines to kill the rest of the mages. A good fight all in all, and Orthorn actually survived it, so you know what? He might be proving to be a little bit more useful than Constantine first gave him credit for. They've now entered the Undercroft. It seems Felglow Keep is much more than just a necromancer's hideout. It seems like every portion of the building is divided into a different school of magic for different magic participants, almost like an underground school of the College of Winterhold. So with the Undercroft, this is most likely going to be dealing with the necromancers. These mages so far have been an absolute joke to Constantine. A couple arrows is all it's taking. Whether they're just all very weak in magic or have never actually been in a real fight before, she's not sure, but she sure is glad that they're going down quickly. Next up appears to be some sort of summoning room. A bunch of conjurationists, no doubt. Constantine takes a little bit of a special pleasure in killing them, as she just superimposes Finis Gester's face on all of them. She can't kill the real thing yet, so this'll have to do. The troop finally come to a rather wide-open area that at first glance appears to be guarded by just a Frost Atronach. It's nothing too difficult. Until the real chaos began, and the mages from the other room overheard and started flooding in for combat. These mages were proving to have a bit more fortitude than the ones that she had been seeing. But, as with all her enemies in her pathway, they fell to her blade and bow. As she's looking around the current battlefield, she doesn't actually spot Orthorn, though. Where did he go? As she surveys the floor, now littered with charring corpses, she spots Orthorn, who succumbed to the flames as well. Not entirely sure when that happened, and while she won't shed a tear for his passing, she's a bit disappointed she won't be able to use him in a negotiation with the Caller. She moved onwards, running into no other opposition when she comes face to face with the Caller herself, who seems none too pleased about Constantine's rampage through her lair.
How nice to meet you. So you're just one of Arlen's lackeys. That's disappointing. You show real promise. You come here, kill my assistants, disrupt my work. You've annoyed me, so I don't think I'll be giving you anything.
Insulted, annoyed, just a little pissed off, Constantine was in no mood for further negotiations and immediately opened fire. For being some allegedly fierce and scary individual, she went down incredibly easy. Barks worse than her bite in this regard, and Constantine smiles as her body is desecrated by the flame. Don't ever insult her by calling her a lackey. She takes the book and loots the rest of the treasure room. With everyone dead, the thief killed, and the books obtained, it was now time for Constantine to actually, and finally, leave the keep. She still wanted to make a run back to Whiterun for a few things, as well as then make her way to Orithime to collect a bounty. Back outside, she was glad to feel the fresh air rather than that of the keep's dark, dank, depressing, and now very bloody-smelling alternative. It was time for her to make a beeline back to Whiterun. She had to admit, she loved this part of Skyrim. The air was always so crisp and clear, the temperature was never too hot nor too cold, and the vast open plains made for fantastic sightlines, making any attempt at a sneak attack pretty much impossible. Stopping by the museum box, she dropped off a few items that'll be sent back. A good reminder to her that she should probably make another stop off at the museum to actually put those items on display. But with that complete, she is now going to head up to the Skyforge and speak with Yorlin. Having found him, she realized this was actually the first time she'd spoken with him since becoming Harbinger. Not a great look for her, but also she never asked for that position, so... Yorlin doesn't really seem to mind, though. He just seems happy the Forge is doing well.
I think the Forge knows the greatness of Kodlak's sword. I can't really explain, but it feels like it's young. I'll wager it could now forge metal the likes of which hasn't been seen since eras long forgotten. I'm eager to try.
Well, that definitely caught her attention. She'll have to give it a shot at some point. But she asked Yorlin if he'd be willing to help her with her training, and he agrees. Finally, she understands how Ebony is actually supposed to operate and work, and how it's just used. Oh, she's so excited. She's ready for an upgrade. She needs a new sword. She was also thinking about finally donning on ebony armor, but realized that she just simply doesn't have enough ebony ingots to make a full set. So she goes with her gut and decides to make herself an ebony sword and an ebony bow. These are some massive upgrades to her arsenal, and she's looking forward to putting them through real combat. With the smithing finally complete, she then goes to the grinding wheel to actually improve her items and make them far deadlier than they were before. With her smithing tasks complete, she then heads up Dragon's Reach to talk with Fongar about selling some of her magic items. It seems that he doesn't keep much gold on his person, so instead she did some trades and swaps for a few spells and soul crystals. And with her chores now finally complete, she heads to the Bannered Mare to sleep the night away. She knows she could have gone to Jorvaskr for a free bed, but she's just not ready to face the companions yet as Harbinger. It's not a title she wanted, and it's something she still needs to come to terms with. Staying in the Bannered Mare was just easier. It wasn't going to cause too many issues.
Know if there's anything else.
Having awoken and ordered a quick meal, it was now time for Constantine to leave the city and head out to find these bandits so that she can, get paid. According to her map, though, Orithime should be just west of Whiterun. In theory, this is just going to be a straight shot, though she is known to get slightly sidetracked if she's not riding in a carriage.
What is it? Come by Bellathor's shop at the market. I'm sure.
Back on the trail for her. She appreciates a good carriage ride, especially since she hasn't quite figured out how to instantly teleport places. And as she was leaving Whiterun, she does notice that Madras's camp has been set up, though she wasn't actually able to find the Khajiit and talk to him about Bellathor's sister. She also didn't really have time to wait around and just hope he would appear, so she was going to have to catch him at a different time. One of the things she's learned to appreciate greatly, though, while she's out in the field, is the wildlife provides an excellent target for her to practice her destruction magic on. Here, she's messing around with her Icy Bolt ability. She's not great at aiming it, and the wildlife provide a nice practice target. She does use their parts, though, so it's not just killing for the sake of it. She considers it a more interesting form of hunting. A couple more mud crabs get to feel her icy wrath as she continues to try to get better at aiming. She's really not good at it. She's not quite sure how she can aim so well with a bow, and then when it comes to actually just using her hand, it's not great. As she traversed through the wilderness, an individual came up to her and handed her a dwarven pike, saying that he'll come back for it later, but if she snitches, he'll kill her.
Don't lose it.
That was a stupid statement he made.
Snitch or double-cross me and I'll kill you. I mean it.
Constantine doesn't deal with threats very well, She was just protecting herself.
Did you see someone run past just now?
No, sir. Not only did you see nobody run past, you appeared to have a wolf attacking you. You might want to do something about that.
Bastard stole from me. I love a challenge.
So Constantine chose to keep the pike. Why? Well, because she could sell it, of course. It's not like she was the one who stole it. She merely was given a gift. That it just so happened to be stolen from someone else isn't really her problem, nor is it an important part of this entire endeavor. She kept exploring and came across an old ruin being guarded by a couple of ghosts. This was nothing strange to her. She was going to just re-kill the ghosts and be done with it until one of the ghosts actually called out it didn't have a choice, most likely for existing, and it was sorry. That was new. Constantine would need to explore further. This is interesting.
This isn't what I want.
As she continued through the outside, it appeared there was more of these subjugated ghosts, all giving her warnings to leave, but having no ability to actually stop themselves from attacking. Constantine did what she could to just put them out of their misery.
I'm sorry.
She still had a bounty head to collect, but this was a mystery she desperately wanted to figure out now. Having checked around the majority of the outside, she found nothing. There were no signs of what might be going on, so she did the next sane thing and stepped inside. It looked like a pretty normal tomb. Nothing so far to indicate that there was some malevolent force making ghosts work against their will.
Stay away. I don't want to do this.
Constantine's gonna try not to think about that missed shot and move on, because otherwise she's just gonna get annoyed with herself. But the fact that there are ghosts here means that whatever is making these things fight against their will, it's gotta be down here somewhere. She came to an open chamber with a single ghost appearing to guard it. In front of her was a chest and another one of those weird word walls with a glowing word. She dealt with the ghost as quickly and efficiently as possible. It was already dead, but seeing as how it was most likely in some sort of pain, she thought it was the nice thing to do. She approaches the weird word wall when she notices a door near the chest. She pauses. That's a trap. It's most assuredly a trap. Who's dumb enough to assume that's not a trap? Accepting the word and understanding absolutely nothing about it, she looks back at the clearly trapped door, notices the chest has nothing in it, so again, clearly a trap, and then activates said trap by jumping over it. It seems like she would fall into a pit. She's not going to pay attention to the fact that Ulf is hovering and just assume it's one of his powers. Shooting a bow and arrow down, she notices that there is a body pit and a cage. So there is someone clearly down there. What they're doing with those bodies, she's not sure, and she sighs because she's going to have to check it out. Her curiosity is just too powerful. The crypt holds very little loot. Whoever's down there in the pit is clearly trying to get people to fall down it on the guise of there being loot somewhere deeper. Whomever truly is down there is just trying to catch people like you would catch a skeever in a trap. She then comes across another dead adventurer. Now, whether they were killed by the ghost or something else, she's not sure, but she's nearly positive that the ghost she just killed was the soul of that dead adventurer. She's very curious now. She has to figure out what's going on. Heading back to the door, she sighs, knowing she's absolutely about to step into a trap. She shoots an arrow down to at least open the door and jumps down.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And there's an incredibly creepy mage gloating over his newest capture. He's not realizing she knew, sort of, what she was stepping into, though the gloating bothered her. The ego on this asshole.
dead than he
she was going
alive.
to kill him.
All right, let's see if we have something here to end this as quickly as possible.
Constantine was pissed at this carefree attitude, and she later kicked herself for not taking a second to get a bearing on her surroundings, but she was pissed at this ego. So she was going to kill him from inside the cage just to prove a point. Was it stupid? Yeah, but she had faith in her abilities, and unlike him, her skills could actually back up what she was putting down. She then noticed the small little, bag that was next to the dead assistant that actually had a key for the cage. Again, she was sort of kicking herself for letting her ego get in the way. But she killed him, so that's all that really mattered. It seemed he'd been killing for a while. He had a bunch of different people just down here. He must have been transforming them into the ghosts that she saw above. Picking up his research journal, she was right. This was a full-fledged serial killer who was learning to turn souls into ghosts, but seemed to actually enjoy the art of killing a person. He seemed to just really enjoy the torture and the screams. Keep in mind, Constantine's not above torture for the sake of revenge, but torture of innocents was just a step too far for her. She wondered why she hadn't actually come across a bounty on him, but in all honesty, it was most likely due to him leaving no survivors and targeting people who entered the crypt, not your everyday townsfolk who would have been the ones to put bounties. She was, once again, glad that her arrows induced fire as the fire charred the body, desecrating it. He honestly deserved it. More interestingly, though, he had a rather interesting staff on his corpse that she took and was excited to put in the museum. When she opened the gate, apparently his body must have gotten caught on the gate, having him basically hang himself. She chuckled at that. He also deserved that. Constantine was able to find what was most likely his treasure room, but he had very little. Well, at least she got the staff as a consolation prize. It was time to leave the crypt and keep moving towards the bounty target. She was glad she didn't have to trek back through the crypt. Admittedly, she wasn't really sure how she was going to get out of the pit, but the mage clearly had to find a way to leave his little murder dungeon, and she was simply glad to have found the exit. She was coming up on the bandit camp when a roar caught her attention. It was an armored troll. What in Oblivion? Who armors a troll? Better question, who armors a troll and then lets it escape? Alright, she thought about that last one. Whomever they were probably didn't let it escape. It's a troll after all. It probably killed whoever it was and then escaped. She killed it, turned around, and found that some of the bandits were just milling about. How she didn't notice them, she's unsure, but it seemed like they were also completely enraptured by the strangely armored troll. Constantine took absolutely no pity on them and quickly killed them. Aggressive or not, they were still bandits, and they had to die. She finally came across Orathime, a small cave. Her target was most likely inside. It was now time for her to earn her pay. Fun aside, it was now time to get into the professional mode. Entering the cave, she quickly slathered a bit of poison on her arrows and downed a marksman potion. She then proceeded to kill as many as possible before she got spotted. fight started off well enough. She killed a few of the other bandits, and the tight corners did make her a little worried though. She does wish she had picked the bandit mage over the lieutenant for her last shot, but it didn't really matter in the end as she was able to kill both of them. The cave was already starting to smell of burnt flesh and charring corpses. She could hear the rest in the rooms followed, so she quickly moved on. Ulf was doing some fantastic work keeping the chief occupied as she riddled her with a bunch of arrows. She would soon fall to their combined might. Was it a little cruel to wait for her to get up before finally putting her back down? Maybe, but Constantine took a little pleasure in it. It was now time to finally kill the bounty bandit. He was either stupid or deaf. The rest of the group had been slaughtered, and yet he seemed unaware of her presence. His loss, he was going to taste the same arrowheads that all his compatriots had. Ulf keeping him busy again was once more invaluable to killing Izan. Again, she waited for him to get back up on his feet before putting him down for good. There was the briefest of moments she thought about taking him into custody just for the sheer joy the humiliation would bring upon him, but then she realized she'd have to lug a whole person around and then quickly killed him just so she could take the head. With the bounty bandit dead, all she had to do was take the head to Morthal, claim the bounty, and be on her way back to Winterhold with the books. As she exited the cave, she saw something unexplainable. Down the hill, she saw an incredibly large blue object. Not sure what it was, she got closer to it. As she got closer, its form started to become clear. Two massive wings, a head full of fangs, and... no. They're dead. They've been dead for centuries. Spurned on more by fear than of curiosity at this point, Constantine got closer until the entity took flight. Oh, by the divines, she hoped she survived this. It is straight out of the picture books her mother would read to her. It was a dragon! A dragon in Skyrim. No. A dragon just simply being alive. How? Ulf, what are you doing? That is a dragon. You are not no. Ulf, get back. She couldn't run. She didn't even know if she was able to kill the damn thing. It could fly, and she couldn't. This would be her hardest fight yet. It seemed transfixed on something else. Most likely it was one of the Draugr that she had seen, but very quickly its attention turned towards her. Oh, fuck. It was calling fireballs out of the sky. She didn't know what to do. She just kept putting arrow after arrow into it, hoping upon hope that something would kill it. And by the grace of the divines, somehow, her last arrow killed the dragon. Whether it was fake dead or real dead, she wasn't sure, but it wasn't shooting fire at her anymore. She had no idea what to think. Who is going to even believe her? A dragon in Skyrim? What? She took a deep breath. She had killed a dragon. She had just killed a dragon. What? Okay. No, she needed to calm down. It was guarding this ruin for a reason. So, time to enter the ruin. She was exhausted, but she had to keep pushing forward. What was this dragon guarding? As she goes down the small corridor, she sees a ghost. Ah, great, another one. Though, this one doesn't seem hostile. Is it holding a lute? She grabs the ruby-encrusted dragon claw, opening the gate, but also appears to have awakened all the Draugr around her. Alrighty, time for a fight. Draugr weren't anything difficult, and rather than rest on her laurels of having a ruby-encrusted dragon claw, she decides to push further into a crypt to follow the loot-carrying ghost. As she turns a corner, she sees a pressure plate trap, but sees no actual trap. Not sure what to do, she tries to roll over it, but accidentally trips it and... Oh, that was close. She continues further to find the ghost waiting for her on the other side of a weird, labyrinth-like puzzle room. It continues to beckon her forward, and so she agrees. She's not particularly sure what to expect, but considering where she is, she imagines she is going to run into quite a few Draugr, and she wasn't wrong. The spiders were a nice touch, though. She wasn't really expecting to see them down here. This was bad. She was stuck in this corner fighting off a Draugr Deathlord and a Draugr Archer. Well, if she was going to die, might as well make it a crypt. But she was not going to die. She decided she was not going to fight off a dragon and die in a crypt that it was protecting. Ulf, in his fantastic abilities to not die, fought off the Draugr Deathlord as she was able to put in a couple more arrows. Then, all that was left was the archer. With the death of the archer, she then turned her attention to the left, where she saw a Draugr on fire. She wasn't entirely sure what she was looking at. It's definitely a new type of Draugr, or at least one she hasn't seen, but it died all the same. She completely forgot about the trap the archer had triggered and nearly took a face full of log, but was able to dodge out of the way just in time. This whole place is a massive death trap. What is being protected down here? As she continued forward, she cleared a room full of spiders and... oh, joy. Another trap door she has to drop down. She was pretty sure this one wasn't a trap like the last time, but she could never be too certain. She traded a few things with Ulf and then jumped right on in. The drop wasn't too bad this time. She dropped into a full pool of water rather than a small puddle, so that broke her fall. Entering yet another Draugr-infested room, she quickly and efficiently dispatched them. There really wasn't much of a challenge. As she proceeded forward, she took a left and came across the ghost once again, but this time it was in front of a glowing door. This must be what is being protected, but she had no way of actually entering the room. Weird thing is, the ghost actually then took her right. It didn't even go through the door, so she'll have to follow. She did notice an enchanting table in the back and decided it was probably time to finally enchant her new ebony bow and ebony sword. She threw on the poison damage enchant on her bow as she continues to want to become better with poisons, and she put an absorb armor enchant on her sword. Hopefully this would make the armored enemies she fights just a little bit easier. With that complete, she now continues to follow the ghost into wherever it's going. The shadows gave this Death Lord away. What was weird to Constantine, though, was that it didn't actually have any weapons at all. So this was a very easy fight, even though it took arrow after arrow to finally put it down. She did end up switching to her sword and magic because, well, I mean, if it's not going to fight back, she might as well get better with both of these things. These Draugr are something else. They wake up at the slightest of sounds, but then do nothing when one of their own is killed in front of them. She really wishes she understood what triggered their awakening. She then enters what can only be described as a death room, as the moment she stepped foot inside, the door behind her closed, allowing the Draugr from the other previously locked rooms to attack. Thankfully, these Draugr weren't the most difficult thing she's had to fight today, so she was able to deal with them rather quickly. With the room cleared, she, once again, went down another door attached to a chain. If she had a septum for every time she had to do this, she'd have 3. Which isn't a lot, but weird she's had to do it 3 times in a day. At the bottom was a hidden door attached to a lever, with the ghost just sort of standing there, or sitting in this case, near a corpse and a book. That's it? That's what this book was? That's what all of this was for? A whole book? The dragon, the everything, for a book? I mean, Constantine's a huge fan of learning, she gets it, but this feels like a lot for a book. She takes another look at it, and the title said King Olaf's Last Verse. She doesn't know who King Olaf is, but it looks like this is something a bard would play, of sorts. But a lot of the words seem etched out or whatever, but she can't read it. Wasn't there a Bard's College in Solitude? She might have to bring it to them and ask what's going on. As she leaves up the stairs, the ghost is once again waiting for her, but this time it goes towards the sealed magic door and unseals it. It then pulls out a sword and rushes in. This feels more like a guarded area. In front of her is a large door with 3 wheels that appear to be able to be turned. She realizes pretty quickly that the symbols on the bottom of the claw probably need to match the symbols on the door in the correct order. In this case, it looks like the first one needs to be a wolf, the second one needs to be an eagle, and the third one needs to be a wolf again. And much to her delight, she was absolutely correct. The door starts to open, and she grabs her bow, not sure what to expect on the other corner, and there's nothing. Weird. That is until she enters the main chamber and is surrounded by Draugr on chairs and coffins.
Olaf, it is time.
The ghost then speaks, shouting at Olaf, whoever that might be, and all of a sudden the room shakes and the Draugr start getting up one by one. Except they don't care about Constantine at all. They don't notice her presence the entire time. They are solely and only focused on the ghost. This almost feels like a play with a whole script and everything. It's strange that through the entire fight, not a single Draugr even pays a modicum of attention to her. They just focus on the ghost. With the Draugr dead, again, the two approach the main coffin where the ghost calls out Olaf. This time, Olaf appears to respond in kind, telling the bard to go and die. Olaf then rises from the tomb to attack, though this time he does in some way, shape, or form appear to notice Constantine. He's still focused on the ghost, but there did seem to be some semblance of recognition. It's as if this wasn't part of the original script. With Olaf dead, the ghost goes and plays a lute. Alright, a little weird. But Constantine loots the body of King Olaf, and she finds quite a few good items, including a black soul gem that theoretically holds the soul of Olaf. Strange. She then goes towards the weird word wall once again to pick up another word she doesn't understand that speaks to her, or something of the sort. When she looks up, though, the ghost is gone. Interesting. Well, she trades a few things with Ulf so that he can carry some stuff as she is currently over-encumbered. She finally leaves the crypt and is well and truly exhausted. She just wants to make it to Morthal and rest. She's not sure she's making it to Winterhold today. Urag can wait for his books. But before she can rest, she hears a woman crying out in pain. Now, to Constantine, this is definitely a trap. But on the very slim chance that it's not, she needs to help save this person. It's raining, gods know what's out there, and so she goes across the mountain to find who or what is calling out. And much to Constantine's surprise, it is an actual person in pain needing help. There was no trap, there were no bandits waiting to attack. This was a well and true person who was in pain. And you know what? Constantine was happy to help. It's not every day that she can just assist someone like this. And hey, she was even paid for her efforts, so she can't say no to that. After helping the alchemist, Constantine is thankfully relieved that nothing else of note happened on her way back to Morthal, until she came across another one of those markers, those little waystones, and a dead body on it. Looking at the clothing, it was most assuredly a vampire, and it looked dead, but she swears she saw it move. Not willing to take any chances, she burns the body. She finally makes it back to Morthal, where she'll be able to turn in the bounty bandit's head for a reward. Look, she knows it's late, but the day that she has had, she's not waiting. This steward can deal with being woken up and paying her for her services.
If you've business with the Jarl, I'd ask that you speak to me first. Thank you. Here, this is for you.
After being paid, she asks about a home in the area. More so out of curiosity than anything else. It always helps to have more bases, and he lets her know that there's no houses for sale, but there is a plot of land. She hasn't finished constructing her other house near Falkreath, so buying more land just sort of feels irresponsible to her. Tired, hungry, and exhausted, Constantine heads towards the inn for a nice meal and a place to lay her head. She'll deal with the college business later. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Last we left Constantine, she was in Morthal after an incredibly long trek doing college business, and then finding herself in ruins, dungeons, and somehow, of all things, running into a dragon. We pick up where we last left off in the Morthal Inn.
Make it quick.
Having left the inn, she finds herself getting another ride back to the college. With all her other immediate responsibilities taken care of, she should probably, maybe, go and return those books to Urag. She kind of forgot she even had them after dealing with an actual dragon, but, you know, she does what she needs to.
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
The slayer of the Glenmoril witches. How can I assist you, companion?
It's just Constantine, not companion, please.
Khajiit, I think they called themselves.
Heading back to the college, and she's glad to be back, but man, you'd think an entire building full of mages would somehow know how to heat a courtyard, but nope, none of that. She does enter into the main area and notices a bunch of the teachers all staring at the large orb. They look sort of entranced by it, and she doesn't like the look of hunger in a couple of their eyes.
All right, that's enough. Back to bed, please.
Thankfully, Mirabelle isn't one of them, and she's able to rip the others away. Constantine thought about stopping Urag, but she wanted to speak with Tolfdir first. Urag can wait. Tolfdir does appear to have noticed Constantine's continued ability and appreciation for alteration magic. And while he has no specific lessons left to teach her, he does have an interesting research request for her.
Then hit a snag. I think perhaps you could help. I need dragon scales, and not just any dragon scales.
Old man, you even know what you're asking? She may have just killed the last dragon in existence. She didn't even know that dragons were still alive until a few days ago. You seriously think that she's going to be able to find a special dragon scale from an alive dragon? Alright, fine, sure, she'll see what she can do.
Said to be sharp enough to carve individual scales off a dragon. First, you'll need to retrieve the dagger, then use it to carve.
Guess she's going dungeon diving again. At least she'll be able to grab what should be a pretty unique knife for the museum.
That would be wonderful. I'll be sure and have everything ready. This is exciting, isn't it?
Sure, Tolfdir, but please don't go getting your hopes up. The chances of her running into a dragon are not high. With that incredibly strange request out of the way, she does end up looking through Tolfdir's stock of alteration spellbooks. She grabs a few, with the most interesting one being called Deep Storage, which seems to grant her some level of access to an infinite storage location. Feels more like a conjuration school magic thing, but she's not gonna say no to it. Could be incredibly useful if it's just a larger pocket dimension where she can just store unnecessary things. Upon finishing her shopping trip, she heads back to her dorm, where she finishes up her studies on learning the Death Guard spell. She's trying to get better with conjuration, and now has finally understood the basic concept of forming and creating an ally to fight for her by pulling from the Plains of Oblivion. She is concerned a little bit about its power, though. It may turn into more of a meat shield than an actual ally. But with that, she is exhausted and heads to bed. After waking up and eating a quick breakfast, she heads for the teacher's lounge to go find and speak with Urag about the books that she had found. Well, found and stolen back are two different things, but yeah, she doesn't care. He mentions one in particular, Night of Tears, in which it talks about something buried beneath Sarthal. That is convenient. Nevertheless, though, she takes what she's learned to go back and speak with Tolfdir in the Hall of Elements and give him an update. Urag does pay her in a couple of books, and while she's very happy to have more knowledge and she can stick stuff in the museum library, she does also like gold, so that would have been nice. Finding Tolfdir in the hall, as expected, and he is just enamored by the orb, but not in the same power-hungry way she saw a few of the others. He asks her if she would be willing to indulge him in a little conversational research. Constantine is really starting to like Tolfdir and his company, and she absolutely agrees to listen to him.
Whatever this is, its beauty is like nothing I've ever seen before. If you'd allow me to indulge myself for a moment, I thought I might make a few observations. I'm sure you've already noticed the markings. They're quite unlike anything we've seen before. Heliod, Gwema, Daedric, not even Falmer. None of them are a match.
That little note Tolfdir makes about the lack of written knowledge is fascinating to Constantine. It doesn't even look like the writing she's seen on the walls with the glowing words. Whoever, or whatever, made this is old. Very, very old.
Archmage Aram is already hard at work, and hopefully we'll have more information soon.
I'm afraid I must.
And that's when we're interrupted by none other than the bootlicker himself, Ancano. Seems he wants to talk to her specifically.
Yes, I've no doubt of its gravity. This, however, is
just kill him. God, she wants to put an arrow through his back.
Been interrupted like this before. The audacity. I suppose we'll continue this at some later time, when we can avoid interruptions.
I need you to come with me immediately.
Absolutely not. Tell me what's going on.
Really? Well, allow me to clarify the situation. I'd like to know why there's someone claiming to be from the Psijic Order here in the college. More importantly, I'd like to know why he's asking for you specifically. So we're going to go have a little chat with him and find out exactly what it is he wants. Technically, that is true, but I still report to the Aldmeri Dominion.
Yeah, what does this have to do with you being an advisor? Of course you still report to the Aldmeri Dominion. You're nothing but a spy, and not a good one. Also, petty squabbles? Just breathe, Constantine. Just breathe. It's not worth it. Yet. Reluctantly, she follows Ancano upstairs, where he makes his dumb, stupid demands about speaking with the monk. Yeah, Ancano, shut up.
Please do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
From college grounds.
And then the monk finds a way to literally stop time. Or throw us into some weird dimension like before, where only we can talk. And he has quite a bit to say.
I'm afraid I can't do this for long. We must be brief. The situation here at your college is of dire importance.
Which, the big magic orb or the shitty Thalmor High Elf who thinks he's a god?
I believe it is due to the very source of our concern. This object, the Eye of Magnus, as your people have taken to calling it. The energy coming from it has prevented us from reaching you with the visions you have already seen. The longer it remains here, the more dangerous the situation becomes. And so I have come here personally to tell you it must be
You did not need to do that. We are well aware of the issue that this orb might cause. We've seen some of the looks on the teachers' faces.
Does not typically intervene directly in events. My presence here will be seen as an affront to some within the Order. As soon as we have finished, I will be leaving your college. I'm all too aware that my arrival has aroused suspicion, especially in Ancano, your Thalmor associate.
Not the right word. Go with future target.
Will not act directly. You must take it upon yourself to do so.
Okay, but how? It was a complete accident that we even found the orb, and you seem to know a lot.
Ancano's distaste for the Psijic Order. The Thalmor see our order as a threat because we have power, and we will not allow them to control us. I assure you that we mean you no harm.
everyone says that before they mean you harm, but
you may have learned,
you
this object, the eye,
seem a
is
little
immensely
more legit.
powerful. The world is not ready for it. If it remains here, it will be misused. Indeed, many in the Order believe it has already. Rather, something will happen soon, something that cannot be avoided.
But what, you keep talking in prophecy, but you're not helping her. Honestly, she might shoot you next.
Should be directed towards dealing with the aftermath, but we cannot predict what that will be. I fear I have already overstepped the bounds of my order, but I will offer this. Seek out the Augur of Dunlane here in your college. His perception may be more coherent than ours.
Finally, some actual useful information she can work with. Good lord.
Something different.
And you're back to the prophecies. Okay.
I am unsure. He is somewhere within the college. Surely one of your colleagues must know his location. I am sorry I cannot provide you with further help, but this conversation requires a great deal of effort on my part. Now, I'm afraid I must leave you. We will continue to watch over you and guide you as best we can. It is within you to succeed. Never forget that.
A little frustrated with the speech, Constantine does have at least something to look for now. The Augur of Dunlane, whatever or whoever that is. The spell the monk put up, though, did seem to truly stop time, as we're back right as Ancano makes a note that we're here. The monk then expertly tries to move away, letting them know that this was a mistake and this isn't who we were looking for. Ancano, being the paranoid elf he is, immediately becomes aggressive, though not like it really helps him. Seems he's used to getting his way, so she does get a kick out of watching him flustered. She was going to go talk to the Archmage, but an orb on a dais catches her attention. She probably shouldn't touch it, but yeah, no, should not have touched it. Apparently she is, quote-unquote, unworthy of the orb. She heard the voices in her head say so. Alright, let's go ask the Archmage about the Augur of Dunlane. He's got to know something.
Last you a lifetime. Several, if you're Has Tolfdir been telling stories again? I thought I made it quite clear that this was a subject inappropriate for conversation. Please, don't allow him to continue to discuss the subject.
That was not the response she was thinking she was gonna get. Why is he seeming to be all of a sudden against this? It's not like she's hurting anybody, and he was very clear about how he expresses all forms of magic in conversation and blah blah blah, but all of a sudden this is no? Okay. After a bit of enchanting, she finds Tolfdir in his room, and unlike the Archmage, he seems very happy to talk about the Augur. He says he is somewhere in the Midden, of which this is below the college someplace, but it's allegedly quite dangerous, so we do need to be careful.
So if you go down there, please do be careful.
What's ironic is that for a place that's considered quite dangerous, there's just a door to it, unlocked, mind you, in the teacher's area. So, really, I mean, how dangerous can it actually be? Inside the Midden isn't what she was expecting, but then again, she didn't really know what to expect. To her, it just looks like a really small crypt. No idea where she needs to go, mind you, but if this place is so hidden the way it is, there have got to be some interesting secrets to uncover. And she is going to uncover them. And boy oh boy, what secrets she finds. The first is a rather odd structure that is clearly Daedric in origin. If not for all the weird creepy candles, then for the actual Daedric rune on the pedestal. Now, according to the research book left on the table nearby, this is apparently called the Atronach Forge. Now, according to the author, this is a forge that allows you to summon different Atronachs using specific materials, thus the Atronach Forge title. But it makes note that it's missing something, and Constantine can see that there is a pedestal where something should be, but whatever it is, she's not sure. Now, she needs to learn more about magic in general to figure out how much farther she can push the forge, but she's betting there's more to it than just being able to summon flame atronachs. Also, she found some cheese. Not sure what it is, but it does not look like something she should be consuming, and while she is one to consume most things for the sake of learning, not so much this one. Alright, time to see if this forge is legit. Now, the research book said that all that needs to be done to summon a fire atronach is put a flawless ruby and fire salt into the receptacle, and then it's as simple as close her up and pull the lever. Constantine would be lying to herself if she said she wasn't at least a little bit skeptical. And yet, pulling the lever, there it is. A whole flame atronach created from a ruby and a fire salt. Huh. This is definitely some weird form of conjuration magic, and she's just not skilled enough to understand how that even works. Interesting to keep in mind. She's going to come back to this once she understands a little bit more. But for right now, it's time to continue the search for the augur. Or she would if she hadn't come across yet another room with a Daedric-like artifact in it. This time, it was a hand with the same Daedric rune in its palm. It's surrounded by skeletons and rugs, so there is clearly a ritual that was performed here. While looking around for any clue as to what may have occurred, she comes across a letter and a key. The letter is addressed to Savos Aren, though no date is actually given. It appears to be a letter describing a sword known as the Bipolar Blade that is being kept away for safekeeping. Now, if the letter's down here with the key, it means one of two things. Either the blade is here, or it's with Savos. Either way, she wants to find it and, relocate it to a better home. Constantine also finds a journal and another key. Now, the journal appears to be an investigative report about what potentially occurred down here. Seems some young mages were trying some sort of ritual, and it backfired, causing their deaths, which explains the bones, but why didn't they clean it up? Ugh. They were unable to remove the hand, but they were able to take the 5 rings off the statue's hand, and those rings have since been moved somewhere. But they left the key down here, so time to go ring hunting. Also, apparently, they left the bipolar blade down here, just chilling. So, well, that relocation was easy. Leaving the ritual area, she finally finds herself in front of the door to the augur, who won't let her in.
Still, you persist. Very well. You may enter.
Until he does. What? What she finds inside is conscious energy. Truly, that's the only way she can explain it to herself. But the augur, does appear to have some idea of what she's looking for.
Those who have sent you have not told you what they seek, what you seek.
Yes, the monks have been unhelpful.
You seek that which all who wield magic seek.
Power?
Knowledge.
Oh, knowledge, right.
You shall find this. Knowledge will corrupt. It will destroy. It will consume.
Yes, and the lack of knowledge does the exact same thing.
Shelter in knowledge. You will not find it. The Thalmor sought the same thing. And it shall lead to his end, as it has so many others. No, though you may be the last, the one who calls himself Ancano has sought my knowledge as well, through very different questions.
Was his having to do with power, control, and the desire to subjugate everyone that's not him?
Pushed towards something. It is a good path, one untraveled by many.
It is a path that can save your college. I will tell you what you need to know to follow it further.
Finally.
You and those aiding you wish to know more about the Eye of Magnus. You wish to avoid the disaster of which you are not yet aware. To see through Magnus's eye without being blinded, you require his staff. Events now spiral quickly towards the inevitable center, so you must act with haste. Take this knowledge to your archmage.
Constantine is incredibly appreciative that the augur finally gave her some level of information that she can now actually use. With the information now obtained from the augur, Constantine returns to the archmage to see if he has any information regarding it. And, as usual, he's got nothing. But he does point us towards Mirabelle, who came asking him about the staff not too long ago.
Specifically mention the staff of Magnus? I'm impressed with your initiative. Of course, someone will need to follow up on this.
Someone. What do you want me to do?
Impressive attitude. Keep this up, and you'll do quite well for yourself. Something as specific and ancient as the staff of Magnus. I'm not sure we'd ever find something like that. I seem to recall Mirabelle mentioning the staff somewhat recently. Why don't you see if she can tell you anything?
If there are any
Thankfully, Mirabelle is more straightforward than her
Well, now
boss.
that's an odd question. Why in the world would you be asking? I see. Well, yes, I suppose I did mention it, though I'm not sure what he expects me to tell you. I only brought it to his attention a few months back when the Synod showed up here looking for it. They were apparently under the impression we were keeping it in a closet somewhere. Mages based out of Cyrodiil. They fancy themselves the imperial authority on magic these last few hundred years. My understanding is that all they really do is make noise in an attempt to curry favor from the Emperor.
Oh, so they're just politicians who can wield magic. Alright.
I was quite
fair.
surprised to find them on our doorstep. They seemed amiable enough, but their line of questioning made me uneasy. It became clear they're trying to hoard powerful artifacts, looking to consolidate power. No one here does. The Synod seemed convinced it was somewhere in Skyrim. They inquired about the ruins of Mzulft, but that's all I remember. It sounded like they were heading there, though they were rather secretive about why. I suppose if you're intent on looking for the staff, there's a chance they might
So
be in
Constantine's
Mzulft.
next goal will be the ruins of Mzulft, which appears to be a Dwemer ruin. Now, this isn't too bad, because even if she doesn't find anything of use, there's usually quite a bit of dwarven metal down there, which she can smelt down to the dwarven ingots and sell back to Yorlin. Constantine realizes she's never actually heard of the ruins of Mzulft before and checks her map. It appears that the ruins are somewhere in the Rift, so she'll need to take a carriage from Winterhold to Riften. From there, it looks like it'll just be a straight walk north. After a quick sleep and meal in the tavern, she heads out towards the carriage to hitch a ride to Riften. Arriving in Riften, and she is quickly off to her objective, but she is awed by the colors around her. In Winterhold, everything's just white with snow, but farther south, what a beautiful color palette. She is in awe. While heading towards Mzulft, she came across a pretty random cage in the middle of the forest. Nothing was inside, although there was a dead animal nearby, so who knows. She opened the cage, more out of random curiosity than anything else, and she was then immediately attacked by the trappers who laid it. She killed them, swiftly, because you don't bear arms at Constantine and live. But she did kind of wish she had taken the second to ask why they were attacking her before slaughtering them. It didn't really make much sense, as she hadn't stolen anything or done anything, but hey, you know what? Free loot. As day turned to night, she found herself near an old ruin with a campfire. As she approached, she noticed a robed mage, and as she got closer, he attempted to intimidate her by drawing his dagger. That pointy little piece of metal was not going to scare her, and a fight quickly commenced. But to call it an even fight would be an insult to Constantine's skill. She continues to be unsure why her foes don't just die when shot with an arrow like that. Maybe she's somehow missing, or they have a protective barrier, or something. She really doesn't know. All she knows is that she's getting really annoyed and frustrated with it. Now, she could figure out Mizulft and deal with that old problem, or she could enter the mine. She chose the latter because who knew what treasures might be found below, plus a little side adventure was always fun. She realized very quickly this was not a mine, but a crypt, as she came face to face with a rather large Draugr. But who was protecting this place and mining it out, she was unsure. Now, the rational explanation would be that the Draugr awakened and just killed all the miners, but there's something in Constantine's gut that's telling her that no, there's definitely somebody here. Her intuition was proven correct when she came across an individual sitting in a chair, clearly monitoring the work of a Draugr who was mining. A little fire helped speed the mage along to becoming a Draugr himself. As she let the mage burn, she just had to deal with the Draugr. The exact reason for why the mages were down here has not been made apparent to her, but they're clearly looking for something. Or worse, someone. Looks like another mage heard the scuffle and decided she wanted to join in on the fun. Or maybe this was the mage who she burned. Honestly, they all start to look the same to Constantine. Dead men walking.
Damn you!
It's been a while since she saw such fraternity amongst a band of random mages. They just keep coming out of the woodworks. Well, here's the problem. For them. Constantine's just better. Constantine is able to enter the crypt proper through a mined hole when she hears a voice speak to her.
Who are you to
and it's
disrupt my
none
work?
too friendly.
Be gone, or I will add you to my army of the dead.
With the introduction of this voice, Constantine assumes she's now dealing with a necromancer of sorts. Here's the fun thing about necromancers. They can bleed. And if they bleed, she could kill it. Nothing like stealth killing a few mages who are too stupid to pinpoint where they're being shot from. Either the necromancer is a novice, or she's hiding her real power, because the Draugr she awakened to attack her are pitiful creatures, hardly able to stand up. Honestly, their death is a mercy killing, nothing else. The ruins themselves were nothing special, but on a table in a far corner, she did find a journal, most likely by the one who's in charge. Now, the journal had exactly what Constantine thought she'd find, the reasoning for the tomb's desecration. Apparently, they're trying to raise the dead of a loved one who's been dead for 25 years. While Constantine can understand the loss and grief and desire to bring one's loved one back, 25 years is just... it's too long. It's time to let go. She traverses deeper and deeper into the ruins, being careful not to run into any of the many traps that had been laid for her. But she knows that she's getting closer to the heart of the crypt. She could just feel it. And boy, was she right. When she turns the corner, she sees two heavy wooden and steel doors. Upon opening it, she is correct. But, much to her surprise, the mage at the front doesn't notice her. This is good. Constantine is able to sneak in and hopefully get a clean shot off on her. And a clean shot she gets, but no sooner did the arrow land that Draugr started to come out of the crypts. Although it does seem that the mage is having a harder than normal time figuring out where Constantine was until it's, well, too late. In her dying breath, though, the mage is able to summon a bone behemoth of sorts. Constantine has never seen anything like this before, and Duh. Why is it not dying with the death of its master? Why is it not dying? It also appears with her death, the souls she was using to awaken her dead husband are now trying to talk to Constantine. But, you know, if maybe you could just hold on, wait a second, there's a massive thing chasing after her. With the death of the bone behemoth, one last little skeleton attempted to make itself known, only to meet the business end of an arrow. This wasn't all for nothing, though. The spirits bestowed upon Constantine the Ghost Blade, an interesting and ethereal blade that, while she definitely wasn't going to actually use it in combat, would look absolutely amazing in the museum. While walking back to the mage's body, something in her grew sour. Why desecrate the dead of two lovers just to try to bring back your late husband, who, mind you, has been dead for 25 years? No. This called for a little extra payback. So Constantine did what she does best and burned the body, forever disgracing the mage. She did end up finding the living quarters and the letter sent to her by the Empire upon her husband's death. It seemed that he died honorably in combat, and without knowing the specifics, if the husband chose to be a soldier, well, that's his decision, and he should, of course, be aware of the dangers. Still, doesn't give his wife the right to try to resurrect him 25 years after the fact. Now, 5 years? Alright, Constantine can understand it a little bit. Having finally left the crypt, she still had a mission to finish, but it was very late, and she needed sleep. She unfurled her tent and fell asleep for the night, getting ready for whatever Mizulft had for her. Her dreams were not kind to her. Hircine came to her again, trying to bring her back into the fold of the beasts. She remembers how she felt while the beast blood coursed through her. No way was she ever going to go back to that. When she finally regained her sight, she was in snow. At first, she thought she was in a dream, but the cold of the weather was just too real for that to be the case. She was freezing, and there was nothing that she could do about it right now. She absolutely needed to find warmth. Her best bet would be Mizulft, and she had no desire to re-enter the crypt, so she packed up and headed out. The trek to Mizulft sucked. Every step was agony as her body ached and screamed at the cold. Winterhold was bad, but this was awful. Why was she freezing out here in the Rift of all places? Was this Hircine's fault? Just because she didn't take the drink in her dream? Or is this just a stroke of bad luck having slept through a blizzard? Probably the latter, but she's gonna blame the former. As she walks into Mizulft, the cold doesn't leave her body, but she does find the nearly dead body of what she assumes to be one of the Synod mages. In his last breath, he says a crystal is gone and to find someone in an oculory. He then dies. The journal on his body was a little bit more descriptive than his death wails, and it talks about a focusing crystal that needed to be hauled back to Cyrodiil for some mechanical reason, like it wasn't working. So, well, if she wants to find the Staff of Magnus, she needs to go to the oculory first and find this crystal. She wasn't sure what she was going to find inside. I mean, Dwarven Ruin, probably going to find some Dwemer constructs, but the first thing on her to-do list was to find fire. She was freezing, and she didn't really know how much longer she would be able to keep going if her bones would not move due to the cold. So she tries to set fire to a plant, and it doesn't work. Alright, so she needs to find a brazier first. Well, as expected, she found the Dwemer automatons, but weirder still, no braziers, so she's still freezing, which is great. Now, the pipes are giving some semblance of warmth to start to help a little, but man, she is freezing. She knew she'd find the automatons, that, of course. What she wasn't expecting, though, was to find the ghosts or souls of the dead Dwemer. Now, whether they're trapped somehow or are also weird automatons, she doesn't know, but they do form into a little puddle of goo when she kills them. Continuing further into the ruins, she opens a door into what appears to be a natural cave, or at least something to resemble a cave. And yet, having been inside for so long, she's still freezing. She was going to kill everything she came across because it would get her body moving so she could feel some semblance of warmth. This cold could not be natural. She had a hard time figuring out how this cave came to be in the middle of a ruin. Maybe the ruin collapsed and the cave sort of just naturally formed, but what she saw upon turning the corner was a Chorus Reaper. Awful poison if they bite her, but it also signals that there's a high chance for the Falmer to be nearby. Great. She knew Falmer usually infested old Dwemer ruins, but up until this point, she had assumed that the Synod mages from before, and many of the other bodies she'd seen, were killed by the Dwemer automatons. If it was Falmer, which is what it's looking more likely to be, she's gonna have a much more annoying fight on her hands. Finally, after traipsing through the ruins, she saw lit braziers, and with a quick lockpick, she was able to enter and finally warm herself up. Having warmed up and traipsing through the corridors, she comes across what she knew she would run into, but had no desire to. The corpse of a Falmer. Well, this solidifies the fact that the Falmer are here, and she should get ready for a fight with them. The ruin hasn't been anything spectacular or unique, but she has found her first live Falmer to take down. She hopes the oculary is soon and or closed because she's found nothing of real value and is admittedly pretty frustrated from the cold, and that she's now, in a way, just doing a weird errand for the Synod. As expected, the Falmer community was found within the bowels of the Dwemer ruin, and they are none too happy to have her traipsing through their territory. There was this building resentment within Constantine against the Falmer. It wasn't for anything particular, there was no reason for it. It was more just so with how mindlessly violent and stupid they are. She kills and slaughters them, and yet, for beasts, they don't seem to have the cognitive ability to cower before her like they should. As she descends deeper and deeper, that frustration, the single-minded Falmer seems to grow within, and now there is no stopping her arrows. She doesn't stop to line up shots or think about the implications of their death. All she wants is for the Falmer to fall so she can just move on. They are nothing but small, insignificant pests that should be eradicated. But through the haze of her growing hatred, she calms down. It's not the Falmer's fault they're like this. History was not kind to them as a species, and while they still must die, lest she be killed, she must temper that rage within her. The Falmer will die, but she is not going to seek their death for the sake of it. She kills for she must. With the calm overriding her body, she looks back at the destruction she caused on the Falmer population with a sense of sadness. She knows she killed an entire community of them within the bounds of this ruin, and she'll most likely have to do it again if she ever enters another Dwemer ruin, but she can't help but think if maybe magic or something else could give them their minds back. She lets the idea slip from her mind as she continues to explore the now quiet ruin. Or so she assumed. There was still yet one last automaton waiting for her, in vain, trying to protect something. It appears the last automaton was guarding nothing special, just doing its job as it was created for, protecting a storeroom. She saw no special stone that the now very dead Synod member had told her about, so she's gonna go back into the courtyard and see if maybe one of the Falmer have it on him? Huh, gods be damned, the Falmer actually had the crystal on it. Wasn't expecting that to work out for her. Crystal in hand, she walks up to a locked door and knocks. Surprisingly, there was a voice on the other end. Seems the Synod members aren't all dead yet. The man who opens the door seems skeptical to speak with Constantine, though he does appear smart enough to recognize that she was not the one who killed his colleague. This would have gotten bloody real quickly.
Everything. If Gavros is gone, there is no hope. He was supposed to return with the crystal. Without that, all our efforts are wasted. And you, if you're here for treasure or wisdom or anything, I'm afraid you've wasted your time. It didn't work the first time. I tried to tell Gavros, but he wouldn't listen. No, it won't be too cold, he said. Well, I was right, wasn't I? Focused completely wrong by the time we got here. The cold had warped it. Gavros had to cart it all the way back to Cyrodiil. Left the rest of us here to fend off the damnable Falmer.
Constantine flashes the crystal she found on the Falmer, and he seems to become much more amicable.
But you may have just saved this little project. In fact, who are you anyway? You are you? Savos wouldn't even grant us an audience when we came to you, but now you come here expecting something from me? I don't much.
Whatever your issue with Savos is, don't lump her in with him. She just saved your hide. At least you could do is thank her, lest she turn you into a pincushion.
No matter what Gavros said, this was my idea first. The council.
His friend's dead, he gets the crystal, and then immediately starts dumping on his friend. What a kind and upstanding individual this mage is.
I'm sure. From all our research, it seems they were intent on discerning the nature of the divine. This machinery, all of it, was designed to collect starlight, and then, I'm not sure, split it somehow? It was my idea to replace one of the key elements with our focusing crystal. Months of enchantments went into it. Let's just hope they got it right this time.
So this is a Dwemer construct that you replaced one of the very intricate parts with something you made in an attempt to do what? You still haven't explained what you're trying to do here. You certainly care little for the divine, so what's the end goal? Now, she admits this is a pretty interesting and massive looking construct, and she would love to research it more, but she's sort of on a timetable, and how is this supposed to help her find the Staff of Magnus? After some moderately useful inventory management, the mage again speaks with her, and he tells her to put the focusing crystal into the apparatus. And, upon doing so, a beam of light shoots down onto the crystal, which separates it into 3 different beams of light. Buttons then open up on 3 pedestals, which seems to move the discs on the ceiling. She assumes that each button moves one of 3 discs that she can clearly see were partitioned out. She then notices that the beams of light aren't quite where they should be, but sees no conventional means to move them. Well, that's when she gets a little bit of an idea. See, the mage had made commentary about the cold warping the crystal too much. So if she uses heat, and she was right, it suddenly warps the crystal so that the beams sort of move around. But still not where she needs it. So she uses some of her ice magic, and this seems to be more in line with what she's looking for. The issue being her current ice spell magic isn't working the way it should. It's only affecting the crystal once in a while. Annoyed, but not ready to give up, she sees a spell book on the desk for Frostbite, Flame's colder cousin. Now, she's never studied it before, but she's got a good handle on destruction magic as a whole, so it shouldn't take her too long. Why the Synod Mage isn't helping or doing anything, she's not totally sure, but she remembers Mirabelle's commentary on the Synod being mostly politics, little magic, so who knows how much practical magic he actually knows. But as expected, Frostbite does the trick, and she's able to line up the lights properly. Then all she needs to do, assuming she's right, is hit the buttons so that the discs move and that the blue thing intersects with the light. She, again, wonders where the heck the mage is in all of this, but whatever. She's used to having to do other people's dirty work, and if he gets a little feisty, she'll kill him. She's not gonna say she's a genius, but she's implying it.
These results, they're not at all what they should be.
That's never something you want to hear from anybody, ever.
Projection should be lit up like the night sky. Something is creating an incredible amount of interference. Something in Winterhold, it looks like. What do you think? Is this some attempt to stall my work?
Don't raise your voice with her, boy. She will put you down.
So what is it? What have you done? Did you know what we were attempting? Are you here to make sure your plan worked? That our efforts have been for nothing? Well, explain yourself.
Her sword hand twitches, but not yet. Not yet. She doesn't even know what he's talking about, so she holds off at this point.
How did you do it? Either you're lying to me, or you have something at your college, don't you? Something immensely powerful, beyond anything I've anticipated. What is it?
He's annoyed, so rather than be helpful, she's just gonna keep poking and see what happens.
These results make more sense. Yes, the staff. Interesting. I can't explain the details. That would be giving away many secrets the Synod have learned over the years.
Ooh, look at you. You have secrets. So do we. You're not special.
The orrery in the Imperial City? It was the inspiration for this idea. Instead of projecting the sky, we project all of Tamriel, and then harness the latent energies to overlay the positions of... What's important is that all of this work was designed to reveal to us sources of great magical power. Purely to help safeguard the Empire, of course. And yet...
Sure. And she's the Queen of Skyrim.
One is your college. The other, well, that can only be labyrinthian. So, mage from Winterhold.
Just Constantine works.
I've beaten your little game, even if all you've said here is lies. I know you have something in Winterhold the Synod Council will be very interested in.
Synod Council? Is that how it's pronounced? She's been doing Synod.
I shall return to Cyrodiil and deliver my full report to the Council. This is not over, I assure you.
Oh god, man, are you still talking? You gave me the information I needed. Your best bet right now is to just walk away.
Yes, certainly it is. But that doesn't matter now, because I know you're hoarding something even more important at your college. The Council will be informed of this. They will find out what you're up to. I think we're done.
No, they won't. You were a little too disrespectful, a little too long. As promised, she's gonna turn you into a pincushion. With him dead and her finally having a location to check out, Labyrinthian, she leaves and starts the trek to head back to the college. She wants to see if anyone there can give her any guidance on what Labyrinthian is or what the place might hold for her. This being the case, though, she's also very ready to sit down for a bit, especially after dealing with the Falmer and one particularly annoying mage, whose name she honestly doesn't remember or care to remember. As she heads towards Riften to catch a carriage to Whiterun, she had remembered hearing in a tavern in passing about a boy in Windhelm and the Dark Brotherhood. Here's the issue. She's never been to Windhelm, and the people she actually overheard it from didn't seem like the most reliable sources, let's say. They were just these two old ladies talking with each other. Neither of them looked like they were prior assassins, so she wasn't too sure about it. Now, it's still a rumor, and sometimes rumors can prove to be true, so she'll ask around, but she doesn't expect much of it. For right now, though, she needs to focus on securing the Staff of Magnus, assuming it's actually real. Having arrived in Whiterun and making it to the Bannered Mare to rest, she has some business in Whiterun to attend before she can actually make it back to the college. Howdy folks, and welcome back. Last we left Constantine, she had figured out her next step would be Labyrinthia, but stopped off in Whiterun for a quick rest. We pick up with her after she's had food and a bit of sleep. Of course, before setting out, she has a couple more items she needs to send back to the museum. The collection is coming along quite well in her opinion, and she'll need to pay another visit to the museum soon so that she can pick up her share from the visitors. Finally, with all her prep work done, it's now time to head back to the college and speak with the Archmage. The hope is that he'll be proud enough of her and let her go look for the staff herself. Now, she's not doing it out of any love or allegiance to the college, but as a way to A, screw the Synod just a bit more, and B, a powerful artifact like the staff would be perfect for the museum. If they try to take the staff back, she'll just repossess it after the fact. She practices a little bit of her restoration magic. It was completely premeditated. She absolutely knew she was going to do that. And then she goes and takes the carriage back to Winterhold. Upon arriving, she's greeted with a beautiful aurora borealis. As much as she would love to just sit and stare, the reality is she just needs to finish her assignment. Though, as she draws closer to the college, something starts to feel off in the air. Probably normal people who don't attune themselves to magic at all wouldn't feel anything, but even her limited experience, there's something wrong. Her instincts were proven correct. Entering the college, there is a massive force field up in the center of the Chamber of Elements, with none other than Ancano doing something to the eye. She is really starting to regret not shooting him in the back when she had the chance. She lets the Archmage know that she has figured out where the Staff of Magnus probably is, and he seems interested in it, but he's a little preoccupied with the whole force field thing.
Ancano has somehow locked himself in the hall. He's up to something, and I intend to put a stop to it. Help us get through this, will you? We're throwing everything we have at it.
Not knowing what else to do, she, the Archmage, and Mirabelle start throwing spells at the force field. And to Constantine's surprise, it came down. That was too easy. The hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she goes to try to kill Ancano. She knows she's making contact with her sword, but it's as if it's just going through him. He's not intangible, that she can tell, but she can't hurt him. Well, so the Archmage goes to try to do something. This probably won't end well. She's not sure how long she was out for, but she thinks it was only a few seconds. The Archmage is nowhere to be seen, but Mirabelle is hunched over on the floor, clearly in pain, but breathing and alive. She requests that Constantine go and try to find Savos.
He must have been blown clear, and he may be injured. I need you to find the Archmage, and I need you to do it quickly. Get moving. I'll be fine. I just need a minute to catch my breath. Find Savos.
Easy, Archmage. Both she and Mirabelle survived the blast. He was probably just blown through the doors and is stunned somewhere on the campus grounds. See? Found him. He's not moving. Oh.
All right? What happened in there?
High Elf Thalmor doing High Elf Thalmor things and being evil about it.
For this? The Archmage? Dead? There's more. Something's happened to Winterhold. It must be whatever Ancano did. You need to get
Constantine rolls her eyes, though if Tolfdir noticed it, he made no mention. Of course, whatever is happening in Winterhold is Ancano's doing. When she finds a way to get through that barrier, she is going to torch the living hells out of him. But fine, she can't go to Labyrinthia until the town is safe, so she joins up with Feralda and Arniel Gain to deal with whatever it is happening. Also, Feralda giving Constantine sass about reporting to her. This isn't the military, ma'am. It's a school, and you're just a teacher, not the one in command. Constantine owes you nothing. You want answers, ask nicely, or go to someone else. Don't demand them from her. With that nuisance in the back of her mind, Constantine turns towards the issue at hand, namely the wisps. How they were formed from whatever Ancano's doing, she's unsure. But they also didn't actively seem to be hostile till the trio showed up. In any case, hopefully the guards were able to get everyone inside. With the last of the wisps killed, Feralda seems to have gotten rid of her desire for a random report and is more concerned about the civilian welfare, so good on her. Constantine is going to head back up to the college and report to Mirabelle and let her know that she's going to be heading towards Labyrinthia to find something. She's honestly not sure. Allegedly the Staff of Magnus. Maybe. But who knows?
Well, is everything out there all right?
Making it back to Mirabelle, and she is not looking good. Someone should probably come and get her.
Now.
In any case, Constantine reports back to her, and she lets her know that she's going to be heading towards Labyrinthian.
The staff is there.
Mirabelle appears surprised by this statement, and hands Constantine the Torque of Labyrinthian, which just looks like a giant door knocker. What is she supposed to do with this?
I think
Mirabelle also gives her a personal amulet from Savos. It's not useful to Constantine right now, but it would make a great addition to the museum.
It belonged to Savos, but I think it would do you the most good now. Take it and get out of here. Bring back that staff before Ancano brings the whole college down around us.
And with that, Constantine has her marching orders and is heading off to Labyrinthian to hopefully, maybe find the Staff of Magnus to save the college. And kill Ancano. Most of this is because she just desperately wants to kill Ancano. She's just gonna let the storm golems do their thing. It's just one wisp. They can take care of it. She finds the carriage driver and tells him that she needs to head to Morthal immediately. He agrees, and she gets on the cart and is on her way. Now in Morthal, she wasn't too far from Labyrinthian. She just needed to go southeast from her current position. She was about to help out the Drivers Guild with the fight, but it seemed her assistance was unnecessary.
Until next time.
Then again, if a Drivers Guild fighter couldn't handle one wolf, the Drivers Guild might need to look for a new fighter. Having scaled around the side of a mountain, she finds her entrance into the ruins and is shocked with how large it is. This must have been an old city or a religious location. She reminds herself to do some research on the actual ruins when she gets back. Also, she thinks about the Staff of Magnus and questions that if it's here, how such a powerful artifact, A, made it to this location, and B, nobody has since picked it up. so she's not too sure if she's going to find the staff. Dealing with a troll was child's play for her, but now she's curious about the center hovel. A sky shard is present, so she'll pick that up, but more importantly, looking down through the grate, she can tell something or someone is down there. Nearing the hovel, she sees a busted statue with blank faces, a skeleton with a knife in it, probably know what happened to him, and a weird, creepy wooden mask. Well, for the most part, the things on the ground look valuable, so she picks them up for the museum, including the creepy wooden mask, though she notices a weird hum when she picks it up. She notices a scrap of paper with writing on it. Maybe this will give her some indication as to what actually happened here. It wasn't one scrap of paper, it was a whole journal entry on multiple pages, and it tells of a quick story of some mercenaries securing some academic. Apparently, the academic was looking for these busts and actually had the wooden mask on him. Now, according to the entry, the academic put on the wooden mask on or near the busts, and then disappeared, just flat out poof. The academic would then reappear and disappear again, but at this point the mercenaries hadn't been paid, and were fed up with whatever magic was happening here, and they would end up killing him the next time he reappeared. This explains the skeleton. Constantine looks at the wooden mask she just picked up. What if... She jumps back in surprise. She's in the same location she was before, but this time it's not broken down. It's also not an illusion. It's all completely real as she goes and picks up a few trinkets. The busts all look like they hold something? Probably masks, but what sort of masks? She's unsure. This has to be some sort of pocket dimension, only accessible through this wooden mask. This is magic that she must learn. To prove her theory, she takes off the mask and puts the knight's crest back on, and yep, she's back in the real world, or at least outside of the pocket dimension. What an interesting artifact. This will definitely need to be displayed, but they probably shouldn't put any information on what it does. Should only really let the viewer know that it has some unknown connection to Labyrinthian. Don't want anybody getting any robbery ideas. As she approaches what she assumes to be the main gate, she hears a familiar voice and is greeted by the visage of 6 ghosts. Though unlike other specters, these appear to be unaware of Constantine.
You would care about that, since you're the Archmage's favorite.
Don't forget, this whole idea was Atma's to begin with.
Let's just get inside, see what's in there.
Savos is dead. This she knows. So she assumes the other 5, who she doesn't know, are also dead. What are they... No. What secret was Savos hiding? Is she somehow seeing the whispers of the past? And the ghosts continue.
Can you imagine the looks on their faces when we come back?
You keep talking like you're sure we'll find something useful in here.
Given the history of this place, it's more than likely there's still some amount of power here.
Enchanted weapons, tomes of ancient knowledge, Shalador's secrets themselves. Who knows what we could find?
And what if there are things guarding this place?
Against 6 college-trained mages? I think we'll be fine.
Savos was definitely hiding something. Now, what that something was, she's unsure. The torque worked perfectly as directed by Mirabelle, and now she's starting to see after images of 6 mages, one of them being Savos, before he became the Archmage. This mystery keeps getting more and more interesting to her. Though, of course, as all things in her life, nothing can be easy, and she has to fight her way through Draugr on horseback. In a ruin. Where are the dead horses? Constantine tries to gather her thoughts. Now, the eye may be connected to Labyrinthian, and Savos knew something about this place, but chose to not say a word to anybody. It's this subterfuge that is worrying Constantine. Why? Why would he not say anything? Trying to be somewhat smart, as entering a massive room filled with Draugr and skeletons seems like a surefire way to die, she tries being smart by opening the gates, taking a shot, and it closing automatically. This way, most likely, she wasn't really going to get hit, and worst case scenario, she was able to siphon some of the Draugr and skeletons through one by one. Problem being, though, in reality, this does start to thin her patience. She was about to actually enter when she finally notices the massive skeleton dragon. How she hadn't seen it before or where it even came from, she's honestly not sure, but she is now absolutely not going to be entering that room till at least the reanimated corpse of the dragon's dead. Again. Finally, with the dragon bones no longer moving, she rushes into the fray to deal with the rest of the stragglers. While it admittedly took her a while to clear the room enough that she could enter, this was the smarter option, as now she has some semblance of breathing room when it comes to dealing with the rest of the problems. It doesn't mean the fight isn't hard. She's honestly never seen this many undead in one place before. And her magic skills regarding actually turning them and making them flee is limited to none, so put that on her list of things she needs to learn. Her true only hope is being able to kill them all before they overwhelm her. And thanks to Ulf and his consistency in annoying the undead, she is able to make sure that she is not overwhelmed. Finally, all the undead are back to being just dead.
We have to go back.
But she then comes face to face with only 5 ghosts.
Barely made it out alive. You want to go back in?
It's too late. There isn't enough of him left to go back in after.
Gods, what have we done?
We can't go back. Might as well go forward. We can still do this.
Savos is right. We can make it if we just stay alert.
Interesting. It seemed that one in the group died, most likely to the skeleton dragon. What's more interesting, though, is that it seemed part of the group actually wanted to completely turn back and call it quits, but it was Savos that pushed the group onwards. Mr. Aran, what are you hiding? As she continues forward, a voice calls out to her in a language she does not understand, and she feels all her magicka get drained from her body. So this voice is not kind. Constantine chuckles to herself, though, like she'd rely on only one form of combat. Ulf, in his curiosity, goes towards the very icy door and is immediately attacked by an ice ghost spirit thing. Do not attack Ulf if you are not ready to face Constantine's wrath. The spirit was very much not ready. Looking over the door, if it's made of ice, Constantine assumes that fire is what's necessary to bypass it, and lo and behold, she is correct. The weird voice again speaks to her in an unknown language, so she chooses to just not really respond. The magicka drain is annoying, though, as the sapping of anything, be it magicka, health, or stamina, is always just a very uncomfortable feeling. Now, this is the second time the voice has done this. The first, Constantine could potentially chalk it up to, an accident or whatever. The second time, it was malicious. She will kill the owner of this voice now. The ruins, since the major skeleton and Draugr fight, has been relatively tame. The weird voice hasn't called out to her again, and she's been dispatching the undead with ease. She is, however, lucky enough to find an enchanting table and uses the quiet to enchant a few items to really bolster her archery abilities. She finishes up with her enchanting and throws on the new items, and continues through the ruins, when the voice, again, talks to her. But this time, she actually understands it, and it seems really pissed that she's not responding. She needs to know who or what is talking, because she herself is starting to get incredibly frustrated with it. Yeah, I mean, she was going to kill it anyways, but now she's frustrated with it and going to kill it. These ruins just go on, and before she hits another door, the voice speaks again. And this time, it finally drops some useful information. The voice is unaware of who Constantine is, at least for now, and believes that Savos has returned. It uses the term old friend, so Constantine assumes either A, sarcasm, or B, it's one of the mages he traveled with. Either way, Constantine has more questions than answers, but Savos clearly had a personal connection to this place. It continues to speak. It's clearly trying to goad what it believes to currently be Savos. So, Mr. Aaron, what did you do in here, in these ruins, that you were unable to finish? Constantine thinks for a second. Was it a demon that he failed to banish? Did he turn on his comrades? Or maybe he just pissed off one of the Daedric lords. In any case, Constantine is way too far into the ruin to turn back now. Turning the corner, she comes across what can only be called a monstrosity. It looks like a Dwemer construct, but with none of the Dwemer's elegance. Thankfully, it goes down just as easy as a Dwemer construct. Also, unlike the much better Dwemer constructs, this one appears to be made of almost simple iron, but she can't even remotely figure out how it's working. There wasn't any soul gem or anything of the sort. Whatever Savos did pissed this entity right off, because it is taunting the heck out of him. Or at least trying to. Constantine, on the other hand, is just getting annoyed with its constant ramblings. So, what does she know so far? Savos came to Labyrinthian with a group of mages in search of something in particular, or just lost knowledge in general. One has already died, and there's an entity here that Savos did something to. Based on the fact that she's only being attacked by Draugr and not the entity itself, she can assume it's probably trapped, at least physically. The question then becomes, what did they find? Constantine rolls her eyes. Congratulations, you finally figured it out. She was about to shout at the wind that nobody sent her, but thought it better to keep her mouth shut and force the entity into a state of unknowing.
Did he warn you that your own power would be your undoing? That it would only serve to strengthen me?
Constantine chuckles at that last statement. This entity is so incredibly arrogant, it truly thinks Constantine is a pure mage. She wonders how it'll feel about becoming a pincushion. She questions how much farther she has to go before she hits the center. It's not that it's been hard, outside of the skeleton dragon, but every minute she's down here is another minute that Ancano has with the eye. And that, well, nobody wants that.
Come on, we can't stop now. We have to keep moving.
Where's Elvalie? She was right behind me.
Dead. Something grabbed her from behind. Gone before I could do anything.
This is insanity. We never should have come.
You're right. This is all my fault. Should we turn around, head back?
I don't think going back is a good idea.
Going back would be the end of all of us. We keep pushing forward and we'll make it. We will!
Come on, you can make it. Let's go.
The ghosts reappear, and this time there's only 4. Another died, though Constantine wasn't able to find a body. Guess neither could they. It seems like the group has all but fallen apart morale-wise, and they're just going forward because going back means death. Now, Constantine knows that Savos survives, so the question is, did anyone else? Oh good, a new type of Draugr, the Spectre Draugrs. Now Constantine looks at it and thinks to herself, how are they even created? At least normal Draugrs are dead bodies, but these spectral ones? They aren't ghosts, or else they would have faded away, and yet they leave bodies. This is going to be more magic she's going to need to look into. Spectral Draugr aren't anything special. They go down just the same, though Constantine does take a few of their weapons for the museum. It should amuse a few, non-adventurer types. It's the spectral hounds that interest her the most, though. She's seen no dog corpses anywhere, and yet, here's a hound coming after her. They honestly look like bundles of pure magicka stitched to create some sort of a form. By the 9, because screw the Thalmor, she knows this trap the moment she saw the soul gem. These soul gems are conduits for magic and blast fireballs when they detect movement. It would kill her almost instantly. There are a few ways to deal with them, but not having a strong enough ward spell, she's going to opt for using arrows to dislodge the gems. Using the hound to destroy the sigil, because sigils don't discriminate, the hallway is clear after getting rid of one last gem. Now the entity is just being rude for the sake of it. At least when it would drain the magicka before, it would at least taunt her or do something. Now it's just draining the magicka for the sake of it. Annoyed, but moving forward, she comes across a locked door that has 2 very interesting artifacts in it. A helmet and a sword in a brazier. Now, the brazier isn't important, it's the helmet and sword she wants. And so she decides to take them both for the museum archives. Coming across 2 large doors, which she assumes will lead to the entity, proves to be not the case, as it's just another of the massive iron behemoths. Much like its predecessor, it too goes down relatively quickly, and Constantine is again faced with a word wall in a language she doesn't understand, with one of the words calling out to her. But this time, when the word sort of enters her brain, something else does as well. Vision. What in the name of oblivion was that? Why is she getting this vision? Where even was that place? Was that a dragon? It looked nastier than the one that she had fought prior, but are dragons back now? Was she about to get executed? Is this from the future or the past? I mean, it has to be from the future if she's gonna get executed. What is going on with her mind? Constantine reels from the experience, unsure of how to process the information she just saw. She snaps back into focus. First, the massive skeleton golem thing in front of her. Then the staff. Then she can figure out what in the 9 hells that was. Ah, fun. And an invisible Draugr to boot. This day just went from easy dungeon delve to insanity in an instant. She could still hear the dragon roar ringing in her ears. What's worse is this wasn't some dream. This was a vision given to her while she was fully conscious, and it was given to her by something connected to that wall and those words. The tower, the dragon, all of it looked familiar, but she couldn't even remotely place why. No, she just needs to focus. Focus on the task at hand. If she loses her cool now, she's, well, good as dead. The ruins are getting more dangerous really quickly.
We shouldn't have left her there to die.
What else could we do? Stay there and die with her? She refused to go on. We didn't have a choice.
This is it, you know. Through this door. Can you feel it?
We're not going to make it, are we?
We stay together, no matter what. Agreed?
I'll be right with you.
Agreed. We all stay together.
The ghosts are back, with only 3 remaining. All are anxious. None know what to expect, but it seems they, and by association her, are close to the end. The doors are imposing, and upon opening them, she sees 2 very bright light streams, and a 3rd iron giant. Alright, first the iron giant, then she explores. Entering the chamber, she sees 2 figures, for lack of a better word, shooting beams of light around a large orb. Clearly, they are keeping something in. The frustrating part, though, is Constantine can guess, if the Staff of Magnus is anywhere here, it's probably in that orb. Nothing's ever easy, is it? In some good news, she does find a full-fledged Daedric bow. She has no idea how it got there, but she's not really going to complain. This'll make yet another fantastic addition to the museum. Her hope, of course, being she'll one day be able to forge such dangerous weapons. But considering she did just learn how to work ebony, forging weapons from the power of oblivion might be a bit high for her right now. She then chooses to off a few slaughterfish for their scales and eggs. There are a few that have a form that is dissimilar from most slaughterfish. She wanted to see if she could actually take the corpse with her back to the museum, but then she realized that it would probably decay and smell the whole time, and it wasn't worth it. Curious, she goes up to one of the figures firing one of the beams. If she's going to get the Staff of Magnus, assuming it's actually here, she'll have to take down the barrier. Now, walking up to the figure, she taps it on the shoulder, and it immediately turns hostile towards her. Okay, so violence is going to be the answer. Again, she's not going to walk up to the second figure, obviously, but as she goes towards another position to get a better angle, it's interesting. The figure looks human, though she can't exactly place why it looks so familiar. With the figure dead and both beams retracted, something breaks free of the orb. And that something is angry. Angry, but stupid. It's probably been caged for decades, and as it's trying to get its bearings, Constantine is peppering it with arrows. So now it's been released and getting shot at. A good combination to keep oneself safe. It does finally seem to get its bearings and head straight for Constantine. She also missed some vital shots, and as the figure got closer, she noticed the mask it was wearing, and a pit started to form in her stomach. She needs to kill this now. With a final arrow, the entity turns to dust, and she approaches the dust pile to prove her theory. And, as expected, it's a metal mask that is near identical to the wooden one she had found earlier. They're connected, and she thinks she knows how. The wooden mask is just a transportation device. It's the metal mask that's important. She remembers seeing a book in the college libraries about an old group of mages that used to worship dragons. They were called dragon priests. Certain priests were given special powerful masks, and looking inside, she saw the name Morike etched into it. She just killed one of those dragon priests, though in all fairness, it was probably incredibly weakened from being caged for so long. The Staff of Magnus was also among its possessions. Wait, that means that Savos knew. But he didn't die, and Moriki wasn't dead. There were two entities. No. No, he didn't. A thick silence falls as she makes her way through the ruin to get to the end. She's just hoping upon hope that what she believes happened is wrong.
I'm sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. I had no choice. It was the only way to make sure that monster never escaped. I promise you, I'll never let this happen again. I'll seal this whole place away.
Betrayal. She was right. Savos enslaved his comrades like a coward so that he could run away. And he never went back. He knew, and did nothing! If he wasn't already dead, she would kill him herself. Betrayal of one's true comrades is disgusting. Speaking of betrayal, who walked through the door but a Thalmor agent? This should be good. She'll let the elf talk before she shoots him.
So, you made it out of there alive. Ankana was right. You are dangerous. I'm afraid I'll have to take that stuff from you now. Ankana wants it kept safe. Oh, and he wants you dead. Nothing personal.
Nope, he deserves no words from her. Just arrows and fire.
What are you doing? Hey, be careful! Watch it!
What a good boy, Ulf, killing the Thalmor agent. What a good boy. She loots on Kano's errand boy, and as with all people, or elves, who get on her nerves and think that they're just simply better than her for existing, she desecrates the body with fire. She's not really sure when she picked up this trait. It was definitely before Skyrim, but Skyrim has definitely exacerbated it. It's just so cathartic to burn them. With everything done, staff acquired, Savos' story learned, and Ankano's welt put down like the dog he is, Constantine starts to think about Savos' actions. Was it cowardice? Yes, Yes, it was. Any good warrior knows to stay and fight till the end, and if you must retreat, it's simply to come up with a better plan. Savos just never returned to come up with another plan. Now, she realizes that he sealed the ruins, but it came at the cost of enslaving his two comrades for what he assumed would be an eternity. This was until Constantine actually showed up. At the same time, she can also sort of understand it. What if the three realized they couldn't win, and this was their plan that they came up with together? If that were the case, though, wouldn't Savos have, tried to come back? Either way, whether he enthralled them out of cowardice or their agreement, the fact of the matter is he did not go back to avenge them. When he became stronger and the Archmage, it was this cowardice that Constantine can't fathom. After making it back to Morthal and turning in a whole slew of items to be sent back to the museum, she goes to the carriage and gets in. But the driver doesn't. That's when she notices they are all being attacked by vampires. So Constantine gets out, and, well, she does what she does best. She can tell she's very tired, though. She is struggling to hit what should be easy shots for her. Finally, with them dead, she does what anyone should do upon coming across a vampire corpse. Burn it! This is mostly to stop any potential reanimation. Ulf is not dead. He's just being, Ulf. She's not really sure how he's moving, but he's also just not a normal dog, so she just lets him slide along as he pleases. He'll get up on his paws when he wants. She then downs a cure disease potion, not because she thinks she caught the vampire sickness, but more as a safety precaution. She gets back on the wagon and heads back to Winterhold. Arriving back in Winterhold, and you don't need to be a mage to know something's very wrong. The air itself to Constantine has a metallic taste to it. She can feel the heavens and hells holding their breath to see what might occur. As she approaches the college, a massive barrier is up. It actually looks almost like the same one Ancano had up earlier, just way bigger. The surviving faculty are outside, and Tolfdir fills Constantine in on what's happened.
Let's hope it's as powerful as the Psijics believe it to be. She didn't make it. When it was clear we were going to have to fall back, she stayed behind and made sure the rest of us were all right.
Mirabelle sacrificed herself to save everyone else, which is a major loss for the college. She would have been a fantastic Archmage replacement. Anyway, grieve for the dead later, Constantine pulls out the Staff of Magnus and hopes to all the Aedra it works, and to her surprise, it does. It punches a hole straight through the barrier like a hot knife through butter. Alright, Ancano, you little ass, Constantine would think to herself. Time to see how many arrows it takes to down a power-hungry Thalmor bastard.
You've come, have you? You think I don't know what you're up to? You think
She's up to putting you 6 feet under.
power to unmake the world at my fingertips? And you think you can do anything about it?
Yes.
I am beyond your pathetic attempts at that. You cannot touch me. Enough!
Ancano attempts a paralyzing spell on Constantine, but the Staff of Magnus has an innate ward on it, and thus the attack does nothing. This leaves him open for an attack from both Tolfdir and herself. The fight is not an easy one. The orb opens up, and doing so gives Ancano some form of invulnerability, much to Constantine's ire. The Staff of Magnus, though, appears to be able to, at least temporarily, close it and allow for Ancano to be poked, burned, stabbed, and shot. Having Tolfdir is also incredibly useful, as it forces Ancano to have 2 targets, plus Ulf doing what Ulf does best. Constantine is getting frustrated. Ancano keeps moving around, opening the eye, running away, and overall not being so much of a threat, but just a freaking nuisance. Sort of like a fly you can't quite get rid of. The last shot flies true from her bow and impales itself into Ancano's fleshy body, finally killing him. Now, the immediate threat is over, but the continued threat of the eye is still very prevalent. It's been activated, and there's no real way to know what that might mean. She takes Ancano's blade as a trophy, and much like a little pet, she burns the ever-living daylights out of the corpse. When they ship the body back to the Aldmeri Dominion, she wants them to know they aren't welcome here. With that out of her system, she returns to Tolfdir.
I don't know. Ancano is gone, but whatever he's done to the eye doesn't seem to have stopped. I have no idea what to do.
And as if summoned themselves, the Psijics appear right as Tolfdir finishes to transport the eye. She still doesn't trust them, but they did seem to assist her all the way through. So if they're playing a long con, it's a long con. Also, did she hear that right?
The eye has grown unstable. It cannot remain here, or else it may destroy your college and this world.
Yeah, back up. What was that about the Archmage?
Ancano's actions prove that the world is not ready for such a thing. We shall safeguard it, for now.
Or maybe the Thalmor are just dicks.
Your college and carry on with your lives. You have our gratitude, Archmage.
Can you just appoint her as Archmage? Constantine doesn't think they have that amount of power. Maybe?
You've done it. The college is safe again thanks to your work. I knew you had it in you. I dare say the Psijics are right. There's no one more deserving to be Archmage, in my opinion. Here, consider these yours.
Constantine can, but Mirabelle's dead.
As well. I shall be here for advice, should you need me.
Okay, so she's the Harbinger and now the Archmage of the College of Winterhold, but at least with the Harbinger, she got the position from the person who led it prior. How does Tolfdir have the authority to give her the abilities of the Archmage? You know what? She's not even going to question it. This is a fantastic opportunity. At first, she was like, oh, maybe not, maybe so. But the way that some of the professors treated her, she wants to be their superior now. They will do as she says. And that whole bit about sending Ankano's body back to the Aldmeri Dominion and not letting another Thalmor step foot in the College of Winterhold, if she's in charge, she is going to make that policy. She has no intention of wearing the Archmage's robes for the time being. Rather, they and the staff of Magnus will be great additions to the museum. She does, however, head up towards the Archmage's quarters to check it out. And there is a lot. Pretty much anything she needs, from alchemy to enchanting, is here in this space. She sits down in the chair, looks out. Yeah, she likes this. This is a little bit different power than the Harbinger. And oh boy, she feels accomplished. She deserved this. She finds a note addressed to the Archmage, and, well, that's her now. And it talks of an artifact deep in the Ancestor Glade. Wherever that is. Continuing her exploration, she finds a little hidden chamber that, when opened, holds an interesting little dagger. It seems incredibly old and antique. Well, time to add it to the museum. Finally, the last thing she's going to do is check out that orb at the top of the stairs. Last time, it paralyzed her, as she was not the Archmage at the time. But now, at least in theory, she is. So let's see if the orb agrees with her. And to her surprise, it does. She is officially the Archmage. This leads her to think that this is a pocket dimension or a special place in the castle, only accessible via fancy orb. It looks like it has places to put all sorts of items, sort of like a mini armory. This could be useful if she ever feels the need to move certain artifacts out of the public view and into a more secure location. After messing around with the orb, she goes and speaks with Urag again to see if he has any information or work for her. He does, and requests that Constantine try to find any old writings of Shalador, as he is one of the few able to actually decipher Shalador's writing.
But more than you would imagine possible. Since then, his writings have been scattered all over Skyrim, but are little use to anyone who can't translate them. I'm one of the few who can.
With that, Constantine had also purchased a few books from Urag in an attempt to figure out where her visions may have come from or what it was pointing to. They also will just be good additions for the museum's library as a whole, as she hopes to be able to open it to the public so that they can become just more educated in general. As she returns to her quarters, she smiles. She's going to enjoy having the college at her beck and call, and it's a great base of operations in the north. Now it's time to deal with the visions she had in the ruins. With that, I'd like to thank you all for watching. This concludes the current quest line, and where she goes next, who knows? I want to thank you all for watching. This is a massive labor of love for me, and I always appreciate your patience. Get ready for a large video of all 15 current parts stitched together. And please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And, well, we'll see you in the next one.